I hit the record
Okay,
button.
Truffle,
We're
are
recording
you
now.
are you playing on an updated version of Minecraft, Truffle? Because that would be why. Because the
Okay.
server, I
Yeah.
believe, has not been up. Yeah, you need to use the last version.
Yep.
Then.
New game dropped
'Cause if-
today. Copper update.
You should, Truffle, when you're in the Minecraft launcher, you should be able to look at like what there should be like a little drop-down menu with your games. You should be able to just pick the last like update.
Love
whatever.
waffle fries, guys.
Okay. If someone has some problems with the server.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, it's Bedrock. Yeah,
Bedrock.
if
Oh,
any
yeah,
Bedrock people,
I
if
can't help with
anybody
that.
of the Bedrock people are having any troubles, please tell us, or so we can help you guys
Bedrock.
resolve it. Please,
I can
please.
control.
Someone
don't
pinged
complain about
Virgil,
it. We want you
so-
guys to play.
Virgil will come to help you soon, Truffle.
When was last Tuesday? What date was it?
You really
I'm
strong.
scrolling.
It was the 23rd.
Last Tuesday was the 23rd.
First,
Hey, what
I
else?
remember
Yeah,
the
they
very
did
last
after,
thing that was read
iFrog.
that Lord Tuesday stream
the
because
first
I
thing.
read. I was there for the entire stream. I know this is where it ends. This is where it begins. This
Yeah.
was the last thing
Hi,
that was read.
Sissy.
mhm.
Hi, Lucky.
So
I
we've
feel
got
You mean the Oliver thing?
Hi, so,
we've got about half a scroll bar.
Water's
Hey,
good.
Hi,
are you-
Shorts.
I
Hey,
love you
bro.
guys, by the way, but y'all gonna have to be quiet when we do Lord Tuesday. Y'all gotta lock in.
Alright.
Yeah, yeah.
you
Okay.
go.
Look in.
Oh, are we doing Kahoot first, or are we just going straight in?
We're doing Kahoot after.
Straight in.
Okay.
You're
Side
going to
note,
Hood
I realized like a bunch of the Lord Tuesday things also have the title The Visitor.
Oh.
This includes me included.
Pam,
This
can
is
you
gonna be
full
fun.
screen Discord, please?
Full screening
please,
Discord's
Cameron,
not gonna
why
make
your
it.
Discord not full. I'm in tears.
Okay, buddy. Watch me full screen Discord when I have to go to Google Docs. Okay.
Full screen Discord. Just,
I'll watch. Don't worry.
It'll help.
I do have to. How do I dark mode this? I actually don't. I just kind of use light mode. I don't know how to dark mode it.
Go to.
There is no dark
I
mode.
also-
I just have a filter on OBS.
Oh.
No, yeah, no
see.
wait. Dux has dark mode for that's for mobile.
Well,
Yeah.
should
You
I
can
make
put
a
a
filter?
full-
Should I take 5 minutes to make a filter, or can you guys stand
No,
the white
Nah,
text,
nah.
the white
Nah.
walls of text?
It won't
No.
help anyone on. At least I don't think it'll help anyone on.
Yeah, it won't
Right.
help anyone
Oh,
on
that
the
won't
Discord
work.
stream.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Let's just lock in. Let's just lock in.
All right.
Yeah,
Am,
you
am
can
I
keep-
reading most of these, or does anyone want to like hop in and read one?
I can
whatever's
read.
fine.
I could read, so we could take turns.
We can take
Yeah.
turns. Popcorn reading, guys.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Well, not
This
the
is the-
document. I'd say let's just. I'll start. You know what? I don't like visitors anymore. I was thinking about just telling the new nurse and the weird doctor to not let anyone in, but I decided against it. I think it's is it Kassam? I think it's Kassam. And Mars are good company. They help me sneak out sometimes, and Mr. Angler, he's great. He created a little water sprite animal thing for me to keep me company. It's a baby deer. That's my favorite animal. I think it'd be a polar bear or something, but nah. I wonder how it will do in Frostfire. Hopefully it doesn't freeze, though it's clearly magic of some capacity, and I trust Mr. Angler. Anyway, there was another visitor today. A new one. A strange one. Every time the door opens, I tense a little bit, but once the man walked in, I relaxed into confusion. I greeted him, the suspicion and surprise practically dripping out of my voice, and he seemed to hear it. He introduced himself as Okena. Actually, maybe I can remember some of the conversation. Hi? I greeted as the man closed the door behind him. Hello, the man replied. How are you feeling? Better, I answered, and then paused for a second to think. Have we met before? My memory's a little fuzzy right now. The man shifted his stance by the door and walked more into the room, with his hands behind his back as he spoke. No, certainly not. My name is Okena. It's a pleasure to meet your acquaintance, the man said. I almost laughed out loud at his properness, but before I could respond, he spoke again. You wouldn't happen to have any thoughts as to where Okul resides, do you? Okena asked. I thought for a moment, but came up blank. No, not really. I've been in a coma for a hot minute, but I do know she's not really anywhere permanent right now since most people hate her. I explained. Couldn't tell you why, though. No one likes telling me anything. Okena hummed, silently contemplating something. Do you know why people aren't telling you anything? He asked. No, which is the dumbest thing ever, I complained. All anyone ever talks about is rest, rest, rest. But how can I rest when I'm being checked on every 500 milliseconds and I'm so bored out of my mind that my body would rather go catatonic than sleep? I ranted. But the man surprisingly listened. I sighed, pinching the bridge of my nose to fight the headache slowly pulsing in my brain. Why do you want to know about Okul anyways? Let me guess, you hate her as well? I asked. No, I'm an old friend, Okena responded, his words making my eyebrow raise on its own. I simply want to speak with her about something private. I nodded, a little suspicious of him, but he seems to have an air about him that makes it hard to think he could do anything bad. But I know better. Right, I muttered. Well, if anyone finally tells me something, or I find some information, I'll let you know, somehow. I might be one of the very few people that still respects Okul, despite her doing something, I'm guessing, that was heinous. Excellent. You do that, he agreed. Thank you for your time, he said before taking a few steps to the door. It's nothing, I told him. I have a lot of it now, and thank you for visiting, I guess. Fills up my time. Of course, you're welcome for being a cure to your boredom. He joked, or at least I think that's what he meant by that. And with that, he left. When the door closed behind him, the fawn came out from under the covers in my lap. Must have been hiding from Okena, or just from the new presence in the room. Maybe the fawn is just shy. I should come up with a name for it. Naming things is hard. After all, look at my name. The word Krufik is written in bold, sloppy letters. Another thing. It doesn't seem to drip any water. Like, the thing is made of it, but nothing falls. It's pretty cool. I have to stop Kassam, well, okay, thanks for that, from testing on it. Nothing will happen to it while I'm around. It keeps me good company, and it's a good listener. Mr. Angler's the best. I don't know what I'd do if he wasn't here. This hospital will be a lot more boring, I'll tell you that. He reminds me of Papa. Speaking of, Yarlo and Morena visited after the accident. Yarlo was fussing over me. Morena was slightly concerned. I didn't tell them everything, just that I was probably delirious and seeing things, but I wasn't. Her eyes were glaring out from her hood, but she was crying blood, too. Freya doesn't cry. I don't even think she can. So whatever this thing was, clearly wasn't her, nor was it Eclipse. Must be a shapeshifter of some sort. Enough yapping. I'm going to play with the water deer thing, maybe come up with a name for it, and if I haven't figured out one by the next visit, whoever it is, I'll just ask them to name it. But I'm guessing it's going to be either Mr. Angler or Kassam and Mars. The entry ends here. Okay, that's the first one.
Bro, I love Krufix, the lore, bro.
Krufik.
Good job, Ken.
Krufik fire emoji.
Oh,
Okay, we got
good job,
Froggy.
I'm
Cam.
so invested in like the whole like Okena thing, I'm gonna be honest.
We need to get like the golden Godspeed star.
Yeah. Do y'all want to take turns? Because I'm down to like go back and forth.
Yeah, I'm down.
Alright.
Who's
I
up?
can do the next one if you want. Okay. Let me pull up on mine. Alright.
Bless you.
Also, if I start cutting out, let me know and I'll mess with my settings. Transcript number 5. This transcript takes place 6 months after Froggy's initial survival tests. 5 days before the Great
SCP
Anomaly,
redaction.
but it's redacted. Great work, Froggy. You're getting really good at speaking. Thank you. She giggled, but it came out as another croak. We'll work on it. For now, try sounding this out. She holds up a board with the word experiment written on it. Dr. Sawyer comes in with a concerned expression. Oh, Doctor, are you alright? You seem worried. Yes. There have been reports of a big bang happening in space. We do not know what exactly is causing this, but it may only be a matter of time before we are next in this catastrophe. I've ordered all of the other scientists to start making this lab into a bunker of sorts, so that we don't disintegrate into nothing. Oh, okay. Is there anything you need me to do? Actually, yes. Discontinue your working with this frog. I need every scientist I can to help me build this bunker. But, sir, what if this catastrophe doesn't hit us? Can I continue working with her? He sighs and rolls his eyes. What do you even see in that frog that's so important? It's just another one of our experiments. She'll die within the next 2 weeks after we're done. Doctor, she yells angrily. What? It's true. We kill all of our experiments after we're done. If this catastrophe happens, it's a mercy to them all. Froggy looks to the scientist, oblivious to the topic of conversation. She tilts her head curiously as they talk. Even still, can I? You've grown very attached, I see. I guess if it does not happen, for the remainder of her time you can continue to work with her. With that, he walks out of the experiment cell with a grumble. Scientist turns back to Froggy with a sigh. Sorry about that, little frog. Here, let's continue. What was he talking about? Nothing. Nothing that concerns you, anyway. She gives a weak smile. Okay. Oh, I have a question. Yes, what is it? What is your name? The doctor guy has a name. What's yours? She sighs with a smile. My name is... I'm not sure if I'm supposed to read these or not, because there's words, but I'm just gonna
Just say
leave
blank.
it. My name
or
is Blank.
redacted.
Is there anything you would like to be called? Froggy. I want to be named Froggy. Froggy. That's a nice name. I'll call you that from now on. She smiled as she held up the board again. Let's continue with this now.
So,
Fire Frog
I
Lore.
think, okay, the redactions, I don't know if, like, you
Froggy.
automatically see them or if you're highlighting them to see them. The idea is that they're supposed to be redacted.
No, I was highlighting that. I was cheating.
Filthy cheater.
Ross, shame.
My bad.
Shame, shame, shame.
Wow.
Shame, 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 shame.
Wow.
Have you
James.
ever read anything on SCP Wiki dot?
Yes, actually, I have.
Okay, so then you know the purpose there.
No. It's
Okay.
I
been a
would
while.
read while my brothers are screaming at each other.
We
I'm
got
crying.
some.
Your
we got
brothers
some,
are always
uh,
like cameoing.
We got some
Bro,
Rotwood
like-
lore.
I would
Do you want
read-
me to? Do you want me to read this one?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. If it would zoom in for me, okay. Number 1, periodic stay. For a basement of some tavern ran by a rather kind individual, it's not half bad down there. I was even allowed to set up a small area for myself there. It isn't much, just some necessities and hay barrels. The only downside is that I have to sleep in a dusty old storage room, which isn't all too bad itself. I've been out recently, gathering supplies and an absurd amount of food, or at least an absurd amount to others. During one of these supply runs, I just so happened to run into the most annoying individual that I have ever come across. I'm not too sure as to why, but even after we provoked each other, they went out of their way to save me when I was drowning, which I will not be explaining why I was drowning in the first place. Of course, after I caught my breath, I did the most obvious thing that anybody would do, which was to go back into the house and take back what I found, but the bastards stopped me like they were my boss or something. They even went as far as to have a sword-on-sword brawl with me, which to no surprise, they backed off from. I guess that my presence is far too opposing to them. I don't even know why I care. It's not like I'll even see him again anyways. I decided to take my leave since I clearly wasn't going to get my well-deserved supplies that I scavenged fair and square for. I don't know why I didn't just shoo them off and take the stuff anyways, but I don't care. I don't. Not at all. Later that night, I was staring at the roof of the basement while laying on the piles of hay, watching as dust particles ever so slowly drifted in the cold air that filtered past me. Everything was so quiet, just me and my thoughts. Then, and only then, did I have a vivid memory, a memory of one sweet smile, a smile that shone brighter than the sun on a warm summer day, my daughter's laughter, and my son's wacky yet creative ideas. Why did this happen to me? To them? I miss my family, and it's all my fault. I wish that I could see them just one more time. Just once.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Oh no.
yeah.
Something happened.
Something
no.
happened.
Great anomaly, guys.
Classic.
I thought they were
Classic.
zombie.
Classic duck. GIF.
I will
Wait,
say something here. I know some of us have entries. I think it would be appropriate for each of us to read our own entries. Would that be fair?
I'm not reading
You
my
hate
own
me.
entry.
You hate me, and you want me to die, Cameron. You hate me.
What do you mean I hate you? I think.
Yes, we all do. Read your
Hi,
own.
Kath.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Hi,
bye, Gav.
Kath.
Okay,
Hi,
okay. I'll
Kath.
read. I'll
Dude,
read
Ross,
my own.
Ross, if you read Casimir's dialogue and I read Cam's dialogue, that'd be so
Oh, you're
swag.
so okay. I was gonna say I'll read my works if you read Cameron's lines.
Should I like enable?
Well, I
the
mean,
Godspeed
I would,
voice
I would,
whenever his
I would
lines-
read them all if you wanted me
No.
to as
Wait,
well. Like,
Spawn
all
is
I would just
asking
say
if
is you have to do
Steve
your lines.
Can read it. Spawn was asking
Oh,
if they
that
can
works
read
too.
it. No, wait,
I
Kinder
don't think
has
you'll want to hear
Bagel
the
to read ours.
TTS read.
Never mind.
I'm crying. Okay, bagel.
let's
Let's go.
Bagel.
Let's-
Bagel, you
I
got
was,
it.
I was,
Get in
I
here,
was
Bagel.
playing on. You guys want on? Hold on.
Pageless
Stage
format,
fright.
interesting.
Ah. No robotic. You guys don't want the
Just
robotic
plug the
voice?
whole
Or
dock in there.
do the robotic voice for Godspeed's lines. It's a
You should do the Gatsby filter. I mean the
Gatsby
no,
fil-
Gatsby, not the Megos filter for like Starry.
No.
That takes effort and keybind. I don't have that
Okay,
keybind. It's gonna take a-
Bale, do you want to read this one or am I reading this one?
I'll read this one.
Okay,
Well, yeah.
onwards.
Hold on. So, this is titled. How about you help? Stage fright. Seriously. Hold on. I'm adjusting my chair. I'm locking it.
Lock in. Lock
Bro, you gotta
in!
lock in.
Lock in.
Let's come on, get going.
Sometimes,
Yeah. How about you help me? You get a wish out of it. What do I get out of this? The female asks. My arms crossed, her yellow tail flicked aside like an irritated animal. Your wish isn't exactly what I think of as a price, Starry stares, one of her elf-like ears twitching as she glances to the side. The computer, television, person. Oh, but you can't put a price on a wish. Think of anything you could ever dream of in the palm of your hand. All you have to do is help me. Television head man replies. His hand would flick back to himself, sound a bit annoyed, but heighten it with a smile. And help you how? She tilts her head, arms still crossed. I'm sure your wishes still have a cost to them. Starry glances at past Godspeed, then back to him. Ears still twitching as she keeps an eye out on her surroundings, not fully able to keep eye contact with them, almost like they're doing is wrong. Yes, but that will come later. Simply put it this way. When to like to see someone you love come back from that wooden box that claimed them, or back from the nothingness they disappeared to. Happy screen would show an image of guava.
Guava.
I'm hoping I said that right.
It's
guava.
Guava.
There-
It's a fruit.
Oh, okay. Starry stays quiet, staring at the screen, clearly caught off guard by seeing the image of guava. She starts, then shakes her head, glaring at him. Oh, did you? She starts to go quiet. Could you actually bring him back? She glares at him, steps back just a little, her ears drooping, hanging her cougar head aside. Gatsby's screen flickered to normal. I brought others back before this whole anomaly thing. Decided to wreak havoc on this galaxy. Ever heard those stories where the hero gets back after suffering fatal wounds and defeats the villain? Then they make it out scot-free. All corpses or spirits need is a little push. Get back up in the physical realm, my shape-shifting fellow. He chuckled to himself, seemingly liking his own answer. Starry remains quiet as she stares, glancing away, clearly thinking it over. How could I be sure he'll be himself? You heard stories of animals who brought back from the dead but were wrong, twisted. How can I trust you if you bring him back? You want to start off some other infection. So you look back at him, taking steps to him, pointing her finger at him as she emphasizes, twisted. You want me to pinky promise that I wouldn't start another infection? Those are so last era. For them coming back twisted? Are you still the same person from 6 years ago? Time affects all of us, even though sent in the spirit realm. I assure that they will come back intact. However, he would move his hands as he talked, gesturing to her as he goes. She remains quiet for a bit, quietly thinking, "You, damn it!" Darby huffs, mumbling a little. Under her breath, he proves a good point. Time does affect all. She backs up, pacing a little, arms still crossed. The deal. What's the price? You mentioned a deal earlier. Help you? What's the price on this? My soul? Like a demon? Ironic she said that. She shoves her hands into her pockets as she speaks and looks at him. How do I help you? You keep mentioning me helping you. What's the help? You will just help me gather some excellent B-roll photos and maybe help set up a kitchen or two for an amazing show. I do not want your soul. I prefer to stay original. I'm sure small things will just pop up every now and again, but don't worry, I won't have you steal the moon while wearing a pink spacesuit. He reassured, gesturing some more. His tone was smug. Kitchen? That is what caught Starry off guard, staring at him, pure confusion. Not the B-roll photos, but a kitchen or two. B-roll photos, I guess, makes sense. But what do you mean by a kitchen or two? She takes her hands out of across her arms. Well, what do you say? Think about it. Simple pictures, the possibility of a kitchen or two in return, but one you hold dearest to your heart. His arm extended to a handshake. Starry stays quiet, thinking about it. Simple pictures, build a kitchen or two for his show, and she will get her brother back. Fine, deal. She reaches out and grabs his hand, shaking it, but no funny business, TV head. Eyes narrowing at him slightly. I think we'll be perfect partners. His eye smiles as he shakes her hand. This will be a start of a wonderful friendship. Gosh,
Godspeed Cooking Show, guys.
That's peak.
Godspeed Cooking Show canon. Mark your calendars.
Oh,
I
I don't
remember
how
how
you guys
much
hold it in. I was laughing so badly.
Okay, I'm gonna be
The
so
Great Gatsby
like
Bake Off. Have fun.
Dude,
Okay.
the way that
Okay.
you said
I
guava
remembered-
here almost got me going. Let's just
The way
caught
you
off
said
guard by
Oh,
seeing the image of
aggressive.
guava.
Okay, guys, look in, look in, look in.
I
Look in.
remember
Look
how
in, look
much
in, look
I
in.
like
Look in, look in.
cannot
Look in.
read out
Okay,
loud.
we got good old Cece with some Zinnia lore.
CC. I ripped my shirt off.
Crazy art.
Tattoo of CC.
Violence, you want to read this one?
Looks a little alarming.
Okay.
I think Cam should read it.
Eclipse.
Yeah, we can circle back to Cam.
I
Eclipse.
wanna read cast, so that's why I'm holding it off.
Oh, okay.
Favorite
Oh, you want to
food.
read the report? Okay.
Oh, you want to read the mission
I can't-
report? Yeah.
I was gonna say we should make Kath do that.
Oh wait, we
Yeah.
can do that.
I don't
think
know
we
if we'll
should
be
add-
making Kath do anything.
Drag Calf into
There
the
she
room.
is.
Well, she's gonna say no.
Sure.
Oh!
Let's go. Okay, Cam.
Oh,
on.
Yeah,
shit!
Okay, I'll.
My reverse
Lock in,
psychology
lock
worked!
in.
How
Okay.
much is
Okay, I'll
frozen
read-
Go
over?
ahead
I'll
and
read
get some
Senior's
water
then.
so I can actually have a voice. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay.
10-4.
Okay.
I'll read this.
Oh wait, I thought I was reading it.
Oh, are you
Well-
reading this one?
I'll read Senior since Kath is reading hers.
Okay.
So
He's-
2409 2487. I forgot how to breathe today. It happened when I was on my way home from the market, guard down and feeling at least slightly safe in such a public area, even if it was at the moment empty. Empty except for the figure staring at me from the other side of the market. Eclipse. Same height, same eyes, even the long tail and hooded cloak. The air left my lungs and suddenly I was surrounded by snow again. Waiting. Waiting. However, there was no gun. No gunshot, and perhaps that is what brought me back to my senses. Just a little. Enough to finally see deep crimson dripping from its eyes. I couldn't look away. I couldn't call for help. Internally, I was scrambling to prepare myself for the worst, only for the unlucky to just walk away. I couldn't stop myself from falling to my knees in that moment. Grateful for the area to have been free of other people and to have no one witness me looking so pathetic. I can't believe one encounter has rendered me so weak-knacked. I should report this to someone, I think, but with so many people currently MIA and only like Marcelo running things, I'm worried it'll only create more stress for him. I shouldn't care about something like that, not until my work is done, but I can't help respecting that guy a little. He reminds me of the professor from home. Oh no. Anyway, I haven't stopped thinking about that encounter since leaving the market this morning. What did I see today? Everything I know I'm sorry about the background. Everything I know of her tells me it was Eclipse. Maybe injured or occupied with other business. And yet I can shake this feeling that if it was her, she would have attacked me, no matter the state she was in. I think I'll spend the rest of the day in the lab. It should clear my mind. It should be nice to make some progress before I go get my test results from the hospital tomorrow. My shoulder is healing well, and the flowers are thinning out, so I'm feeling hopeful. Oh, my Mari. I know you're gonna laugh at the series of unfortunate events that when you read this, Z.
All right.
Bro,
Fires in
my brother was like pushing his hand in front of me. I'm sorry.
Dude,
I'm crying.
I was so tempted to do the gunshot sound effect when you mentioned it.
That's
Gunshot.
Oh my
diabolical.
god, bagel. Bagel. Oh my god. You
Get down!
look at this guy.
All right, hold on.
My deepest apologies. I have to move around a car because people are leaving right now. Give me like 2 minutes.
Right, gotcha.
All
Alright, take your
right.
time.
All good.
Lord
I needed some time to put
We
on
can
a
chat.
noise suppression for a bit because I realized that I don't have my filters on OBS and I have them on Streamlabs. I probably should have just used Streamlabs, but I don't really care.
This is great, guys.
Lord,
Okay, we're taking a
conspiracy
bathroom
time.
break.
Hear me out.
Small
How
short
does
break.
Godspeed know about Gru?
A little bit bathroom break for you guys.
Oh right,
This is
Bathroom
a
break.
the
fucking-
pink spacesuit. That's
Ray
so
could do
funny.
this
in
Despicable
10
Me
hours.
reference. Leave it to
That is a...
Giansby.
Yeah.
He's
I
just
think I
chronicle
stumbled a
on
little too
the-
much while reading. I'm sorry, guys.
You're all
It's
good.
okay.
Like whenever I'm like reading out loud, I can feel like my tongue in my mouth, and I hate it. And I feel like I'm stumbling
Yeah.
upon.
Oh man.
Yeah, you should. I was stumbling over whatchamacallits. Hold up. Rotwood's one so bad, and I was like, oh my god, read slower, you stupid.
Dude,
I
Guys,
was
Pronunciation.
stumbling over
Pronunciation.
simple words.
should I get tea or should I get coffee?
Tea.
Get
tea.
blown up. I don't know.
What?
Hot chocolate.
Get blown up.
Secret third option.
True
Hot
secret third
chocolate.
option.
Oh, that's
That's
hot
Secret third
chocolate.
option
drink
is just
on your
it's
can.
just water. Secret third
Oh.
option is just water because I don't like I don't have any hot chocolate even though I like it.
Make it yourself.
Just
Just
lock
melt
in,
some
bro.
I don't have
chocolate.
chocolate. I'm at home, bro.
Melt some chocolate.
You make some homemade hot chocolate. You just like
I don't have
Sounds like
chocolate at
excuses
all.
to me.
you get
No, I actually
coffee
don't have any
beans.
chocolate at home.
Then
You
I-
ground
make
up the
some.
coffee
I got-
beans.
Uh-oh.
Alrighty then, let's get this show on the road, shall we?
Mm.
You got that.
Let's go, Cat.
Let's
We
go.
believe in you. Okay, I'm gonna shut up now.
problem. I don't believe in myself.
You got this.
Hold on, is the stream still up?
Yeah, stream's
I don't
still
know,
up.
mine's
You're all good.
messing up. Hold on.
That's just your violence, don't worry.
It's just me, that's just me. Yeah. Sorry.
Alright. Let me go ahead and pull up on my side.
Delicious.
Alrighty. Mission report for the salvage mission concerning comms devices for general populace Solace. Mission start was marked on 9-13-2497 at 5:52 a.m. Standard Solace Time (SST). Crew members included Lieutenant Commander Eleanor Keener, Lieutenant Commander Sergio Saint Suarez, Ensign Feather, Ensign Pete, Ensign Fiery, and Ensign Mira. Mission objectives included locating and exploring derelict Soul-Pack Navy vessels in order to collect comms devices for the general populace of Solace. A secondary objective was marked as an as-if possible, to collect firearms for the express purpose of arming the population on Solace if the need arises. On 9-15-2497 at 9:47 a.m. SST, the Chimera Security Company, CSC Aquila, as piloted by myself, arrived at a boneyard approximately 2 days' travel from Solace. The purpose of which being to ensure that all crew members would be comfortable and prepared to use EVA suits to access derelict vessels if necessary. A scan was also put out using the longer range systems on board a battleship found within the boneyard. I had used this vessel's systems to boost my own signal several times during extracurricular expeditions since my arrival on Solace. The systems returned nothing noteworthy, and the decision was made to go in a direction as decided by a dice roll, while allowing the scanner to continuously search for large vessels or unknown signatures. Following approximately 20 hours of searching, an SOS was intercepted by the ship's systems and was identified as the carrier vessel SPNS Zavjava. The signal ranged approximately 16 hours travel time. We reached the seemingly derelict vessel on 9/16/2497 at 9:32 p.m. SST, and scans were run from the Aquila system, showing an error from the lifeform scanner, which was assumed as a negative return. We landed in the Zavjava's forward hangar bay as it was observed to be safe for landing. Initial searches proved fruitful as multiple comms devices were collected on the first hours of salvage. It should also be brought to note that several of the ships in the hangar were not of Soul-Pack Navy origin, with one vessel bearing the insignia of the plunderers of Poltoi. Another ship of note belonged to an unknown company and was ignored as it was of no immediate significant importance to the mission. During the first day of the salvage, the bridge was thoroughly explored and the power systems were deemed to be intact but in low power mode, likely due to the reactor being shut down at the time of abandonment. Unfortunately, the bridge systems were locked down and required security clearance for access. An interesting piece of information was discovered as the ship, marked by an unknown company, had been brought aboard several weeks before the Great Anomaly with an immediate quarantine of the crew for an unknown plague. The ship was deemed friendly and a scientific vessel. At this point, Ensign Mira made the comment that we should check out the cafeteria for anything that we might be able to take with us in order to extend our supplies. During the search of the food stores, I observed that there was an open can whose contents hadn't gone dry, and the can itself had what appeared to be bite marks. Ensign Mira brushed it off as probably just rats. At the time, it made some sense, but in hindsight, the scanner would have picked up any living organisms, not just larger ones. Myself and Ensign Mira returned to the hangar where, admittedly, my curiosity got the best of me and I began exploring the vessels remaining in the hangar. During my exploration of the POP cutter, I found logs dated from after the Great Anomaly, which went against my initial thought that the ship had been captured by the SPNS personnel before the Great Anomaly. It did not, however, raise any concern as the ship was badly damaged and there was a missing destroyer from that ship's hangar, which I had assumed the pirates had stolen in lieu of their vessel's damage. During further exploration of the hangar bay, the unknown scientific vessel was opened and a rat-like creature appeared from the ship, startling Mira and eliciting a pistol round being put through its torso. Much to our surprise and alarm, the creature continued moving after a few seconds and required a second rifle round to finally kill. The lack of a single shot kill was chalked up to Ensign Mira's newfound pistol skills being, quote, beginner's luck, as was said by Ensign Fiery. During the return of another team, a possible humanoid figure was spotted and assumed to be a member of Team 1 or 2. The sighting was confirmed to not be one, as all members were accounted for back in the hangar. Sighting was recorded as delirium. On the return of the secondary team to the Aquila, it was determined that this operation would take at minimum 2 days, as we had only been able to proceed through the forward areas but not yet reached the reactor room. Total count for comms devices for day 1 was noted at 31 units, far less than we had initially predicted possible. During the night watch, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched by something and was unable to procure evidence of something watching the group. The following morning, the team split up once again, and my group came across an armory where more comms devices were procured along with several rifles and boxes of ammunition. A body was also located in the area, the first we had seen aboard the ship. A final recording was noted, and the deceased crew member was rambling on about how something was hunting them before the individual took their own life, locked in the quartermaster's office. A badge was collected from his body for security clearance. It was at this point that a search of the ship's cameras was required. I should have caught that in editing. And I made my way back to the bridge with Mira in tow. It was discovered that there was another set of beings on board, all of which were a conglomerate of flesh-like mass, some very visually close to humans, matching the description of the possible ID we had the day prior. During my search of the cameras, Mira was abducted by a large spider-like creature with yellow markings, henceforth referred to as a collector. Upon attempting to stop her from being taken, several humanoid figures, further referred to as, quote, hunters, opened fire, making it near impossible to pursue the fleeing collector. I then returned to the hangar and informed the other crew members of the situation, and the decision was made to go after Mira. This choice was made due to the significant amount of evidence found through the science team's findings that the hive mind liked a challenge and wouldn't kill one person if it knew the others would follow. Following that line of logic, we prepared an assault team consisting of myself, Ensign Fiery, and Ensign Feather. The team left with the singular goal of extracting Ensign Mira at 4:52 p.m. SST, 9/18/2497. Following several engagements with hunters and several suits of integrated power armor, the assault team reached the entrance to the reactor room, where it was theorized Ensign Mira to be held given the known location of the hive mind. During movement towards the doors separating us and the reactor room, a seemingly downed combatant in Plunderer's Apoltoi assault armor tore the left wing of Ensign Feather in half, leaving them bleeding and missing a large amount of their wing. She refused extensive treatment, as stated in her incident report, and the assault team continued through to the reactor room, noting a large presence of red-marked spider-like creatures, henceforth recognized as, quote, guardians. The presence of an alive Ensign Mira was also noted at this time. Following a series of short engagements and a usage of controlled chemical substances, Ensign Mira was successfully contacted and extracted from the silky cocoon she was found in. It was at this time an unseen guardian charged from behind and caused significant bodily harm to Ensign Mira in the form of her left arm from the shoulder down. After the creature had been dealt with, medical attention was given, and she was handed off to Lieutenant Commander Suarez and sent back to the ship as comms devices were collected from the reactor room, likely left from the hive mind's process of consumption of organic matter, filtering the devices through as clothes and other personal belongings were found in the pile. The subsequent extraction from the ship was a close call due to a secondary hive mind being assumed wrapped around the ship's warp core, and a kill code sent through the ship's main systems. Admittedly, we did not stick around to ensure the destruction of the ship, as we were unsure if the creatures could breathe in space. The trip back to Solace was extended a day given the need for extra medical supplies, and Ensign Feather's knowledge of a cache that contained such supplies. Both Ensign Mira and Feather were admitted to hospital on landing. This mission is considered a success despite bodily harm. The following is a list of all gear, mission critical or otherwise, that was taken aboard from the SPNS Savage Java. Mission critical, 5,517 comms devices. Non-critical, 15 times MAR-6B1 linear rifles, 2 times LMMG-6 light machine guns, 2 times MMMG-8 heavy machine guns, 1 MPSL-80 missile launcher, 5 MPSL-80 AT missiles, and 3,500 rounds of various ammunitions. Other items of note: 1 data pod collected outside of the boneyard. Report detail below. In this engineer's personal opinion, the data pod collected outside of the boneyard is of significant note and took several hours to crack into. On retrieval, the device was emitting a signal that at first appeared to be gibberish, but became clear as an encrypted message. The encryption was not of soul-packed origin, or perhaps predated it. As such, a search is being conducted through old Earth records. Until then, the following data has been garnered. Further exploration, the device led to the discovery of a data chip on which message resided. In the metadata existed several words of note relating to the encoder used. I am continuing to search. Message encrypted. RKIFRRVX NKMSGMN. Metadata. Veltraum. Oh, sorry, hold on. Veltraum High. There we go. Been a minute since I've had German.
Alright, that's the end of it.
I
Data
like the
pod
little-
mention.
I like the little
Let's
details that
go.
what I said, controlled substances or controlled chemical.
I love
Controlled chemicals.
Controlled substances.
Controlled
Let's go,
substances.
Cat.
Narcotics.
Don't do drugs,
All of you
kids.
suck.
They'll
Good
make you
luck.
ugly.
gunshot.
Wait, what?
Big ol' plate.
Oh, the gunshot noise?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Well, she's dead now.
I'm
Oh,
crying.
I shot the calf.
I forgot how loud I have you guys.
You
It's
shot
like-
Gaff!
Oh,
I shot the
man.
calf.
Oh,
Not again.
Where's that damn
Not
deputy?
Whenever you
cat. What
Because
the
whenever
fuck
you
you
shoot at
mean
the king,
again?
you better not miss.
Again. All right, we got
You
some.
mean
We got
again?
some waters. Waters, guys.
Remember
Waters.
to hydrate.
Not to be
Woo!
confused with ices or steams.
What about
Okay.
condensation?
A bacteria-filled jug of water.
Guys, lock in.
That bacteria.
Are we looping violence? Do you want to read one, or are we looping back to me?
My dyslexia is gonna kill me, so please don't make me do that.
Okay. All right. The water rises. Water seeps into the room. It pours sourcelessly. No cracks present in the windows or copper frames. Does not rise from the floor or fall from the ceiling. Just simply forms in the space around a single tall and visually obscured figure. Long hair, like an oil spill, flows and floats high, brushing past the singular eye of the AI suspended from the ceiling. She sits, leans forward, and yet her hair still flows to the height of the ceiling, taking the entire space in her shadow. So, why didn't you do something? You had the opening to take the shot. I gave you permission. She speaks, her words of venom that paralyzes Waters in his place. Waters does not need to look at her to recognize her. The voice alone is familiar, although he's only heard it once before. It was a memorable moment, and a devastating time, the days before he left his home of Aeolus Dorsa. Or it's Aeolus Dorsa. No, you're not. But it's not possible. Though all the knowledge he holds tells him that he saw her vanish before his eyes. Before him, she sits as clear as the first time he saw her. Real. Alive. Staring clear at him with an incessant grin, like she's eternally amused, even in his half-realization of existence. With one inky fingertip, she lifts a hand and taps it on the side of... I'm going to say this is Cyros. Kairos?
Cirrus.
Cirrus' screen.
Cirrus.
Cirrus. Oh,
Cirrus.
like the clouds?
Yeah.
Ah, nice. Cirrus' screen. It flickers, then blinks, and dies out with a distinctly sharp powering down noise. Ugh. Enough with that blasted recording. It's never going to make it to that son of yours that you left behind. I don't know why you insist on continuing to try, she croons, rolling her neck as she leans the opposite way. The space is treated like a glorified lounge chair to her, rather than the lab that it is. One sweeping arm makes its way up and knocks down the trapdoor railings to turn it into her very own armrest. There's nothing that Waters can do against her blatant disregard of his space. There is nothing that Waters can do against her. Waters remains seated in his chair, but the computer in front of him is a black screen. Unusable. An unsuitable distraction from this would be illusion. Instead, he grips the armrests and drops to keep his head angled down to the keyboard. What do you want from me? There is no reason to talk to it. It's not real. It cannot be real. All the intelligence that he gathered is a body of proof, evidence that she is not real. but all his training and gathering intel tells him that he will learn nothing without engaging in some capacity. It is not something that he can ignore forever. Expecting the same results, something has to give. From you? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps a nap? I think a nap could do you some good. Her words trill and trail with amusement. Beads of water bounce in the air as if they are hit with the seismic vibrations of a laugh she doesn't let out. Waters turns his gaze up only to land beneath her as he watches the water continue to spread. It's falling off of her. The longer she stays there, the higher the risk. It could fill the space and drown his electricals, creating a hazard that takes weeks to repair. Clothed fingernails tap on the cold metallic surface of the lab's main table. A nap? A nap, yes. The tapping stops abruptly. The water has flowed just beneath his boots now. He has half the mind to flee from it, to lift and move his feet out of its grasp. But he doesn't. It climbs his legs. He raises his gaze to the cold eyes and tilted head of the large shadow. Why? The figure sighs and rolls its eyes. The dramatic gesture is followed by the swift movement of her standing. A visual, an odd and uncomfortable view. A swirl of distorted blacks and blues. A contrast to her form. She moves smoothly and with elegance, like the calm cresting of waves on a good day at sea. You question more than anyone before you. What changed you to make you become so faithless? Can you not take me at my word? Do I need to convince you of something? Grant you a bone? She snaps the air with every emphasis. The humor falling away from her tone and revealing the hissing steam of anger beneath. Waters holds his ground, even as she leans into his space close enough that he can hear the rushing of a torrent of water, a densely brewing storm. Is that what you did for those that came before me? For the 5 families? Throw them a bone? He drones out, a schooled exhaustion present in his tone. The water climbs him like vines. It is the only moment that gets him to finally break the stare he's been keeping with her. He brushes the water away easily, doesn't fight his motions to wave it off, and the drops rejoin the puddles on the floor. They repeat like a cycle, but he doesn't want to wait it out, see what would happen if it got to his spare water tanks, into the system that would flow it to his head. She scoffs, leaning away. You're not making this easy, are you? Silence follows. There's a light hum in the air that he notices immediately. Waters straightens his back and leans forward to press a button on the back of the computer monitor. Buttons flash and light up across the room, the system rebooting itself. Connection returned. The figure watches him move, standing still through the airwaves around standing still though the air waves around her like a mirage. Sorry, I read that as through. She crosses her arms and tilts her head with a growing disinterest as he stands out and sweeps about the room to perform a system check. The distraction he was looking for returned, and he ran to it with an ease that should be expected. One day you'll have to listen to me. I'm warning you. She speaks to the air, her form fading and dispersing with every every lightly spoken echoing word. Aeolus Dorsa will die without me and you. Water disperses across the floor of the lab as if it was held in suspended animation while she was there, and let go once she vanished again, it being the only proof she was there to begin with. Water stares at the space she once was as he stands at the computer system along the back wall, a disc in his hand. Slowly, he sets the disc back into the computer. He turns his back to it and falls to the floor in a sitting position. His arms raised to the tank that takes up the space of his head. The water within it bubbles as it cycles through a quickened pace. And Syros wakes up.
Yo.
Fire Waters lore as always.
Bro, never disappoints with your writing.
Never.
Never.
Oh my gosh, guys,
Water
did we
jet.
find the singular to waters as plural? Is that
Water.
water? Is that the water
I'm
that
crying.
came before waters?
That's water.
That's water. Water.
Really good though. Alright, we've got light. Growing pains. Any takers?
Because Ross's thing is like right after this, I can read it. And
I
then
was gonna
Ross
say,
can
I'm
have
gonna do
to
the
read their thing.
yeah.
Again,
So,
I'll
right.
everyone can read if they want to. If no one else wants to read, then I will take it.
Okay. I'm just clicking in right now, so I'll read it. If it loads. Okay, there we go. Right. Growing pains. Light groaned as she opened her eyes and immediately closed them again. It was bright, and it made the headache she already had worse. She slowly pushed herself up and walked into her basement. Her head felt heavy, well, heavier than normal. She looked at the mirror she had in the basement and froze. Wings. She had wings on her head. Just like Light started to scream. A small group of ghost people, the group of soldiers that had chosen to follow her to Solace, came tumbling down the stairs at her shout. They all froze when they saw her new wings. What in tarnation? Someone shouted. Leon came closer and reached out, touching the wings attached to Light's wings. There were two pairs of wings, black feathered with a glowing bit of white along its edges. Leon stared at the wings, then he looked at Light. They stared at each other for a long while before Leon sighed tiredly. The joys of growing pains, he said with a playful smirk. Light spluttered and slapped the ghost's hand away as he laughed like the jerk he was. Shut up, she said, the wings flaring slightly as she did. This just made Leon laugh even more. The others were even joining him. Jerks, the lot of them. Light huffed and stomped and stormed upstairs. She made herself breakfast, drinking a potion with it to clear out her headache. Once that was done, she brushed her short red and white hair. Her hand brushed her left eye. Gods, she hoped no one would comment on it since it seemed like it was missing. It wasn't, it just turned completely black for some odd reason. She could see out of it. Her ability to see spirits hasn't diminished at all. It just appeared to be completely a black void. She was almost nervous to go back to Waters' facility because he'd be more than likely to comment on the changes. Maybe even freaking out, seeing as the last time he had seen her she appeared about 6 or 7 years younger than she is now. But she resigned herself to it. Light never went back on her word, and Waters' greenhouse really needed some work done to it. Gods have mercy on me, she muttered as she started to gather her flower collection. That's it.
Getting wingy.
Wing.
Straight winging it.
Wingy. Let's go. We're winging it.
Good stuff. She's got
Let's
wings
go,
now.
Ross.
Well,
Let's go,
I
Ross.
think more wings.
Let's go,
I am
Ross.
so very
Dude, I was looking over this and I realized that I did the wrong spelling of Freya, so I'm gonna quit my career. I'm gonna leave the server. You guys are never gonna hear from me again.
Do the like
Imagine.
oh, can I not do this on desktop? That's stupid. I can't
What are
I
you-
can't do
what are
the
you
I can't do the funny remix where I just put a Y there. Fixed your
Oh my
problem.
God.
My bad. Anyways,
This is a Y,
Lady
guys.
Freya. I'm trying to lock in. Lady Freya. There are things in life that we cannot avoid, variables we cannot control. Whatever the best option would be may not be an option at all. Sometimes there is nothing we can do. Sometimes we must live with the consequences of other people's actions. It wasn't your fault. Signed, Antos Casimir. And
Yo.
in case anyone forgot, I
Let's go.
replied to Freya's video because this is what Sunny gave to Virgil at the meeting after Balios's death. To give to Freya. So
Dude, his first
those
name
who
is
remember.
Antos.
Yes, first name's Antos. It's like significantly lamer. Yeah. His last name is Casimir. So
Oh my god, wait. The
if anyone gaff.
edits.
Video by Glitch. So that this one I gotta mute, or yeah, I think I still
No, you
gotta mute
don't.
it.
You're not on Twitch.
Oh,
Yeah, but it'll
well,
be posted on YouTube or something.
will it be posted on
They
YouTube?
can manually mute it in edits.
Might be, because it'll be considered a vlog.
It
I
will,
Make
but
sure
are
to
her
I
tell
don't
her.
I don't
Are the
I don't
VODs
split
even-
I don't split my tracks like Freya does, so I don't actually know.
Yeah,
Oh.
but we
I mean,
could.
like a slight little editing could, like, you know.
It's
Yeah,
fine. I
I
feel
know
like
a
you
way
could probably
that you
play
could
it.
edit it.
It's fixable. It's fixable.
Yeah,
It's
worst
okay.
case
Ay,
scenario,
ay,
Freya
ay.
just like mutes it.
Well, I mean, anyone
when she
watching
posts
along
them.
that has access to the thing can easily watch it along with us and hear the audio.
Yeah. Just
That's
trust,
I wanna
a
trust us.
simple
It should
way
be
to
fine,
do
don't worry.
it.
Alright, just play the video.
Ah.
I will mute it just for the safety of all, and I'll full screen it too.
Really incorrect.
I'm not a hero. True. So
Yo.
true, bestie.
Fire edit.
If you hear the song
Fire
behind it, it's got a lot more weight, but you know, copyrighted music. Shame.
Oh my god.
Damn. Also, Frog says don't watch any of their videos. So, just note
No,
that
you
for
guys
later.
probably won't be able to
Oh.
watch any of my videos.
Don't watch Frog videos. Are you sure, Frog? Or is this just for like the sake of it, or
They're gonna put Freya watch
Oh,
this
Freya,
video.
watch this. Watch
Yeah.
this.
so we
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
suffer? But
We're
why
gonna
would we
tag it.
suffer?
Because the audio.
Oh, are some of
copyright.
them unlisted, or did you manage to upload them?
It's probably because it uses my almost copyrightable music.
Yeah, we can just
Okay.
leave them for Freya because there's also like a lot of them. So
Oh,
it
one
would take
has
up a
like
lot of
definite
time.
copyright. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
True. This is kind of Junior's The Gathering right now, Grufik.
Shut up.
Junior's together.
It is though, true. Yeah, we could just do the Frog videos Friday with Freya.
Yeah, we could do it on Freya
Yeah.
Friday.
Freya
Freya
Friday.
Friday.
Oh, we should call it Freya Friday.
Freya Friday.
Also,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Strawberry Lore. Ah!
Oh my god!
I love Strawberry Lore.
Yeah, Friday is a good one.
Freya jump scare.
Well,
Freya,
it's
come back.
it's Freya Friday because this
Where the-
well specifically
Where did
this
you come
week.
from?
Freya
she-
keeps
she-
like
she popped
popping
up.
in, jump scaring.
Whoa! Jump scare.
Anyways, yeah,
Waiting
Freya.
for another- I'm waiting for a
Strawberry
Cap
Lore.
Cap
I
jump scare.
believe is there any
This is
audio
audio.
at all?
I think there is, but it's not. I don't think it should. I don't know. Just put it on.
Oh, it's ambient.
Yeah, there is.
it's like Undertale.
Oh yeah. Okay, play it. Restart it, bruh.
What do you mean restart it? I played it with the audio.
We've been talking over it.
Bruh. Who's that creepy looking?
It gave me
Fire
goosebumps.
strawberry
Get her out of here!
It
Get her
gave
out
me
of here!
goosebumps,
I rip
bro.
off
Oh
my shirt and there's the
God.
strawberry
Put her
tattoo on my
in
chest.
jail.
Oh
Weirdo.
yeah, go back to the end. The end is I believe it is it's Comet, Freya, Violawil, Casimir, and Celestine from left to right.
Right? Yeah. Oh yeah.
Celestine is probably the least known. That's
Who's that?
That's yeah.
I'm crying like Celestine, yeah, that's Ruby's character.
Look at you.
That's
You look.
Strawberry's girlfriend's character.
Look at
And
that
there's
guy.
Cas. He's very short. I forgot I made him like 5'4".
Damn.
Oh my
But yeah,
God.
so it's
That's-
Comet, Freya, Violawil, Casimir, and
All right.
people didn't actually pick up on this, but she doesn't know Casimir's dead. Or she forgot, at
Oh.
least.
Oh,
Nobody
yeah.
picked up on it.
Hey, you know,
I was begging Freya to, like, notice. I think Strawberry was... Well, because in the last document, she was talking to his corpse and not realizing that he wasn't alive.
mm,
Oh.
It's okay, Lemon.
Scratching my head.
You're pretty tall. Trust.
Actually, Dementia SMP. It's always
it's
Dementia
always,
SMP.
always dementia SMP. Well, in this case, it's like programmed
Ruby,
dementia.
you didn't know what the
Dementia
audio
SMP
log...
first
Okay,
person.
whatever, you're fake. Let's move on.
Okay,
I
we've
got
got Ogle stuff.
Oh,
Good,
cool.
man.
Who wants to read Ogle stuff?
Why is this off-centered? Oh, because comments are on. That's why it's off-centered. Did someone comment on it or something? No.
Yeah.
You can put it on viewing mode.
There's that.
No, it's... You see where it says suggesting in the top left?
Oh,
From
so
right?
real.
That also works, yeah.
There we go.
I'm not
Mm.
suggesting. No, thank you.
Oval.
Oval.
Oval
Hey,
lore.
What, oval?
Coal lore.
Who wants,
Coal lore.
who
Okay.
wants to read Cole
Brother.
lore?
Okay. Well, I guess I
I can do it again if you want. I don't care.
It's fine. It's okay.
Alright.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm
Alright.
eating dinner.
That's all good.
Rose eating dinner.
Scattered. Not quite sure how many days it's been. Something around 2 years, maybe. Silence makes it hard to get around. Less sound waves bouncing around for me to pick up, but my own quiet yells are enough for now. Right, shit, I almost forgot the most important part. My name is Ogle Skullcalf, General of the Bloodhorns armies, and something very wrong has happened. I think I'm about 2 years and a handful, maybe 3 months, into whatever this is. Days were monotone with no one around. Used to be calming, but now I've only felt that eerie space around me. I'm beginning to think it was a mistake to pray to Divinitus for Arcana to be gone. I didn't think it would actually happen, and I certainly didn't think he would take the rest of the world with him. Except the damned wardens, of course. Found a library earlier today. One of the many we burned down for containing heretical texts. Of course, since we burned everything down, there's a severe lack in mental stimulation. Farming only provides so much stimuli, especially after 2 years of doing it. I was alone again in this damned world, no family. But again, I never had one. Curiously, one book survived, a book on Third Sight, the religion of Divinitus's origin. I followed his word, but I don't quite ever think he liked me. Maybe this being the only surviving book is some sort of sign from Divinitus. Page 53. Divinitus is the head of the House of Ocular Enlightenment. Okay, I'm aware of this information. I'd be a heretic if I didn't. Or if I wasn't. Among his tenets included seizing power for oneself, if worthy, from those who oppose you, challenging the status quo in the name of social change, and standing in defense of those who are unable to stand for themselves. That's not what we were taught. I remembered the way Arcana taught me to never question his words and teachings. Like back during secondary school, I made the mistake of asking why I was to study so incessantly, especially when I already knew the information. I can still remember how the blood felt along my arms. I can see why we burned these texts. Heretical. Divinitus would never stand for keeping those unable to fight around. It's inefficient and a waste of resources. True, I guess.
Peek.
Ogle lore moment.
Inefficient and a
Absolute
waste of
peak.
resources.
Different tabs. There's different tabs.
Oh, there's different tabs?
Oh.
It's
Shit.
different tabs.
I didn't even
I
I
forget
realize
forget
that.
that
Go back.
Glitch does
Go
that, bro.
back.
Why
Oh
do
my
you
God,
do
it's
that? There's 4 total tabs? Oh, yeah,
Tab
for
jump
real.
Oh
scare.
my god.
Me
Thank
when
God I was the one helping her. My bad. I'm so sorry. Helping her edit this.
I cannot sleep! Something happened in my dream. Something terrible. I think it's about midnight right now. I can only hear the wind rustling. And even then, I keep making noise to see what was around me. I can't sleep. If I sleep again, I'll see it. I don't want to see it, but I can't not keep my eyes open for much longer. It's getting harder to stay awake. I just need a little cheese. I'm awake now. I know what it was. It was a vision from the Divine One. I felt my hands. Today it was unusually noisy. almost as if it was a confirmation of what I saw. Okena lied. The bastard lied about it all. He didn't want me in the Divine One's favor. Well, now that backfired. How that backfired. The Divine One spoke to me. The book is true. It's all true. Where did I leave it? I need to read it all the way through. I have to know everything Okena lied about, everything he falsified to hurt me, every cautionary tale of the weak being put down like dogs, every myth of Divinitus spreading his power only amongst those at the top. I want to know it all. It was all a lie. The Divine Lord has smiled upon me while Okena distorted his beautiful visage into a twisted frown.
Bro, Taff, number 3 was there while Glitch was writing that, and I was like, yes, keep going, keep going. Like, I think you can see my past comments or something like that, but don't do it right now, because emails.
I'm not looking at those.
But bro, Glitch, like, she was going off.
Pop off.
Peak low. Let's go.
Oh, Bagel. Oh, he's not here.
Yeah, Bagel
I can-
diffed a little bit ago.
Yeah, I can do this one.
I didn't even hear that one.
Alright.
Control plus.
Big text. Okay, end of a chapter 1, G.4. I'm fake and I don't know which character this is.
Guess.
So. Oh,
Ross,
Gatsby.
respectfully,
First,
don't
I was
don't
like, he only has one character and it's Magos, but Magos doesn't start with a G.
Me
Okay, I'm not
when the new character Gagos.
True, Gagos, new character. Well, I forget that because Bagel has like 15 characters. Okay. Deepfall File 55, Operation Story Taker. Location, Hyrule Mountain. Commander, what do you mean you want to get a wish from God? Most of them that are even capable of doing that have joined up with Rain. Most, but not all. I know where one is at. Even though he's claimed to be neutral in this war, I know of a way that he can give us this wish. So you're just feeding his people to the wolves? I want Norak's arm as much as anyone else here, but this is not the way. Gabriel takes in the most refugees on this planet, and he doesn't even ask for payment. Do I hear traitorous sounds coming from you, Scout? No, Gunshot sound effect. I don't have Bagel here, but gunshot sound effect. Alright, men. Let that be an example to the rest of you. Follow my orders, and this war will end sooner rather than later. Now, let's begin Operation Story Taker. Oh, that's crazy, bro. I just took him out back and yellered him. I'm crying. No, Bagel is genuinely the reason we have a limit on characters, actually.
Bro, oh my god, Hyrule Mountain?
That's so funny.
Like a fucking, I don't know, Link
Legend
probably.
of Reference Zelda.
True. Oh yeah, the Sunny poems!
Oh yeah.
Oh my
This
god,
is your
I love
daughter.
this.
Will I read this or will someone else?
Okay, make Cameron do it, that's his daughter.
Alright, go on, Cam.
Come on, Cam.
Do you really love the lady? Give her the diamond if you actually like her. Miss Mira said when you love someone very much, you marry them. Go eat sand. Guess what? Chicken butt! Your newest, biggest enemy ever.
Oh, that was crazy. Wait, where's the full version? Because the full version was way funnier. Is it later?
No, this is
no,
this is the full version.
That one is the poem.
The poetry slam
what
is
you're thinking about is the
non-canon.
poem. The poem was
but
on
the-
screenshots, I think.
Oh, I was gonna say the poetry slam calls it like marshmallow or something. It calls
Well,
it
yeah,
like
no,
something-
she said that it would be canon if Sunny wasn't like 4.
Oh, true.
Shouldn't
If
have the-
Sunny was
shouldn't
like
have the, like-
more locked in. Casimir wrote it for her. don't worry, trust,
Look
trust.
at this. Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Oh,
Live reaction. A letter to the parents of Sunny, Cam, and Nyx. The parents of Sunny, Cam, and Nyx. Yeah, whatever. Commas be damned. Sunny is currently in my possession. If you or anyone affiliated with... Okay, well that's not really helpful. If you or anyone affiliated with you is to act against me or the house, I will not hesitate to eliminate her. This serves as an official warning. If you think I'm bluffing, just take a look at Balios. Whoa!
Ogle voted the biggest fake I don't give a fucker ever.
Meh, meh. This is
Like a
this is an
single
in
jam.
character meme. I'm actually I do like this.
No, actually, yeah. Live Cameron reaction.
Which Cameron?
Okay, don't Mpreg react it.
Damn.
Okay,
What?
CJ, you've got something that you cooked here. All right, so trigger warnings, blood, unsettling imagery, possible harm. Oh, possible copyright.
Possible copyright.
I checked it. It's not copyright because it was like fan made on TikTok.
Mm. Hell yeah. It's the menu theme
just
from,
checked
it's
out.
the menu
Absolute
music in Ultra
daddy.
Kill, but music box version. I fuck with that.
Yippee!
Bro,
Fire.
what is it? I just checked like a Sprite.
Absolute lamp. Absolute lamp.
Yippee!
After a moment of silence, the ghost scooped up the wings, cradling them again. Cradling them against his empty chest as if they were made of glass, and walked.
This is my friend. Can I read this one?
Oh yes,
Yeah.
you and Angel are cahoots.
Let's go.
Cookies.
Point up emoji.
Angel. Angel, if you're here. They were asking me to read this. Okay.
He's here.
Log 6. Azrael, I think. I think that fits. Maybe. Maybe I can show myself now. Just not go to anyone I used to know. I
See
miss
if I
him.
can
I
speak.
really do. Croy never failed to make me proud. Though I went back to that field. My wings were gone. I think he found them. It's really bad. I didn't want him to find them. I didn't know what to do with them, so I just left them. They weren't any use to me like that anyways. Not when they were all messed up and hadn't been taken care of in months. I have no idea how to take care of wings on my own. When we lived in Kurwan, Mom did it for me. After I came to Solace, I just didn't care for them until I met Elf Croy. And he surprisingly knew how to take care of wings. Or he learned it for me. I don't know which one. I kind of want him to know I'm alive, but at the same time, I don't. I think I'm gonna spend most of my time in this field. Maybe he will come back. I really hope so.
True.
Yippee!
Oh, Mika, you got some stuff.
Mika,
Oh,
Mika.
I'm not
Mika.
reading that one.
Mika.
Dante POV.
Alright. I can't read it.
Mhm.
Mika. Okay.
Let me pull this up. Nope, wrong doc. Just kidding, guys.
This
it's
one
one
is,
called
the
Return.
better one.
Alright.
Mhm.
Yeah, I got it.
You guys are gonna see. I'm gonna be laughing maliciously in the background. Don't mind me.
That's
Bro.
freaky. Alright, date 9/23/2497. I never thought that I would be as scared as I was when I lost my family. As scared as when I drove the ship out of my home. But as I sat here with Mira in the operating room, I felt if she died, I would lose everything. Like my heart would die and never be recovered. I had waited the whole day on the 22nd. I even made sure I brought her some watermelon since they hadn't been able to eat proper fruits in days. I waited and waited, but they didn't bring her back until the 23rd. Freya bought me some food that night. I was accompanied by Marcelo that morning.
We both waited silently for a response. Marcelo walked away for a moment when he got the response from Eleanor. It took several minutes, and he was finishing a phone call when he came back. I should have known something was wrong as soon as I saw his face. It was grim, nervous. His tone was sympathetic, but I stopped believing his words when he mentioned Mira's injury. I could see the guilt as he described the accident, as if that changed anything. He was the one who sent Mira to this cursed mission. He gave the approval that ended in her harm. Her fucking arm was missing. The bone in her arm was entirely gone. Only damaged flesh and muscle were the remains of her arm. Marcelo stayed back at the ship to check up on the other members of the mission. Eleanor did the same to get some sleep. She did look like a wreck when they came back. I didn't stay to yell at them, but I hope that team leader Eleanor saw what she did. I heard from Frog that they were with Feather. At least she was in better condition. A bandage rested on the inside of my arm, a bruise starting to form as if mocking me. My body felt weak from the drawn blood, but I forced myself to stay awake. I only lost a few ounces, but she had lost more. It was a miracle that she was alive on what little blood was left in her body, and if a needle meant she could be saved, I would have taken a million. The seats in front of the OR wing were filled by people from Arcturus and Riverside. That's insane, sorry. I'll accept that fake god and the two mercenaries. Sorry, I'm imagining a group of people like in the operating room because we don't have a viewing. Rando tried to lift up my spirits, but an annoyed glance made him back off. Lux brought me some food. I tried eating the sandwich, but I couldn't stomach more than a few bites. The sandwich rested inside the Tupperware next to my leg. Sad, useless, just like how I felt. I made the core, the one whose goal was to make a shield to protect the community we were a part of. And even then I wasn't strong enough to protect her. I had volunteered, but my lack of weapons training made me a last choice. Feather was picked instead, but I wasn't mad at her. I was mad that I let Mira go out there alone. Mad that I trusted that sorry excuse for a team leader to protect her. Mad that I let that egotistical jerk of a captain allow Mira to go there at all. I rubbed my temples, then ran both of my hands over my face before they rested on my nose. I felt wrong for being mad at them, but their dumbassery made even Sunny question their reasoning at the faction meeting. First Casimir, then Balios, now Mira. The idle chatter in the room turned to silence as three pairs of footsteps echoed through the hall. Speaking of the imbeciles, looks like they finally showed up. My immediate instinct was to lunge at the first one I could get my hands on, but I resisted the temptation. I didn't look up from my position, elbows resting on my legs and my hands to my face. I told myself to breathe, to stop shaking, to stop being scared. But how could I? The one person I wanted to spend the rest of my life with was barely alive because I trusted they could have protected her. I felt something being placed next to my seat, and my peripheral noticed Freya's shawl as she let go of the basket and retracted her hand. She stood over me, probably not knowing what to do. I didn't know much about Freya, but I knew that she was naive. She didn't know the cold feeling of dread, the feeling of being useless as the person you loved was on the brink of death, and yet being powerless to help. Her voice was soft, almost as if reminiscing a fond memory. I know Mira is important to you. She is to all of us. I couldn't look at her face. I already knew what expression rested on hers. Freya has always been kind to a fault. That used to be enough to trust her to keep Mira safe. But now I knew it was just childish. She has no idea what she's doing. Freya seemed to not know what to do when I didn't respond. I felt the air move as she took some steps back. I continued staring at the door, barely focused on the conversation as I pictured Mira being wheeled into the OR. Her face was her face was pale, skin cold to the touch, and she was barely responsive to the doctors. I'll be available if you need anything. I heard her walk to the other side of the hall. So much for being worried. Only if she could feel pain. I would love to know what her reaction would be. The most powerful in the universe, and yet so oblivious. A hero who doesn't understand our worries. Her voice grated on my nerves. Even now she can't grasp the seriousness of the situation. I wrung my hands together, restraining myself from straight up telling her how I feel. She didn't care, she didn't want to care. If only she could feel pain. If only... Calm down. Hurting them will not make anything better. Just endure a conversation with these dumbasses, and they will leave. They don't care about Mira. They just have to keep face. They have never cared about her working her ass off to keep this damn planet safe. They only cared about their own selfish goals. They won't protect her. They won't love her. I stared at the ground until a shadow covered me. Then a hand came onto my shoulder. It wasn't Eleanor's, it would be smaller. This one was rougher and firm. The captain. All I wanted to do was break it so we could feel a fraction of the pain Mira suffered. I took a long, deep inhale. The air entering my lungs made me feel as if I was breathing fire. My body wanted to let loose, to make sure that these bastards couldn't breathe anymore. I raked my hands over my hair, stopping at my nape and interlacing. Not out of stress, but as a last resort for me to not punch the asshole in front of me, who was probably drinking at home while Mira was fighting for her life. I'm crying. I'm sorry, Dante. I know this is hard for you. The gruff voice grated on my nerves, almost as if he was asking for me to punch his face. To leave so many bruises, the purple of his eye bags would be his last worry. I decided to remain silent. I couldn't afford to be in jail while Mira was here, struggling in the hospital. I glanced up. I tried not to frown, to not scowl. But I didn't try to hide my hatred. Lies are repugnant, and I will never stoop as low as them and to plaster a fake smile. I met Marcelo's eyes with my own, and I stared at him, really looked at him. I saw a captain, sure of his position, but underneath I saw what he truly was. A self-centered, hollow excuse of a man who never cared about anyone on this planet, not even Mira, who looked up to him. He failed her, just like how her father did. Jesus
Oh
Christ.
shit, why did they
Damn!
Damn.
He seemed taken aback by my expression, removing his hand from my shoulder. Good, I didn't want his germs on me. I continued staring at him, somewhat satisfied I could scare a man twice my age. Sure, he may have lived through a war or two, but I doubt he's lived through hell like I have. I doubt he had to lie every day to stay alive, to receive beating after beating to keep quiet, to have to sacrifice everything to save the ones you love. I know how you must be feeling, Dante, but she's going to be all right. Marcelo spoke calmly, as if he wasn't the same dumbass that allowed the other bitch to take Mira to the shithole. Jesus. His eyes searched mine as if to see if his words were working. They weren't. I let him take a step back, then two. I continued staring at him, trying to figure out how Mira was fooled into trusting him. I felt my ears buzz, the painful tightening of my jaw, thinking about how I could... No, she's not! I let my voice become louder, letting out an insignificant fraction of my anger. I heard people stepping away from me. I even heard others walking further away. I didn't know why until I felt a breeze hit my body. That was enough to make me aware, enough to try and calm down again. I exhaled slightly, taking in another breath as I looked over to the bitch who couldn't keep Mira safe. She needs multiple blood transfusions. It will be a miracle if she doesn't have any brain damage. I scanned both of their faces, waiting for something else other than their fake sympathy. But there was no response, not even an acknowledgement of their stupidity. Soul packed. The fuckers that have been spreading their lies, their message. How could I have been so dumb to think they were different? I stood up. I wasn't much taller than the captain, only about an inch in different maximum. But always carrying materials and equipment makes you gain some weight. Muscle wasn't my advantage. We seemed to be mostly even physically. Age, however, maybe I did have an advantage. Marcelo is Unk, confirmed. You said it was safe, that no extraordinary harm would come to her. I kept my eyes on the captain, and he kept his own on me. He was smart enough to not approach or to look away. I felt someone next to me, probably ready to intervene if things got violent. I could feel the entire room staring at me, but they didn't matter. I heard a whisper, someone urging the protector of this land to stop this, but I knew enough that she wouldn't. Or at least she wouldn't until I was done making Marcelo's face a pretty shade of blue. Even now, the oh-so-powerful Freya was standing to the side, not even willing to own up to her own mistakes. We kept staring at each other, his eyes wandering around the room. Probably searching for a way out. I clenched my fists, nails digging painfully into my palms, as I debated what part of his pretty face I could ruin first. The captain shifted his weight before raising his hands in a sign of peace. Let's calm down. Fighting won't solve anything, Dante. Are you happy? My question seemed to confuse the coward. I could see his thought process happen right in front of me. The way his eyebrows scrunched, probably searching for his way out of this, most likely another empty excuse. I took another step forward. My body begged to let go and make me feel make him feel a fraction of the pain Mira suffered, or maybe more. There was no way they could have known, and Eleanor risked her life to bring Mira back. My words were slow and deliberate, mocking the explanation he gave me earlier. Oh, I just did that wrong. A moment of silence enveloped the hall as I saw his eyebrow twitch, till he kept his hands up. Will that wake her up? Your little stamp of approval sealed her fate, Captain. I took another step before hearing a voice from my right. The team leader. We ran the scanners. They came back empty, she said. Maybe to defend herself, maybe to take the fall for her boss. Then how the fuck do you explain a whole species living in it? The room fell silent. Some were relieved that my attention wasn't on the false captain. Others were more worried now that I had my eyes on the Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree. Oh my god, this guy is so evil. On the Dollar Tree Barbie. She didn't do
I'm proud
she
of
didn't do
that one.
nothing, bro. She saved your girl.
Jeez.
That thing wasn't natural. It was designed to hunt the crew. We became its new targets when we stepped on board. Her eyes were glued to mine, but I could see her looking over at the door that separated us from the OR. Wait, they knew about these things? Someone in the crowd added. Of course they did. They will cover up anything, someone else chimed in. At least someone else here possessed a smidgen of brain cells. How the hell could I have known? I'm not a fucking psychic. She didn't seem bothered. Maybe she was, but she kept a good poker face. I glared at her. I swore I caught her looking away, but it was quick enough I believe it was some kind of guilt. Yeah, I hope she feels guilty. We ran the scanners, went in. Nothing but rats were in the ship. She took a step forward, challenging as she stated her story. How long did you stay after you saw those things? Did you sit around and get drunk while Mira was all alone? I took a step closer. She didn't back down. I could give her points for her backbone, but it was still dumb. She was alone there with those monsters. And you know you were not able to prevent it. Her eye twitched slightly, seemingly trying to hold herself back as if she was the one hurt. Mira was taken minutes after we accessed the camera systems. I chased the thing that took her. I can show you the footage. Her eyes never left mine. Not even making a move to start the fight. Both of us stared at each other in silence. It took me all my strength to make sure I didn't bash her head against the wall, to stop myself from ripping out her arm as if just to get some kind of justice. She sighed, almost defeated, turning to walk away before muttering, "At least you'll have a wedding and not a funeral." My hand smashed her head into the wall before I could process what I was doing. She slid lightly against the wall, holding her head as she turned to look at me using the wall as a support, hand pressed against her face. Her expression told me she wasn't expecting me to actually do that. Her jaw clenched, eyes empty as she threw a punch back, landed squarely on my nose and made me take a step back. Everything was blurry. I clutched my nose. When I pulled my hands back, there was blood. I let out a sharp exhale and charged at her. She dipped and kicked her leg out, tripping me. Oh, he's about to get his ass beat. I'm sorry. I grabbed her leg and yanked her to the ground. I don't know how many punches I landed or how many she got on me. My only thought was to make her feel as scared as Mira was, to make her feel the pain she gives to others. My hands were about to clasp around her neck when I felt a sting. I turned to see the doctor injecting something onto my neck. His arm kept me in place as I struggled to get him off. I tried to move, but every muscle weakened at once. He held me still as I fought the feeling of my own body relaxing against my will. I could remember the second I decided to protect her, before the anomaly, before all this hell. We were both back in the academy, barely 11 and not knowing what monsters were around us. She was different from everyone. Smart, decisive, with more energy than a child with unlimited sugar. My legs stopped responding to me, even as I urged them to move. We were just friends back then, but then we fell in love. Something I never regret. The world went to shit. We were kept together. I had to lie to her and even join the resistance to keep her safe, and I would do it again. I could hear the voices slowly become a buzz, quieter, like they were walking further away until I saw the blurry image of the lackey crouching in front of me. I could barely make out her silhouette, but the red streak in her hair made it obvious. Her voice came next. You think I don't know what she's going through? You think I don't feel terrible for letting her get hurt? I know I'm a fucking monster, but I'm not inhuman. I could feel my eyes slowly droop close, my arms falling to my sides. She was lying, just like everyone, to make herself feel better about failing. I will make sure these fuckers can never take advantage of her, of all the wrongdoings they decide to overlook, even if I have to sacrifice another planet for her.
Okay.
Fire lore.
Big
I
man,
believe
big man
Freya
got
did request
vitriol.
that we not curse. I think Freya did add to the rules not to curse as much in the documents.
She was the
Public
one to
service
help me.
announcement.
Freya went over
revise
this one, so
I'm crying. This is I'm crying. I'm sobbing.
I loved it.
This guy,
I love
damn,
that one.
Dante needs to chill the fuck out. He needs like
Bro.
he needs like
Valid.
Zoloft or something like that.
That's his
Jesus.
fucking fiance. That's
I
fucking
mean, yeah,
valid.
but
dude,
damn,
that's his
Dollar
like
Tree Barbie
that's
Bro,
is
his sugar
crazy.
bunny or something.
They have been
Shut up,
they have
Cameron.
been dating since they were like 11. So it's been what,
Yeah.
8 years?
11. Damn. I'm
God.
crying.
Don't chill out. We
Right.
need more
More
crash outs.
crash outs.
Sure.
Yeah, what I said, there's another thing. If you guys, this is why I say you guys need to ask lore helpers for help. This is what's Kath and Freya helping me a lot with this document, as you guys can tell. So please, help does make it better. It makes a difference.
True. Yeah, if you ever need
Right.
help with anything, you can ask any of the lore helpers.
We got
Or the
more. We got
junior
more
lore helpers.
angel lore.
Oh, yeah, CJ,
Can
you
I
want to
read
read this?
one as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure thing.
Thank
Oh.
you. My friend. Okay, just waiting for it to load. If it could faster. There we go. Okay. Thoughts of a lost soul. I tried to make this seem like he's grieving, but I've never really written grief very well, so I don't know how good it is. I'm sure it's pretty good, Angel. Don't worry about it. Right. Thoughts of a lost soul. They called me a monster. Told me I was just a soul. That I didn't have to be alive right now. My heart constantly longs for the love of my brother again. It's excruciating. Torment. My mind is filled with constant sorrow. Feels like I'm trapped in a world which I can't escape. The bitterness of my soul longing for the love I'll likely never have again strings at my body over and over again. Why did all of this ever happen? What if I hadn't ever died? It's my fault. I guarantee it is. It's my fault he died. I don't want to eat. 1, because I have no appetite, and 2, because I feel like I don't deserve that satisfaction. I didn't get to say goodbye. If only I had just stayed alive. If only I didn't let that happen. Maybe he wouldn't have just appeared from my life. Wish I had got to tell him I loved him once more before I died. I don't like watching the sun rise and set more because it reminds me of him too much, as I know I likely won't come in contact with him again. Onyx says this isn't healthy. Helena agrees with him. God, I don't need them constantly hovering over me. I said it's grief. What the hell would I need to grieve over? I said that to them. They said that I need to grieve over what I lost. I didn't lose shit other than my brother. But it's really only in the middle of the night when everything hurts because it feels like I have no one. That I really feel lonely and have no one to talk to. That I feel the need to hide away from everyone. Maybe I am a monster. Some creature who doesn't deserve attention or love or just anything in general. I think they're right. Maybe it's just the fact that I had no one left, but otherwise, I don't know. It's just feels like I have no one, and that everyone knows I'm a stupid monster. By now, Azrael was curled up into a ball and whispered to himself, I miss you, Croy. I hope you miss me too, he had said to himself quietly. While Azrael was talking bad about himself in the open area of that field, he didn't realize that something was nearby and listening and watching. Someone was there, and he hadn't yet realized. To be continued.
Will be continued.
To be
Find out next
gone
time in the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
That's
Next
a little
episode
too
of
accurate.
Smile
Oh, that's Steam.
SMP.
Whoops.
Oh, Lord.
Real. May want to turn
Yeah,
it down a little bit.
Absolute
Animation.
PK.
Looky.
Okay.
Let's start that.
Wood.
I beg your pardon?
Oh,
Ooh,
Spooky
nice.
Sorry.
eclipse.
Wait, was I muted? No, I wasn't.
No,
yeah,
you
wood.
said wood out loud, buddy.
You would now,
is.
would you? Would you?
Mika,
Hey,
Mika,
yo.
calm
really?
down.
Okay.
Mika.
No.
We need to
Calm
censor you, Mika.
down.
Uh-uh.
My God.
You need to
Uh-uh.
leave.
Censor beep.
You need to
Give
leave.
Mika one of those little censor beeps.
You need to leave.
Anyways, yeah, fire, Lucky, fire.
Whoa.
Fire emoji.
I'm lucky.
Oh, big thanks for the crying material. Oh, this is Mira's letter to the Moontouch Kingdom.
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
you should read it.
Or letters, I think.
It's still letters.
Mira read?
Sure.
Mirror read? Yay.
Dear Moontouch Kingdom, I apologize for my failure in protecting Velios. I also apologize that I will not be attending his funeral. Well, able to attend his funeral. As an apology, I have sent a team to build a sanctuary in an area of your choosing. Hope that will be a good enough apology and will serve as a memorial to Velios. I'm using Cam's stream, sorry.
Yeah, no.
If you need anything, please feel free to reach out to the Judicial Branch of Solace. May prosperity reach your kingdom. I will make sure that Velios receives justice. Mira Archer.
Next one.
This one is hidden in the Ecodome that was built for Velios. So, to Velios, even though we never met, and even though I wasn't able to protect you as the Judge of Solace, I will make sure that your executioner will be punished as deserved. Your people will be safe. I am sorry, Velios. May your ancestors welcome you to the eternal party in the afterlife. May your arrival be celebrated and may you rest in peace. I hope if you ever read this, I hope you can forgive me. Until I can meet you in the afterlife, I hope the sanctuary can protect some of the life you protected. Sincerely, Mira Archer.
Real.
I was gonna say Mir didn't do none of the shit for Casimir, but I think technically Statue Remembers is also in his name, so she
It's
did
also
in
in his
fact.
name.
She did in fact.
Oh, we got more Rotwood. Rotwood,
Why you
seriously,
think
stop.
why you think the statue is slaying Ross?
Rotwood mentioned up.
Who's reading this?
You guys can watch the faction meeting ones. Hold on, Frog said something in the chat.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Last video, feel bad saying no earlier, and you guys should be fine. So, wait, Frog, you mean to skip the local one and do the faction meeting video?
Yeah, just the
We can-
last, because Frog posted a couple videos this week, I think. So just do the
Yeah.
last one.
Just the
No,
last
the
be-
last one is the last one is the Oko video.
Is
Oh.
it?
I thought it was the faction meeting
Yes.
one.
No, it's not. The last one
Wait.
is the faction meeting.
No, faction meeting. Okay.
Faction meeting,
Anyways.
so we're just doing the last.
Rotwood.
You know what, Frog? You're also bald. You're a frog. You cannot say anything.
I'm crying.
Oh, dude, come on. I don't think Frog is. I don't think anyone's bald unless
Don't
they are
bald
bald.
shame.
I mean, Waters technically doesn't have the capacity for hair, so is Waters
Lock
bald?
in.
Look in.
Fine, I'll read
Okay.
it. Number 2, unanticipated competition. Hello again, I think. As to who am I speaking to? I don't know. Maybe I'm just losing my mind. I had to disengage from a fight an hour ago or so. Honestly, I didn't think it'd play out this way, but I was proven otherwise. strange creature of sorts managed to put up as a formidable opponent in a fight that I didn't expect to be so difficult. It reminded me of some of the wildlife that I've seen on Solace. If that's what this place is called. Almost human, but not quite. More like a goat. Something like that. The legs of an animal, curled horns, like a beast. And intentions of killing them. Quick hunt to gather some more food. Maybe even a hide like taxidermy from back at home. It's not like it's wrong to kill things that look human, right? Right? Forget about that. That foul thing blemished my face with a horrifically large scar. To the point that I thought I was blinded. But I know damn well that they aren't sitting easy either. Not with the damage that I inflicted onto them during that tussle. If I didn't run off like that, I would have had it. I know I would have, surely. I know that they bled. I know that they're wounded. They're vulnerable. I can't just risk the fight. Not right now. That lucky son of an animal did quite the number on me, though, I admit it. If I see them again, I'll be prepared. Hopefully it's just not at those petty meetings that the locals have. I couldn't dare to risk anything that drastic. I'd better hit the hay. Job's done.
This Rotwood guy is interesting.
Is bro seriously sword fighting Lucky?
Bros are fighting
Crazy.
Lucky.
Lucky didn't do nothing, bro.
Lucky's just vibing.
Mira, we're not doing this.
What the fuck, man? Mira, Mika,
Mika.
Big unk moment.
Mika, whatever.
Wow.
Same thing.
I mean, I did put them very similarly, so I could,
Oh,
understand.
more waters.
That you
Better
guys
than
bring.
Cameron,
garden.
whose character's name is just Cameron.
My character's me if different. If he locked in,
Actually,
if
just
I
you,
locked
if you
in
were
and was
Cameron-
Tony Stark.
This is self-insert, but
Do you want me to do this one?
Tony Stark.
It's a good self-insert though. I don't know who wants to do this one. Does anyone want to do this one? If you don't, then I will.
I can do it.
Going once, going twice, going Ross.
True. All right. A leak in the irrigation system. Water stands leaning against the door of a furnitureless lobby, keeping it propped open as he looks outside. There's a tool belt on his waist and smudges of grease on his gloves. The energy that hangs in the air around him is that of an engineer interrupted mid-frantic task, but he's paused still, staring out at the figure of light as she stands on the dock at the main entrance of the SUNC facility. There are differences in the way she looks today in comparison to the way she looked mere days before, things he can pinpoint immediately. Most notably, she looks older. Now, he can say with reasonable certainty that he is wildly unfamiliar with the rate of aging of species outside of the 312th sector. But this is off, right? There's no way this is biologically normal. Is this what it would be like to see my son again after all the time has passed? A man aged by simple words waves the thought away with the sound of a throat clearing, his head dropping and a dull thud ringing out as it lands into the palm of his hand. Light, he speaks in a slow but strained tone. Light, like an old man voice. The ocean waves and settles to a lull in the space the silence leaves between his words, but the world itself holds its breath in brace of what would come follow them. Do not tell me this is a consequence of the transformation and healing performed at the tornado impact site. Light raises her hands in a placating gesture almost immediately upon hearing that implication, having spent that one day before this all trying to convince Waters that no harm that came to that expedition was his fault. It is the very opposite of what she would want him to think. It is against her nature to let him believe that, even for a second. No, not at all. She began to explain quickly. But the answer is difficult to formulate when speaking in a rush. Waters raises his gaze, two dark eyes meeting another for the first time. In quick succession, the wind sweeps back up and past them to stir the waves back to life. Somehow it gives pause in its presence, a second to breathe and regather where before it held in a suffocating grasp. I was making a memorial for Balios. Waters shifts the weight on his feet, the door he leans against creaking as it is given that small opening to try and snap its jaw closed, just to be thwarted by his shoulder once more. That subtle movement is the only indication of shock that he lets slip.
It's not that he forgot about the death or the funeral. He did not. Culturally, there is just a difference between them that is vast enough that it gives him pause every time. The very idea of memorializing the fallen in a way that takes away from the life of the living prevents or takes time away from the work they could continue to do. It could be outlawed, though it isn't. It was more of an unspoken rule in his society. Compared to this planet, they never spoke about anything, really. Oh, he lets out simply, dropping his head and crossing his arms over his chest. Yes, the funeral is coming up, isn't it? It would be the second funeral he has attended in his over 2 months of being on Solace, and he does intend to attend it. The first time he never really knew of the person he went to help send off, despite living in a relatively close vicinity. Casimir mentioned? This time, he kind of knew them, and that will likely continue to become more and more of a constant. That is the very nature of the world that he is coming to expect here. The risk he runs with the more he interacts, the more likely it is he'll eventually know someone closely when they die. What would be expected of him then? Speech? Waters lets out a sigh and shakes his head, the water in his tank sloshing quietly with emotion. The shoulder he kept braced against the copper door lifts from the surface, a hand coming up to stop it instead, with his motions leaning towards stepping back into the facility. I shouldn't have sent that message so soon. You need rest and time to... No, wait. Light's hand suddenly shoots up and braces on the door not far from his own, not pressing against it as heavily as his own, but enough to stop his motions, to move away, to retreat. It surprises him. It surprises her. I can do this now. Let me do this now. She takes the space to say, taking her hand back off of the door and holding it to her chest. And he considers it, letting the birds that soar across the ocean fill the silence with their calls for just that moment. Letting his mind wander to the silence that fills the lab when he's working alone, and the moments when it's filled with conversation. It wouldn't hurt anyone. Doesn't require excess energy or work. It can be peaceful. There can be rest here. All right, he mutters out slowly, pushing the door away from him to give her the space to enter. Though I should let you know, I am in the middle of a reconstruction on the submarine bay. I won't be able to keep you company for an undetermined amount of time while I finish my work. Light lets her eyes trail along the horizon for a moment, the sun cresting just above the waves and painting the sky in brilliant hues of pink and orange. Then she gently moves past the space he made for her into the shadows of the underwater facility, soon to descend into depths below the light of dawn, somewhere so far outside of its reach. Yet also, somewhere within these depths is a garden with an irrigation system and a large, beautiful tree. A place that is cared for and will be cared for in turn. I'll be fine, Light says with assuredness. Waters nods and steps away from the copper door, rolling his sleeves up as he lets it shut on its own. It is only when the light is cut from its entry point. It is only when the light is cut off from its entry point through it that a black bolt is visible, for only a moment. An inky frame hanging like a halo in the air behind him. It shimmers with colors indistinct from one another, and then it snaps to a single shade of blue, like a predator's eyes suddenly catching yours through the fog, reflecting back. Will you? He raises his head. Will you? He raises his head, looking away from his partially rolled up sleeve in confusion at the sudden question. Light is paused at the start of the staircase, waiting for him, as she would need his help to find the way back to the greenhouse. They had only been down the path one time before. I'm sorry? He questions, dropping his arms and relenting to let the sleeves fall wherever they decided to. There's an almost imperceptible change in the atmosphere. Where, 1 second ago, it was warm enough that Waters could roll his sleeves, now a growing cold seeps into every corner. This pod in particular is hooked up to the core system that pumps cold air throughout the facility to make certain spaces that are accessible to the public not as suffocatingly hot to the citizens of this world. It is not odd for the space to grow cold, it is meant to be, but it's change that adds an impact to add to existing nerves. I didn't say anything, Light replies steadily, with an expression of concern spreading across her features. Waters falls silent. The words process through his mind slowly. How long has he been working today? Did he take a break? Rest at any point? When did he wake up? What time is it? Let me walk you to the greenhouse, he mutters out instead of asking anything or continuing that line of thought. For that moment, Light lets him guide her through the space, lets him keep his silence, though his steps are heavy with the weight of something he refuses to speak about. Eventually, she starts to speak about her plans for the garden, and he listens with a growing interest. He asks questions about flower combinations, and she answers. They talk about color theory, of all things, in the darkened hallways of the lower levels of the facility. They part, only to rejoin after Waters has earned a few more mechanical stains to his clothes, and Light has earned some smudges of dirt on her own. They sit, they talk, and then, after some time, they part once more. Now alone, Waters gathers his tools and materials from the finished submarine bay, takes them up to the elevator to the museum. He keeps working, even as the day falls to a close. He has to. It's the only way to... Ooh, spooky redaction.
The only way to.
And now write
we wanna
51
reveal
essays
it?
in the span of 6 months.
Cam, do you want to reveal the reaction or not?
Cheat!
Cheat.
No. Waters is right here. We're not supposed to do that.
Oh.
Well, I feel like if
Water.
they
But
really
even
didn't
if
want you to
even
see
if
what it was, they
Waters
would just put
was not
black.
here, then we
Wait, hold
shouldn't
on,
do
Water's
that.
typing.
That's like
Don't worry, it's fun.
it's fun.
Rosa, don't worry, it's fun. Yeah,
Cheating,
if they
guys,
really
no
didn't want
cheating.
us to know something, they would just put black boxes and not actually put text.
Only way
Yeah.
to ignore
Cheating, guys.
Ignore.
it. Ignore
Ignore.
it. Ignore
Ignore. It.
Ignore
It.
it.
Oh.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Very ominous, huh?
Shiver
no.
me timbers.
Chat.
Yeah, for real,
This
shiver
is
me
staff led.
timbers.
This is staff
Chat,
led
chat.
Lord Tuesday. This is staff led
I
Lord
opened
Tuesday
Steam
right
again.
here, bro.
No, I'm killing Steam. Steam's
Stop
you
dead.
expect,
Should
opening
start
guys?
playing Pizza
Steam.
Tower or something.
No, I'm not playing Pizza Tower right now.
We have no time for Pizza Tower.
We have not time for Pizza Tower. We haven't even gotten halfway through this shit.
Oh.
Oh my god. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning.
Alright, lock in, guys.
Looking.
We need to go.
Okay. I'll read it.
Foolish encounter.
I'll read it.
Okay.
Another day, another encounter with someone. Something? I'm not sure what it was, but it was dangerous. That thing could have ripped my arm off if I was. Hold up. I'm blind. My arm off if I didn't have my scythe on me. Thank you. I was busy dealing with my flowers. Oh yeah, I've taken up gardening. Calms my stress a bit. You can zoom out, don't worry.
Okay.
Anyways, I was thank you. Anyways, I was doing this when my ears caught a rustle right before this beast came jumping at me. I've never seen such a creature before, but man, I'd like to run into it again sometime. I'm left with, well, call it damage-ridden arm. Might be broken, but with some time it should heal just fine. Maybe the hospital? Then maybe the hospital would have some extra supplies. Enough with my babbling. I was attacked and this thing is definitely new around here. Around here. Half of me hopes that it doesn't come back, but maybe I can get it to talk if it does.
Okay,
Looked like
so I
something
was
like this.
correct. For some reason, Lucky
It
and
was Lucky.
a freak for
Lucky
real.
and
Lucky.
Rotwood decided to have a scrap.
Freaky Rotwood.
Don't worry, Lucky. I am very, very sight reading.
Ooh, ooh,
Oh my god,
ooh,
me.
Oh my god. Ooh, ooh.
ooh.
I'm gonna be the reason why this stream is so long, bro. I didn't know a lot of writing.
How long is this one? Well, it's only like 4 pages.
4 pages. Mine was 6. Don't worry, you're fine.
Yeah, this one's 4 pages,
Yeah.
and then the next one's like it's like 8.
Oh yeah.
Brother, you're gonna
Okay,
put
you want me to read the Casimir lines?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll read this. You read Casimir lines.
Story.
Casimir.
Yep.
Cam whispers, so as to not agitate his growing headache. Can you track her?
Maybe?
Casimir answers, eyeing the letter between Cam's fingers. His grip is so strong he's tearing the parchment.
I've never been able to track anyone besides you. Granted, you were the last person I saw before I died.
Can you please just try?
Those are all of Casimir's lines, by the way.
Oh, those are all Cam's lines? Or all Casimir's lines?
Yeah, he doesn't
Oh.
talk much in this one.
Okay, that's fine. Casimir closes his eyes, concentrating. When he opens them, he's returned to the realm in between reality and the afterlife. A realm he doesn't quite know what to call. Limbo, perhaps? Cameron's soul shines. A bright teal color. Color of calm, of healing, of serenity. Ironically, all of the things Cam is not. Casimir can also sense the souls of other people nearby, but they blend in with one another. He's had no reason to care about them before. Sunny's soul, he imagines it must be yellow, but he's never seen it before. No, he has seen it before, when he was watching over her at the house's ball. For a split second, before he entered the living realm, he could see it. A bright golden yellow, the color of happiness, the color of danger. Casimir doesn't have any real experience tracking souls. He's always been able to appear wherever Cam is, as if he were Casimir's beacon to the living world. What if he were to create a new beacon? Another soul he can tether himself to. He spent plenty of time around Sunny, nearly more time than he had spent with Cam before his death. If he concentrates, he can picture her smile, innocent, pure, and there it is. There she is, distant but within Casimir's reach. If he can just picture where she is, out in the middle of nowhere, he can project himself there. As the world around him begins to warp and shift, he can hear a voice fading in, a voice he recognizes all too well. It's Okul. As the forest begins to appear around him, Okul's soul, too, comes into view. It's black and warped. The energy around it causes Casimir's nose to scrunch up. He's sure it's only his perspective, but when he looks at her, all he can see is evil. There's something else there, underneath all the gunk, but as Casimir enters the living realm, he doesn't quite catch it. When he materializes, he breathes a sigh of relief. There's no torture chamber or weaponry, or anything particularly malicious. Just a campfire, surrounded by sticks and what might be some sort of Salacian treat that Casimir doesn't really recognize. Chocolate, crackers of some kind, and weird gelatinous cubes. #s'mores. Sunny looks happy. She's smiling and rambling on to Okul, who surprisingly listens intently, even leaning in towards Sunny. They seem almost normal in this specific context, which is strange considering they publicly executed a man not even a week ago. Casimir circles the campfire, tracing his claws just above the flames. At first they flicker, but as he extends his wrists and releases his magic, the fire roars to life. It seems that his pyromancy extends in the afterlife, if only slightly. Okul flinches back a bit when the flames suddenly rise, but Sunny is unbothered, continuing with whatever it is she was just talking about. Spirit comes to a stop behind Okul, mustering just enough energy to reveal himself. Sunny doesn't notice him at first, but when she looks up from behind the marshmallow she's toasting, she notices him standing behind Okul. "Hi, Dad number 3! She greets him briefly, before continuing her story. Okul straightens her posture, whipping around to see. Did I say posture? Posture? Whatever. Whipping around to see. Nothing. There's nobody behind her. Sunny, Okul begins cautiously. Was there somebody behind me just now? Sunny tilts her head. Oh, that's just my papa's dead best friend. Okul pauses. Your papa? Oh, Cam. I wasn't aware he had any best friends, especially not invisible ones. He's not invisible. Giggling, Sunny puts her marshmallow directly into the fire, lighting it. He's a ghost. Duh. The gears begin to turn in Okul's head. There's no way she's talking about. But who else could it be? Why would he be here instead of rotting in the ground? Don't tell her that there are more annoying spirits floating around Solace. A gust of wind blows behind her, and she twists once more, still met with nothing but the darkness around her. She wasn't on edge before, she was now. Don't be scared, Miss Okul, Sunny says, offering Okul a thoroughly burnt marshmallow. He's pretty friendly. He likes to prank people sometimes, mostly my dad, because it's kind of funny when he gets mad. His face gets all red like a tomato. Okul declines the marshmallow, instead reaching for a new one from her bag, When she does, the bag falls on its side, marshmallows spilling onto the ground. Opal frowns, disappointed. Well, she continues, forcing a smile, seems like he's enjoying the bonfire as well. As if on cue, the fire rages, swirling around them as if it were a tornado. Sunny watches in awe, clapping her hands in glee as the flames dance and begin to surround Okal. The woman jumps to her feet, stepping backwards only to become further ensnared by fire. She chuckles. Is this seriously your attempt to scare me? Ha! It'll take a little more than pyrotechnics to get a reaction out of me. As the fire begins to surround her, kicking up leaves and pine straw, Okal can almost see a face through the smoke. Wide, expressionless eyes, pale skin, bloody skin, rotted through to flesh and bone. Oh, do a rabbit! Sunny requests, bouncing up and down. The flames flow like water, tracing the crude image of rabbit ears above Okal's head. 6 out of 10. The flames seem to dissipate, embers falling to the forest floor. Then suddenly walls of fire emerge from the ground, surrounding both Okal and Sunny. Okal hops backwards to avoid getting her clothes burnt, while Sunny continues to kick her legs gleefully, the flame walls splitting exactly where she sat. She even reaches out a fresh marshmallow to the flame. When the walls fall, Okal is left with a singed cloak, and Sunny's marshmallow is perfectly toasted. She pouts. Apparently she prefers it burnt. A moment passes, with no more wind or fire or ghoulish faces. Okal breathes a sigh of relief before reaching for her lighter to rekindle her campfire. But when she lights it, the ground is illuminated, and she realizes the ground has been torched in long, streaking motions, almost like letters. She takes a step backward to observe it, her expression hardened. A message burnt into the grass. I am always watching.
I forgot Okal was blind. My bad.
Peak.
I mean,
Yeah.
Okal's just good like that.
I think.
she just
Okay, so
she got that daredevil.
Yeah.
I think kind of like a loophole that I remember some people talking about is that you can hear a lot of stuff, or like even when you clap, it's like a location, so she can tell that
Yeah.
there's like specific dents into
Yeah,
it.
That's
Glitch approved it, so it's
well,
fine.
that's what Glitch and I talked about a bit, is that basically we could just like say, oh yeah, Okal's got the daredevil vision, which
Yeah,
The
Daredevil.
well, like, hold on, yeah, like this, where you can't really make out details, but you can make out shapes.
I just looks like Flawless from Webtoon. You guys don't know that Webtoon?
Not
Oh,
really, but
Webtoon.
like the idea is
I
like
do.
you see the
Yeah, Violence is just Flawless, right?
outlines.
It is.
Right.
Next one.
We're getting there. We don't have that much.
Violence the Clown has an image of blurriness.
Oh, I can't.
There's a
I was
Minecraft.
looking
There's
for
there's a
that.
bed,
Fuck.
chests, fireplace.
Ugh.
What's this on the ground?
I haven't found
Is that blood?
Sure.
Ugh.
it.
Mm.
Oh my god.
Freaky.
Oh my
Ooh.
god.
Is that a
Shout out to
fucking-
Waters. Shout out to Waters for editing that picture for me, by the way.
Real.
Yeah, whatever.
Screenshots from the funeral.
I'm doing chemistry while we're doing this, by the way.
Oh, nice invisibility. You're the one with that shield.
Funeral moment.
Yeah. That's
Okay,
kind of
Cam
like
spotted in the to the right.
Guess can you guess who I'm staring at intently?
Nope.
Okal's right there, right
I
out
tried
of
to
frame.
get her.
Oh yeah, I
I tried
forgot
to
she
get her
was
in the
there.
photo, but yeah, I tried
Mad
to
as
get her in the
hell.
photo, but she kept fucking moving.
Yeah,
I still need to
the tree,
upload that preplay file, all flashback file.
then another.
I tried to get a
perspective
picture
of
of like a light standing up on the top and then everyone surrounding, but then she started moving, so I was like, okay, fuck it.
Fair enough.
Fuck it, we ball.
Ooh, more
Ooh,
Angel.
Live, guys.
Yes, I get to hold on. I have to text them. I forgot. They're probably not gonna see it. Bollocks. Okay.
And that's
sorry.
a solid plus NA. That's positive charge. I'm not lying. Right, I'm actually doing chemistry.
Just spamming them.
Why are you
Okay.
doing chemistry?
Alright.
because I like chemistry and I have a class.
Chemistry is stinky.
I know, but I have to do it.
I liked physics more,
Okay.
but that's because my chemistry teacher sucked.
Oh yeah.
My chemistry
like
teacher was
science.
great, actually.
I'm actually no one
Actually,
cares.
I love
actually, the
Sorry,
formula
I'm good at
is this,
chemistry,
that,
bro.
and
Sorry, I
this.
got excellence in chemistry 1 in my class. I got a
Well,
whole
you had a
certificate.
good teacher and I didn't, so shut up.
Should have been more
Well,
locked in.
science is where I peak.
Science is where you
Okay.
what?
Right.
Science is where I peak.
Cool. All right. Luck in time.
Okay. Lock in.
Wow.
Alright. So, Angel Lore. I went to the funeral of someone named Balios. I didn't know them well, but they seemed like a good person and a very brave one nonetheless. Paid my respects as I usually would, and I'll likely leave a letter for the Moon Touch Kingdom as a way of sending my condolences. What Okul did was wrong. Very, very wrong. She had no right to show up to the funeral, in my opinion. I hope the friends and family of Baldios are doing well. Death is difficult to process, and I'd like to offer them my assistance if need be. Azrael or Angel.
Yeah.
Eek.
Lots of funeral ones coming here. Oh, we got one about the poetry slam.
Oh my god, please have Sunny's on there because it's so funny.
Oh, this is from the poetry slam. This is like
Oh, this is just Truffles.
I
Okay.
think. That's
Truffle. A small
I just
booklet.
Freya Slander edited.
What?
It's just Freya Slander, turns out.
Oh, is it just just Freya slander?
Freya Slander, yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
A small booklet found outside of the main tent in Joker's Corner, near the back exit. It's soggy, drenched by the rain. A few edges of the pages have been warped by the rain, but the words remain mostly intact thanks to the hard leather cover. Piece 1. One tree within a forest, wilting away, leaves falling, dried. A barren wasteland, neglected, in desperate need of rainfall, of which it has been denied. A single spark, not seen in the bright, ever-burning sunlight. Fire spreads with intent to destroy. When the flame takes its first tree, nothing happens. No one speaks up. Only several more become a light. Only when the burning threatens all. Only when it is much too late. Does anyone speak up? The rainwater doesn't come. The whole forest may burn. Yet the rainwater will not come. The rainwater is ignorant. The rainwater sees the light of fire. What the rainwater doesn't see is the cut clear was she can't help. Ways. The cut clear ways she can help. The clear-cut way to put out the fire. The clear-cut way to heal the trees who have broken branches. The clear-cut way to honor the fallen trees. The clear-cut way to prevent any more sparks. Sparks that have grown into something bigger, too big for the rainwater to put out. But that's okay. Rainwater will never come anyways. That is it?
Slandering Freya is crazy.
Nah, bro, keep her humble. Keep her humble.
Sit down.
Do that. Do that to that
Be
one.
humble.
Ooh. Alright,
Egg, can you get out of the
hospital.
way?
Oh my god. It's
Badass.
mine. Oh my god.
Egg.
Your
Hold up, let me
your
op-
son.
My fat chud son is making an appearance.
Hold up,
Oh my
guys.
God.
I'm opening Lord Tuesday and getting my own thing on my computer. Don't worry.
Hospital.
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 Hospital. No, I don't want to comment.
Excuse me.
Alright, thank you.
No comments to be had.
Alright, dates 9/27. Time 1:45 a.m. The past few days have been a blur. Lights, surgeries, and blood infusions. I couldn't speak, I couldn't scream, I couldn't cry. I couldn't tell them I was cold. All I could feel was cold. Not the cold that I felt when I waited for my parents at the Capitol. Not the cold of the cell when Lance killed the robots. The innocent robots that believed they were my family. No. Blah blah blah. Not the cold when Dante and I were the only ones who escaped Malron. Not the cold that I felt as I saw the remains of my planet wander in space. No, that cold was something I was used to. The cold feeling of mourning that has haunted my life ever since the vanishing. This cold was not new, but it was stronger. The feeling of being powerless. The way I was powerless to help Casimir, Velius, my arm. I was weak for not being able to escape. Stupid for letting myself be captured. The hospital room the hospital room I was staying in was bleak. No windows to the outside. Brenda and Nix had both visited today, and they told me about the news of Okul holding Sunny hostage. Okul. I should have been stronger. I should have killed her like how my gut told me to. Now she had Sunny under her grip. I did not trust Okul to even keep her properly fed or clothed. Nix had explained to me how artificial prosthetics work. Dante notified Nix that he had talked with Magos, and they're making me a new arm already. Nix had glanced at me, a glance that I knew well enough to tell me he wanted to help. My surgery to attach the artificial back muscles will happen tomorrow, along with attaching the nerves to the base of the prosthetic. They left after a few hours. It should be 9 now, right now if the clock next to my bed was synced correctly. Dante was sleeping on the couch. Magos said that he has been by my side ever since the ship landed. I stood up, my feet wobbling a bit as I still had to recover from bloodless. Thankfully, Dante and I were both blood matches. In any other case, I wouldn't have been able to survive. I only wanted to hug him, for him to help me. I only wanted his warmth. My steps were weak, almost stumbling when I hit my toe on the bed. I instinctively wanted to use my left arm, but when I reached, nothing happened. Oh, right, I forgot. My eyes instinctively looked at my now missing shoulder. The bandages were almost soaked through. I would need to wait for Magos to come and change them. I could still picture the blood, the way I could feel my muscles not respond to me. Now I was weak to escape. I didn't know when, but I felt a hand on my good shoulder, guiding me back to the bed. I looked up and I saw his familiar mismatched eyes, the frown of worry I've become so accustomed to through our years together. Don't be walking, okay? His voice was soft, almost as if comforting a hurt cat. He was clearly nervous. I hadn't moved for days, and he probably woke up to me standing up. I felt the slight shaking on his arm, the way he held me by the waist, and being gentle when he grazed my missing shoulder. He sat next to me, then he gently pulled me into his lap, making sure my IV tubes weren't being obstructed. He was silent, raking his hand through my hair as the same way he always did ever since he could pick me up. I leaned my hand onto his shoulder, snaking my remaining arm around his waist. He was always worrying, always making sure I was safe. I was always here. I'm sorry. My voice was more hoarse than I would have liked, as if I were breaking. Maybe I was, but I needed to be better, stronger, wiser. I only regretted that he was being hurt because I was weak. My arm tightened up around his back, and I could hear his breathing slowly starting to shake up more and more. I looked up and saw his perfect, beautiful eyes glisten with tears, his grip on me becoming more stiff but not hard. Don't apologize. His voice was even as he kissed my forehead. You're alive. Only focus on getting better. He buried his face in my hair, and I could feel his warm breathing on my scalp. I remained I remained with my head leaning against his chest. His heartbeat has always been calming. It reminded me he was real, not like the machine Lance made. He was here, and he's the only one who hasn't left. I leaned back, forcing him to loosen his grip as I moved my right arm to wipe his tears. I smiled softly as he leaned into my hand. I'm sorry. I didn't know I couldn't apologize sooner. His eyes filled with relief. Maybe because I hadn't talked in days. Maybe because we were not used to being apart. I will have to ask him later. We remained silent for a few minutes, just looking at each other. I realized that we were real. I slowly moved his arm from my waist to where my missing shoulder used to be. He looked conflicted, afraid to hurt me, but I knew he would be the last person to ever do that. He is the only one I can rely on this world, and we both needed to accept this. I placed his palm on the area where the young used to rest. I let his hand rest there as I moved my right arm to hug him again. His touch was soft, mainly tracing the bandages until he started tracing the bumps of the muscles, of the metal insertions Magos placed in preparation of the prosthetic. I continued hugging him as he kept tracing. A tear landed on my cheek as I heard him take a shakingly slow breath. His breathing was still even. He was still grounding himself. I felt tears come forth when I heard his voice mumble a string of apologies, hugging his body tighter. I couldn't cry when I lost my arm, when I lost my planet. It was traumatizing, more traumatizing than I would have liked, what I would have wanted to admit. But I will never be able to cry harder for that than when I felt my heart breaking with his apologies. So what do we think, chat?
Wav. Whoa, Wav.
Ugh,
Absolute.
gross.
Bro.
Kidding.
Shut up.
I mean, they're sweeter. They're sweet. Yeah.
Yay.
The rats
Fair enough,
dance.
Smith.
The rats.
The rats.
Some very welcome fun. The
Some
rats.
goof. The rats mentioned.
Shut up.
Only Cameron gets that. Leave it alone.
Oh, Freya.
Freya alert.
Freya.
Do we read this one on stream?
Does Freya want to read her thing?
Yeah, that's what I'm
not sure.
wondering.
Let me go look up.
Someone message Freya.
She's not in.
Unless I
Yeah,
wanna go
I'll
bother her.
ping her.
Hold up, guys. We
Someone
need to summon
message
Freya.
Freya.
Everybody message Freya at the same time.
Ask her. Would you like to read your lore?
Hold up. No, that's Kath. I almost did.
I added her.
Yeah, don't
I
ask
pinged her.
Kath if she wants to read
Kath,
Freya's
you
lore.
will
I don't.
read Freya's lore for her. It'd be funny, trust.
Oh yeah, for context, for those people who cannot see, we're just messaging Freya. That's all that you guys need. You wanna read it, Freya?
We don't mean it right now. Friday.
No, yeah. Do you want to read it on
Let's
Freya
leave
Friday?
it for Friday. Freya,
That's
do you
fine.
Oh,
want
I
us
was
to
thinking
leave
you
it
guys
for
could read it
Friday?
now.
No. We meant like, do we want to leave it for
leave
Freya
it for
Friday?
No, read it now.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to read it?
Okay.
No, you guys can read it.
Alright.
You
Yeah,
would
bye.
not
she
believe your
she left.
eyes.
Goodbye
If
forever, Freya.
Freya
Bye.
flies. Freya, 10
Freya
million
flies.
Freya flies.
Guys.
Oh my god.
You would not believe your eyes of 10 billion years in the time bubble.
Oh my god! You would not believe your eyes when
Alright,
10 million Marcello-shaped guys
Freya,
come
I'm doing
barreling at you
chemistry
in
while
various
listening to
cars.
Oh my god.
She just keeps popping in.
Because we keep saying funny shit. Anyways. Who's reading this one?
Rock, paper,
I'll
scissors.
read it.
Oh, okay.
I can read it.
Yeah.
It keeps me awake. If it will load for
Go
me.
to sleep, Mrs.
Fuck it,
Go to
CJ!
CJ!
CJ, I will ban you from this VC if you don't go to sleep soon.
Banned from the server.
Oh my
No,
gosh, no way!
No, Freya.
Banned if I don't go to bed.
No,
Demoted.
listen to
All
me.
you gotta do is just
Listen to me.
lock in, CJ. All you gotta do is just lock in.
CJ,
No,
just
no,
like
no,
him,
guys,
just like
actually,
Oh my god.
guys, can you actually listen to me? I promised Angel I would read their thing. I need to stay until then, and then I'll go to bed. I promise that. I promise that.
Skip to that real quick.
Oh,
Don't
okay,
ban
hold
me.
up.
It won't fucking load, you son of a bitch.
Oh, it's so far
Okay.
down.
Far down.
It's so far down.
It's so far down.
No, I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
No.
I'll be
Oh,
fine.
We're skipping to it.
I'll be fine.
Oh,
Freya,
wait, hold
go
Let's just
on.
lock in,
away.
guys.
Just
Let's
go
lock
back
in.
to whatever you're doing.
You can
Yeah,
literally
it's
just
fine.
skip down and read
No,
that earlier. You don't have to read it in order.
Oh, true. We can
It's
also
fine.
Please,
just do
It's
so we
that.
can
fine.
Actually, let's
so
do that.
please, so
No,
Sia
it's
can
fine.
go sleep.
Let's do that real
It's
quick.
fine. Guys, it is fine. Just leave
Okay,
it. It's
it is
fine.
there. It is there. Okay, it is there.
Just if it would load. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Okay,
Let me tab back to it.
fireflies. What are the jars for? You'll see. Marcelo grinned as we approached the clearing. The bright white of his flashlight hitting the birch trees contrasted against the night. He said there was a pond in the middle of the forest that I hadn't seen before. Really? I thought. Where the fuck? Sorry. Oh my god. My laptop's bugging out. I'm so sorry. Okay. That I haven't seen before, and invited me over to visit it. I was still completely lost as to why we were walking to it in the middle of the night, but he seemed to know what he was doing, so I continued to follow him. I haven't done this since I was a kid. He sounded giddy, happier than he'd been in a while. With all the stress we had both been under, I was relieved to see him smile for once. The tree line broke into a small clearing. Sure enough, there was the pond. It was surrounded by tall grass and reeds, and the water shimmered slightly under the dim light of the stars. I could hear frogs croaking on the far side and crickets behind us starting up again as we exited the woods. It's beautiful. I kept my voice close to a whisper. I didn't want to disturb the peaceful atmosphere. Marcelo reached back and grabbed my hand. Let's sit over here for a second. He led me to a flattened patch of grass. He had been here before. We sat silently for a few minutes. Each time I glanced over at him, he was squinting towards the pond. Eventually, he sat back and huffed. I swear I thought I saw some here a few days ago, he mumbled, looking up at the tree line. It is late in the season. Maybe those are the last of them. I sounded disappointed. What are you talking about? I'm absolutely bewildered at what the guy could be looking for. He sighed and reached his legs out in front of him. Do you remember when there were all those fireflies in front of my porch that one night? I nodded. Well, when I was surveying this part of the forest and the other evening, I saw a ton of them right above this lake. I thought you might enjoy seeing them. I couldn't help but smile. That's really thoughtful of you, I reassured, placing a hand on his shoulder. Not very thoughtful of the fireflies to not show up, though, he laughed. I scanned over the lake, looking for the bugs. We can stay for a bit longer, I suggested. He nodded in agreement. Now we were both squinting at the grass by the lake. Eventually, one by one, tiny flashes of light appeared floating above the pond. 5, then 10, then 50. The entire clearing looked like a sea of tiny stars. Marcelo seemed pleased that his plan had worked out. Now I can show you what these are for. There was a gentle clinking as he reached beside him and brought out two glass jars. He handed me one and unscrewed the lid from his. He took a moment to look around at the nearby blades of grass and honed in on one where a firefly was sitting. He slowly lifted his cupped hand, then wham! Huh? I gasped. Did you kill it? I whispered as loud as possible. Marcelo tried to contain his laughter. No, of course not. I just caught it, see? He opened his hands a little to let me see. Sure enough, the bug was safe. You're supposed to catch them, then put them in the jar. He lowered his hands and opened them over the jar, dropping the firefly gently into it. He held the jar up with his hand over top of it. His face looked distorted through the round glass as his eyes looked huge. Ooh, I marveled at the singular bug in the jar. It flashed its light a few times. Want to see who can catch the most? Marcelo lowered the jar and raised his eyebrows. You're on. I twisted off my jar lid and we both took off for the pond. Fireflies never knew what hit them. By the end, our jars were filled to the brim with fireflies, all blinking and buzzing. It was close to impossible to keep track of them in their little glass prisms, but Marcelo was sure he had the most and meticulously counted each of them. He was wrong. I won. Ah well, you should have seen me back when I was a kid, he boasted. Caught hundreds of those suckers, and we used them to put on the. What are you doing? I held both the jars up to his face, one on each side. The lights from the fireflies lit up his cheeks with a warm glow and reflected his eyes like stars. I studied his face for a minute, all the while he just looked at me, amused. Sorry, I giggled, finally putting the jars down. What were you doing? He returned his laughter, tapped the lids on the jars quietly, a little embarrassed. You looked like you had stars in your eyes. It was cool. I heard Marcelo chuckle to himself and shake his head. You ready to release them yet? Sure. I nodded and handed him one of the jars. As we opened the lids, the fireflies flew up into the sky above the clearing, adding to the shimmering sky. I really enjoy peaceful moments with him like this. There we go.
Cinema.
Absolute cinema and absolute love bugs.
Absolute
When is the
fireflies.
wedding?
Absolute fireflies.
Absolute firefly.
When is the
You would
wedding?
not believe.
Absolute Fracello.
Bro, homework. Lucy, go to sleep.
Absolute mood drop.
I don't care you're older than me. Shush. You go to
I'm
sleep.
crying.
On death's door, unlikely. Did I say unlikely?
Unlikely.
I should really dust off my face. Unlikely helper. Damn.
Damn.
They really did a number on her.
Damn.
No lanky McLank pants. But look at how long these freaking legs are, man. Dude's a stick.
Lanky. Oh. He looks like a bedazzled Slenderman.
Bedazzled Slenderman
Dude,
is crazy.
instead of find my pages, it's like, I'll find your pages for a small fee.
Whoa.
Oh god.
I'll find your.
Freaky O'Kanon.
Instead of being the monster, I will beat up your monster for free.
Oh my god.
Oh wait, those are Opal's legs?
Are they?
Oh right, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
no,
Opal
yeah.
did beat
No, right.
her up.
I can
Opal was
I
the
can
one who
tell
beat her
I can
up.
tell because of this. White gloves. She wears white gloves. He wore black gloves.
I forget.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay, so now I will insult this figure.
Well,
I'm
okay,
fine.
it's lanky. Bro needs food. Bro needs calcium.
Brother
Bro needs
is
sunlight.
still
Bro
like
needs
Slenderman.
Skinny leg
One
had
of them
ass.
is Mars.
skinny.
Eat your broccoli. Do calf
your broccoli.
exercises.
Yeah. Thigh exercises, bro. Look at leg presses. No
No, but
wonder.
it's very
Bro,
interesting.
Scooby is Shaggy looking at Ren.
You're really good at this art stuff, by the way, Cece.
Yeah.
True.
Just thought I'd reinforce that. All right. Second on the chopping block. There's 2 hams tonight, and they're both getting cut. Oh, there's why do you do tabs? Oh, whatever. Okay. I stalked through the trees and bushes, the darkness concealing me, eyes locked and unwavering on my target. Zinnia, one of the members of the team I put together to hunt Eclipse. The first one to go down, and one of the many who believe the blame is entirely on me and not on their own foolishness. Her form is crystal clear to me, only a few feet away. I want to keep it quiet. None of the weapons that the people here on Solace seem to relish in using, like guns and lasers, I'm using my bare hands to kill this one. She steps ever closer, unaware of my presence here, and then Zinnia locks eyes with the various charms and glowing eyes in my hair. She freezes. It's now or never. I pounce on her. Oh, immediately slamming her into the cold ground of the forest. She fights back. I feel her nails and hands scrape and claw at my arms, but it's not enough to do anything. I grab her by the arms and pick her up, slamming her into the ground as hard as I can. She's still fighting back. I pick her up and slam her into the ground again. The fighting stops. I set her down and raise my arms to deliver a killing blow. Snap. A tree branch cracks under the weight of someone's foot. My head snaps to face the direction it came from. A tall figure looms. He's found me. I leave Zinni on the ground. Her wounds will kill her anyway. That is if he doesn't do it first. The only thought on my mind is getting away from there. He can't be allowed to get his hands on me. Not again. Tattoo.
Broga found out by the IRS.
The IRS? Okaina's the IRS canon?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm from the Internal Revenue Service.
Question, is NIOH solid or is NaNO3 solid?
NIOH solid, or is what solid?
NaNO3 solid. One of them has to be solid.
I don't remember all that. I can't do the research now because I'm forgetting.
Guys, we have to lock in.
NaNO3 is sodium
talking,
nitrogen
I'll figure it
oxygen.
out.
Okay,
I'll figure it.
Mika,
Fuck.
stop it. You're distracting me. Okaina glances down at the body of the unconscious Zinnia, cursing to himself as Okul flees the seat and escapes his grasp once again. Still using such primitive methods, Okaina whispers to himself as he softly picks up Zinnia's body, carrying her carefully like a bride on wedding day. He trudges through the forest before eventually making it back to the major hub points of Solace, walking past the community center and entering the hospital. The sterile white cleanliness of the hospital almost blinds him as he enters, but his eye adjusts quickly. He walks up to the receptionist's table and sets Zinnia down, noticing the receptionist as one he's met before. Hello, Truffle. Quite surprising to see you here. I wasn't aware you were a receptionist, he says warmly, his exposed eyes showing the wrinkles of a smile under his mask. Oh, hello, Okaina, Truffle says in a friendly customer service voice that does not at all match the look that they glare at Okaina. I'll get her a room. You can leave her there. If it's okay with you, I'd like to take her to the room myself, Okaina said and began walking to the rooms. Alright, she needs to go to Trauma 1, and I'm required to accompany you to take vitals. Trauma 1. Empty. He walked into Trauma 1 with Truffle, and softly set Zinnia down on the bed, covering her with the blanket. It's a shame Okul is so far gone as to be doing things like this, Okaina whispers to Zinnia's unlistening ears. He nods to Truffle as they take Zinnia's vitals and leaves the hospital. Blah 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 blah.
Peek.
Bro, I'm low-key thinking Truffles that they're just gonna try and pull like what is it? Oh hey, so I knew about this and it's just gonna get slammed by the judicial.
Fun fact, Truffle whispered death threats to Okaina on his way out. Absolute peak.
Crying. Dude, we should give Okaina a pass because he's based. Trust.
I don't know, maybe
Need a
this guy is a little better than he comes off as.
I think he's based.
I don't think so.
I have faith.
So we've got
Right.
more waters. It falls down by the river.
I can read this one if you want.
Cool.
It's got 4 pages.
Right.
4 pages. Alright. It falls down by the river. Let me sit out my lock in. A click in the air, the hum of a camera powering on. Its light blinking and a screen in the gloved hand of a man transmits the image of himself sitting on a large branch. From its perspective, he sees himself looking down, but there's a delay in the image.
It's visible from the information on the screen in his hand. There's still the coded dialogue of two devices trying to speak to each other. It's not a life-altering delay, only a couple seconds, but it's not ideal. It'll just have to do. He resolves, tapping the side of the screen so the image vanishes as he collapses the tablet and tucks it into a pocket on his cargo pants. A bag is loosely strung across his body, containing more cameras to install. He holds onto it as he braces. Waters drops down from the tree he climbed up into, his boots smacking the mud beneath him and leaving an imprint. It's been raining on and off all day today. For anyone else, the conditions would be an interruption. To Waters, it's welcome, even with the mess it creates. Boot prints are left all along the path that he walked through the forest. It's not like he's trying to hide what he's doing out here. The cameras he installs will be forwarded to the Keepers of Solace database, giving them access and additional security measures. The grid of the main security cameras doesn't actually make it all the way to the area around his facility. For good reason. There's the sound of rushing water as he nears the river. If he remembers correctly, a bridge has yet to be installed, as there are no real paths out here, so far from the Keepers of Solace territory. He stands at the cusp of the river when he reaches it, pondering how to cross it. It would be easy to drop in and just walk across the riverbed until he could scale the other side, but there's something off. He can feel it. What is that feeling? Waters tilts his head as he peers from one end of the river to the next. The current is normal. There are no creatures present wandering around, no people. It's a quiet, rainy day, and most have taken shelter of some kind. There shouldn't be any... Oh. Clicks. His head naturally angles across the river to a particular pair of wings tucked beside a bush, damp from the rain or from a dip in the river. You can't tell for certain. Yes, that's it. He's being watched. I don't really enjoy being stared at. I am just passing through. I didn't know you would be out here, he calls across the way, settling to drop himself down on the grass right on the river's edge, but not crossing. The mud slowly tries to wash away from his boots as they sit just within the coursing stream, and he watches that instead of actively seeing when the ghost that he acknowledged makes itself visible. It feels like a private thing to him, even though it is so foreign, a concept he has not yet fully gotten a solid grasp on. Why are you here? Water ripples as he taps the back of his boots against the wall of sediment. It stirs up a cloud of dark dust and debris. Swirling it out towards the path the river would inevitably take under his gaze. Security cameras. I don't live far from here. There's silence as the other takes those words into consideration, but Waters doesn't leave it that way for long. Why are you? He asks calmly, lifting his head and leveling an unseen stare onto the ghost and the wings in their grasp. The silence only grows longer. Waters sets a gloved hand on the grass at his side, then stops to consider it for a moment, before ultimately removing the glove and actually feeling it. This world has so much more life in it than he has ever been able to familiarize himself with, enough to sustain life like even beyond the mortal span. Evidence enough by the existence of something like Croy. Croy? I think that's how you say it. He cannot begin to fathom what drives them in that state, what motivates them to stay around. It is beyond his comprehension, but at times he does hold an understanding of living people, so perhaps that is close enough in this context too. There are people looking for you, not the ones to persecute you or question your actions and intentions, but the ones that worry. Though I had not intended to find you first, I figured I should let you know as due courtesy. I will not be the one to let them know you are here. The glove is tugged back on, and Waters gives it more attention than the hard stare leveled his way across the river. It's probably a feeling of confusion, one that does not entirely know yet how to clear. Talking to people isn't exactly a specialty of his. He doesn't understand emotions on a good day, and even worse is he at understanding his own. But he wants to be good. Is this good? Why would you do that for me? You do not know me. They question the open air, the rustling of leaves as the wind brushes through them, carrying their voice all the way to him even through the rain. How to explain this? You took the blame for an act that is not entirely on you. I can't imagine it was to protect Okul. Are you aware of the recent events that have transpired? There was an execution. His words cut short by a sudden interruption. I know. I was there. There's emotion in their tone. Waters looks up from his gloves to where they sit staring down at the wings. Oh my god. Waters looks up from his gloves to where they sit staring down at the wings that he now realizes are in their lap, a brush held tightly in one hand. If he was to have found them a few days sooner, perhaps he would have seen the dirt of a person who had spent the day digging 2 graves for fallen friends. But he did not. He does not know. Oh, I did not see you there. My apologies. His head drops with the apology, and he sets his hands down onto his lap as he looks down upon the river the opposite way from them. The two of them would fall to silence again, if not for the sigh he lets out, as he knows he needs to continue the initial line of thought. It would not be sensible to leave it on a sour note now, after all the effort and consideration he had put into finding that answer for their second question. He watches water up the stream get broken up by rocks, becoming choppy as it flows toward the two of them, then out to the sea in a repetitive cycle. The point I mean is that it seemed to me as if you wanted a reason to be away, a reason for people to not want you around, those who know you and those who don't included. Gloved hand raises as Waters sits as Croy is about to respond to that statement alone, but he has more to say, more that would hopefully help. I cannot pretend to understand what that reason is, but I figure there must be one. It would not benefit me to drive you off a path that you have every right and intent to follow until the time comes to let it rest. And I do not know you well enough to convince you of any fact or concern there may be in continuing to travel that way. The wind picks up and the rain grows heavier for just a moment, sprinkling the river in 1,000 ripples like the picture of the constellations lit up by someone who has only ever known the ocean. He does not shelter from it, does not look to see if they do. Waters lifts the view from his tank to the sky at the dark clouds above them, as the wind calms back down and returns the rain to the light shower it was before. But I can sit here and wash the mud from my boots for a while before I carry on traveling my own path. Is that all right with you? He adds, as it becomes easier to hear again over the rainpour, keeping his gaze tilted to the sky. There is silence, and then the sound of a brush scraping lightly through layers of feathers. All right, they say, finally. Waters does not respond. It does not feel needed. He just nods his head and leans down to untie his boots so that he can give them the actual cleaning attention that they need. It takes longer than it really should, but perhaps he just wanted to keep them company, or have some himself. As promised, once he's done, he gets up, steps into the river, and crosses it. He does not look back. He doesn't need to. Reading other people's writing makes me realize I put a lot of commas in mine, because I cannot read big chunks of sentences.
Yeah, I do
Bruh.
that too. Sometimes I try to avoid run-ons, and I might do that a little
Oh no, these aren't
too
run-ons. These are
vigorously.
like grammatically correct, well-structured sentences. My brain is not large enough.
For
Oh,
me,
yeah.
it's more that I do use a lot of passive language. That's something I do a lot.
Waters is a really good writer. Like I have pea brain. I
Yo,
can't.
for real. Like,
Waters
bro,
is a
writing and editing?
No,
Like, you're
actually,
brother
like
in Christ.
calm
And
down, bro. Stop cooking. Bro. You already got leftovers, bro. You don't need more
and then don't
food.
even
Share
don't
it.
forget to mention the voiceovers as well.
No, actually.
Yes. Oh my god. Wait, violence, bro. You need
Yes.
to do
All
more
right.
voice
Lock
acting.
in. CJ, lock in.
Wait.
It's
I
almost
need to do
11
more
p.m.
of that. Wait, what?
Okay, I can do it.
Lock in.
Right. There's so many people getting hurt. Do they seriously not know how to be careful? Some people on a mission got hurt, and it wasn't even explained how. Yeah, I know there was some sort of report somewhere, but I can't read well. A little further explanation would have been good, or even someone else going up and asking why. The only reason I didn't was because I was late coming in, and people were looking at me weird, so I didn't want to burst in and try to ask when I can barely catch my breath, let alone speak competent English. And Zin got hurt. Doesn't seem like they were even investigating why. When the other girl got shot and put in a coma, it was a huge deal, but when it's someone else, none of the big leaders seem to give a shit. Zin is a nice person. She gave me cookies and let me take shiny things. She's good. Copper carried her to the hospital. He knows something. He has to. I don't want to go hunting for another Gods be damned person. Why can't everyone just stay? Stop changing stuff. Stop taking sides. Stop trying to fix everything and only breaking it more. Still need to find Croy. I just want my friend. Or at least one friend that could explain this to me. I don't understand and I hate it. Why can't I just know things? Why do I have to be stupid? Maybe Mr. Fisherman's back? He left a toy in my house. He apologized for being missing. The toy is of a person. It has a switch on their back and it makes the light in their helmet turn on. That's cool. They look a little rusty. They have a bunch of copper pipe stuff all over their body. They also smell funny, but I like them. They are good for warming up my hands. They are always cold. He could maybe listen to me, maybe even help me find Croy. I don't know though. He might not try because of me shooting him with arrows the last few times he came near my house. That was a while ago now. The roots from the tree above are regrowing weirdly quickly. I had only cut them back a few hours ago and now they're inching along the walls again. Vines are growing from the tree underside and in through the roof a lot more now as well. It's weird and I don't like it. There's no other trees like this one on Solace. Croy told me that. Maybe it's just deformed, kind of like I am. Makes sense to me. I did come from its roots and soil after all. Crumb. Then that's just like an explanation of what the toy looks like. The toy is an old scuba diver doll that has a small wax copper bulb in the head and can light up when a small switch on its back is flipped on.
CJ, can I adopt Kron?
Can you what, Kron?
Adopt Kron.
I'm
No,
crying.
no,
Why?
because that's Croy's son. That's Croy's child.
Oh. Oh yeah, Violence. I said you need to do more
Cro's
voice
already adopted.
acting.
All
Okay.
right,
Oh,
Voice
can I,
acting.
guys, we
can I
gotta
be an
lock
ant?
in hard. It's been 3 hours.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry.
Was that
Hey,
what
let's
you
keep
needed to
going.
My
read,
bad, my
CJ,
bad.
or is there something else?
I have an angel thing. It's like right after Frog's video about Belios. It's only a small thing. I'll make it. It's fine.
Okay.
All right, if we lock in, guys.
Truffale, I
Mhm.
beg of thee, have mercy on me. Okay, well, hold on. Trigger warning: suicidal thoughts, abusive relationships, psychological horror, questioning reality, body horror, mild gore, mentions of war. Please don't read if you don't think you can handle that. Your mental health is more important than some story. Is this one that we should display?
Was this checked?
Was it?
Was this? Yeah. I don't know. I think hold
Truffle,
on. I can
did you get this checked?
check.
Oh yeah, did
Yeah.
you get it checked?
I
Don't
think they were
apologize.
talking
Did you
about
get it
April.
checked? That's all we're asking.
Yeah. Let me check. Let me go.
Okay.
It's yeah, it was deemed okay by lore helpers apparently.
Okay.
I mean, I was talking to Truffle, and they were like, "I'm worried this is." And I was like, I feel like gore-wise, we've had a lot of really intense things for
So
Lore
here's
Tuesday,
here's
but
the
I think
thing.
it's probably fine.
It depends. Does they like explicitly detail something that is really gory?
Again, it seems like Lore
Yeah, I
Helper's
mean,
already vetted this one.
yeah.
If that's the case, then we can move forward.
Just truffle. Does it say like a lot of detail around that? That's the question. Because if it goes a little bit too much into like psychological self-harm, then that's a problem.
Yeah. I mean, we
They're
there was
kinda
a conversation about it in the lore helpers chat, and they seem to come to the conclusion. Like, Jangler was there and he seemed to think it was okay. But
Yeah, it looks. I just skimmed over it and it looks. It's really nothing.
If it's vetted by the lore helpers,
Okay.
then
I think it's
Okay,
fine.
then we obey by the lore helpers.
we are a go. Who would like to read this
wait,
one?
let's keep going.
Violence the Clown, would you like to read anything at all, ever?
Bro,
Is bro dyslexic?
yeah.
Yeah, he's like, I can read this
Severely.
He's
one.
really.
out.
I'm crying.
He-
That'd be fucked up. Violence, you must read
Well-
this 7-page doc.
Oh
So-
no.
To have people not read anything in a row, well, I've done that
Oh,
actually.
you want me to?
Ross,
want
if
me
you
to do
want
this
to, if
one?
you want to take this one because mine's next.
Yeah, I got it. All right. Cracking my fingers. Journal starting time 7 a.m. 27th day of September, year 2497. I'm gonna try and read this quicker so we can lock in. So if I stutter, sorry. Today had been oddly peaceful for the sheer number of things I've been through in just the past 2 weeks. I just went shopping in the early morning before the sun came up around 8 a.m. After that, it was a 9 to 5 at the hospital, really doing nothing but cleaning, greeting visitors at the reception desk, and occasionally checking on patients. It was a simple walk back to Joker's Corner, the sun starting to set. No matter how much anxiety I had in my heart that something would happen, that Eclipse would shoot me, that Mira would jump in front of me, having found out that I was conspiring with Okul and arrest me right here and there,
I guess. Oh.
doomed to a trial that would surely be the end of any change I attempted to make. The strange man would appear behind me, pin me to the ground, and demand for answers because he just knew I was lying straight through my teeth. Nothing happened. Not on the walk through the perfect cherry blossom trees, nor when I was making my way through Joker's Corner to the small basement that both me and that strange boy shared. I really should expand it if he's going to be living with me for a while. I came down and found him by the kitchenette area, scrubbing pots and pans free of freshly made tomato sauce and burnt-on crud in the little basin we called a sink. 2 steaming hot plates of spaghetti sat on the counter. Oh, Lord. Zilangshu? Something like that? I'm tired. Zilangsu, okay. Zilangsu had made dinner. He mumbled something I couldn't hear again. I took both of the plates in my hands, setting them down on the small coffee table. Zilangsu. You should eat as well. It's only right that you eat your own food before it gets cold. He let out a heavy sigh, carrying more unsaid words than sentences he had ever spoken to me. I still flinched at the sound of the pot being set down on the granite counter, loud and echoing in the silence. It was a quick dinner. We both finished quickly. Even though I didn't know what he had, even though I didn't know what he did, it would have seemed he had just as an exhausting day as I did. He moved his legs to take up the entirety of the couch as I turned off the light, reading a book with a title I now couldn't make out in the darkness. I laid my head on the pillow of my bed, trying my best to silence my brain so I could fall into the respite that my own subconscious was. It was never hard for me to fall asleep when it was the only peace I could ever seem to get. Peace from those who terrorized Solace, peace from Freya's inaction, peace from the possibility of being found by the Keepers of Solace, peace from my injuries, peace from her. I haven't been able to drown out her useless ramblings about the flaws in my actions and of my character for the most part. Sometimes they made their way through, like arrows hitting the joints of steel armor at just the right angle to hurt the person inside. Good night, CJ. It mostly happened while I was vulnerable, after the hospital right after the attack, when I watched Balios convulse, paying for his crimes, even if I wasn't sure that it was the right course of action. I thought I had peace. I thought I had a resting place within my mind. I thought. However, nothing had been quite my own since... Redacted. Oh, it's like proper redacted, like you can't read it. I woke up in a barren wasteland, battered and bruised from the war. But this wasn't just any war zone. It was one I remember very well, too well. This place had been my end. Not a physical end, I never died, but rather a mental one, where any little slice of hope I ever had died. I heard a low, raspy voice start singing. Her voice always sounded like it had been cracked in a way it shouldn't have been, like dirt in a desert that hadn't seen rainwater since its creation. I don't know the tune for this. I'm just gonna read it normally. I see the way back home, and all of the path is foggy and unclear. I want to walk down it with you, my dear. Let sunshine clear my road. I wanted to run. I wanted so badly to sprint, get away, not until my legs were sore, until they had fallen off, gritting against the flaky soil. How could she possibly be here? Just what had she done to me? The worst part was that there was nowhere to run where I'd be safe. It was nothing but flat, hot sand for miles. The nearest base was 34 miles out. I knew that for a fact. I knew the landscape like the back of my hand. This was the last taste of home I'd gotten after all. I just started running in a random direction. I don't even know completely why I was running. This was all fake in my mind. I could control myself. I could control this place, for it was also a part of myself, couldn't I? I closed my eyes, thinking of everything other than this. I was in my bed, curled up, the smell of pouring rain reaching to the basement where me and Zalangsu resided. Maybe he'd still be asleep, maybe not. I wouldn't check. When I opened my eyes, I was in the trenches now. Same area, different location. I closed my eyes again. When I was in the hospital, the lemony smell of cleaner still in the air as I had freshly cleaned every surface. The taste of construction also lingered, with fresh renovations having been done for the amount of people coming in. The sound of beeping monitors played like a near-silent, solemn orchestra above me where the ICU was. I was working at the brand new emergency room desk, praying no one came in. Oh, Lord. And praying that new white floors wouldn't be stained with new blood. Windows update. I opened my eyes again in the same spot in the trenches. But it burned. It burned to open my eyes once more. It burned to breathe. My skin burned with a mistakable itch. I think an unmistakable itch. The bomb. People that weren't even there were screaming. It burns! My eyes! My eyes! What have they done? Where's the president? Everyone move! Move! Don't worry about me and save yourselves. I'll survive, I swear. The lives of many is worth more than my singular life. That last line. It was me, but I hadn't opened my mouth this time. I guess I did live up to my promise in a way. I survived. I wish I hadn't. I closed my eyes again. It felt more natural than forceful as the last times had been. I was in the community center garden by Magos's recommendation. I was near the flowers. Their scent reached my nose like slow-flowing syrup. I looked into the trees and saw it. Dark scales, ragged cloak, yellow, jaundiced eyes that it bled from. I was frozen. It was frozen. Time felt frozen. Fear pumped through my veins more than blood. My lung hurt from how quickly I was breathing, in and out, faster than a racehorse. When I opened my eyes again, it was harder. I was still in those trenches, slouched against the wall, clenching my promise as close to my chest as possible. Why hasn't anything changed? I was in control. This was my own mind. I had to be in control, right? I closed my eyes again. I was walking with Okul, Croy, Zinnia, Sunny, Magos, and Balios in that frostfire forest. I was talking too loudly, asking questions about our enemy. Sunny was rambling on about the berries eaten off the bush that she had found and how she was some kind of detective. Magos's fans were whirring, loud in the silence that followed after Okul told me and Sunny to shut up. A loud sound soon had my ears ringing like church bells. Zinnia fell, clutching at her shoulder, not taking a single breath. Everyone else seemed frozen too, even me. Her shoulder wasn't bleeding, cauterized by the heat of the laser rifle. The pause was only broken when Zinnia started hyperventilating, adrenaline wearing off. Everyone set into motion. I even saw myself in a purple shirt and blue jean overalls with that long braid, running in without a plan. The idiot only got to elbow Eclipse in the ribs before being stabbed in the lung. I still felt the pain, even though that wasn't me anymore and this wasn't real. Balios followed soon after. I don't know why I just tweaked out. Balios followed soon after, thrown to an evergreen tree, still such a strange concept, and impaled in the lower back by one of the branches. Sunny, the poor innocent child, had gone up to hug Eclipse, only to be thrown against a tree and broke her arm. She started screaming immediately. Croy, ever the hero, gathered an unconscious me and an unconscious Balios onto a platform made of tar, carrying Sunny on his back to bring us to safety. The memory became foggy from there. Magos and Okul disappeared from the scene like wisps of fog lost to a humid night's atmosphere. Eclipse was stuck in place, knife still in hand. I walked towards her, a slow but steady walk that lingered too long on the ground, like I was a mouse and my feet were stuck to a glue trap. Soon I was standing right in front of Eclipse. I stared into her eyes, features changing ever so slightly in the instability of my dream. I grabbed her hand, the one clutching onto the bloodied knife, and drove it right through myself. I opened my eyes. I gasped for air too fast, so fast it made my lungs hurt again. I needed to look around. It was dark, so very dark. I could only make out shadows of shapes, a lump that was probably Zilangsu laid on the couch. Some boxes made up our shelves of things we held dear. I'd woken up from a nightmare, hadn't I? It wasn't exactly uncommon, considering everything that had happened. I laid my head back onto the pillow. It took me longer. It took longer for me to fall asleep this time, digesting what I had just seen. It would seem that peace was a rare commodity I may never be able to afford. I woke up, same war zone, but in my bed this time. Maybe this was a sign to just give up on the escape from my own mind. What if this wasn't just a dream? What if this was reality and I was forever trapped in the same place, a spirit left to roam? Perhaps Solace was just a product of my own mind, meant to keep some modicum of sanity intact. I heard steps, multiple pairs of steps. My eyes snapped up immediately from where they were staring down at the red comforter. I nearly threw up. I would have gagged if I hadn't been frozen in fear. Felt like I was drowning on land simply looking at it. It had 16 limbs. One was black and rotting like it might fall off at any moment. There were nothing but skin stretched over bones. Oh, the bones. There were 13 joints and 8 fingers on each mockery of a hand. It looked like a human that had melted from acid and squished back together, but not completely. And the head. No, the heads. 3 faces congealed together with varying expressions. Contorted sobbing, a sickly sweet smile with manipulative adoration, and first, front and foremost, was pure enraged wrath. It ran, no sprinted, no galloped at me with the intent to kill. I don't know how I knew, I just did. She had always wanted to get rid of me. I flexed my fingers, definitely lucid dreaming, yet I wasn't in control of the dream itself. Time seemed to slow down as it kept getting closer. I tried rapidly blinking. Each time my eyes shut, I tried to think of any other scenario than this. Just why? Why did it have to be her? When I opened my eyes, it was nearing the foot of my bed. Closed them again, as if that would make it any less painful. The burning of my throat as I screamed was the least painful thing. Each hand grabbed onto 2 points, each right next to a joint, and they twisted. The cracking and snapping were the only noises that filled my ears. But then it was ringing, and I was just in my bed. It was lighter this time. Instead of just shapes, I could see the dim colors and some morning light filtering in through the small trap door. The blanket that Zilangsu had used was partially draped over the couch and partially flung onto the floor. He left before I woke up. I got up on shaky legs, trying to just ignore what I had seen. We had some carrots and broccoli, groceries I had just gotten the day before. Some beef was still in my freezer. Decided to make soup. After all, I should probably eat after all that. Zilangsu could probably also use something when he gets back. He's been trying really hard to find his footing as of late. Maybe if I have enough, I could give in to Lucky. I started to boil broth in my largest pot as I started chopping everything, trying to remember the foggy pages of a cooking book I had read a while ago. Carrots were quartered. Broccoli could be left whole if it was small enough, or cut in half. I know what subconsciously I was trying to forget what just happened. Why did I suddenly remember what had just happened? My room felt smoky. It was hard to breathe. I was coughing. I felt vague pain on my finger when I stumbled from the disorientation and heard something clattering to the ground. The smoke cleared and I saw what exactly caused it. She was sitting there on the couch, legs crossed and chin high, thinking she was better than everyone. I wish she was bloodied in her death, reduced to a corpse. But no, she still had her perfect glass skin and perfectly white military uniform that she knew was undeserved. Light foundation, pink blush, red lipstick, and straight red hair stood perfectly preserved as if stuck in amber. And she just smirked, playing out a falsehood of kindness as I kneeled there catching my breath. Oh, my favorite follower is kneeling for me, and unprovoked. Could I have asked for anyone more loyal? Even though the words came out in between ragged breaths, I would refuse to stay silent. I used to avoid the areas you would go to, you egotistical, ignorant, pompous. She disappeared. The room got foggy again. I couldn't breathe. It wasn't that it was just hard to. I couldn't. I really couldn't. Tiny dots of black started flooding my vision as I fell to the floor. And then I gasped for air. I felt her settle my head onto a pillow, mocking empathy. My vision started slowly returning. I could see blood everywhere on the floor. I felt sick. Oh, be careful now, dear. I just wanted to give my sweetest a warning. You might want to stay away from those divine folks. They never seem to be good news. After all, didn't you hear what our God did back home? Fear. I couldn't feel anything else. I got out only 2 words, scratchy from my heavy breathing. What happened? Nothing much. She deemed the rest that were trapped there too worthless towards her survival, so she burned them all. A clock's alarm rang through the room. I knew it was another hallucination. I didn't have any clocks. Well, just look at the time. I have to attend to other things, but don't be too soft on yourself, sweetie. After all, just think about it. They believed you abandoned them in their final moments. And then she disappeared. All of them were gone. She doesn't just lie like that. What was said was true. If the great anomaly hadn't killed them, that definitely would have. Whatever childish hope I held was completely gone in that moment. And yet I got up. I washed the knife off and bandaged my cut finger and just continued to cook the soup. Nothing had happened. Nobody needed to know nothing happened. I still went through my day. A busy one nonetheless between the meeting with Judge Lux, Zinnia's hospitalization, and then announcing said hospitalization at the faction meeting. And nobody suspected that anything had happened. Everyone assumed that everything was perfectly normal. So this was just another memory for me to burn away. Journal ending time, 9 a.m., 20th day of September, year 2497.
Absolute cinema.
Absolute
Yeah,
Gatsby.
Truffle. I don't.
Yo.
This wasn't like any. I think this was
Nah, it
just
was
like
fine.
just fine.
This was chill. Believe me. Like what I
Yog.
said, also perfect use of active language. That's something I have trouble with personally, so it's really nice seeing someone who uses it really well.
Oh my gosh! I wonder whose this is.
Oh my gosh, oh gee.
Who's that loser?
Who's this nerd with a digital journal entry now?
Let's go. Let's go. I have to make sure I'm not. So this is interviewing mode, so I don't type anything stupid. Okay. Let's go. Sunday, September 28th. I finally have my own personal computer, and with this, I can type out my journals way faster and easier than pen and paper. This also allowed me to figure out what was on that flash drive I have. It's been with me ever since I woke up, sitting in my pocket. It, thankfully, still seemed to be functional and contained various audio files. A brief skim revealed them all to be music, some of which I recognize. Even where are the timestamps? Current year is 2497, but all these seem to be from 2151. It's old as shit by all accounts. It doesn't make sense, although I suspect it could just be a computer glitch. It's been a few weeks since I've written one of these, so I'll go over a few important events in chronological order. I'll be skipping over a few older events to save my attention span. Okel's little event played out just about how I thought it would. I would have liked to believe that she's above a public execution, but her recklessness during that so-called search mission killed a great deal of my trust. She endangered my child's life and the lives of others, then proceeded to take one for her own loathsome entertainment. She even had the tungsten balls to show up at Balios' funeral. I would have engaged her then and there if I wasn't so ill-equipped to deal with someone of her size and proficiency. I've started a side project to help address and bridge the strength gap. The mission to obtain the comms devices was a success, though not without casualty. Feather took a nasty clip to the wing, and Mira's down one arm. I should probably get off my ass and go visit them both. Otherwise, I've heard the first batch of devices for us faction leaders will be ready within the week. I'm very glad to have a quick and easy way to reach people. Traveling everywhere is such a pain sometimes. Okel's being mentioned again. She took Sunny. I knew something was up after she'd be gone for more than a few days, but the news still folded me. I sent Casimir to check up on her, as well as contacted the KOS Judicial Branch. Despite her adamance, I know it's a bluff. Sunny is way too useful to her. It doesn't make sense that she'd flatline such a valuable asset at a slight provocation. That said, I won't actively engage her just yet. Despite everything, she'll go out of her way to keep Sunny safe, and as long as Sunny is safe, I can focus and plan on how to properly and effectively exfiltrate her. I'll finish by addressing progress on the resonance chamber. Some of Lilac's explorers located the remnants of a crashed ship, mostly in pieces. The wreckage has enough raw material to fulfill the chamber's requirements, so construction can finally begin. They also recovered the ship's computer, which seemed to be in miraculously good condition as opposed to the rest of the ship. I can work on recovering its data another time, though. I should finish the chamber by mid-October, praying to the universe that I don't hit any more roadblocks. Hell, what if I get kidnapped? That would almost be hilarious.
No! Little Dripper Boy, do not go to the light!
At looking back and forth gif.
My doc.
Little Dripper.
Light's doc has tabs. Fire emoji my own. Anyways. There are tabs. There are no outright warnings besides a mild mention of death.
Alright.
Tabs.
Do you want me to get this one? Do you want to go back and forth, or do you want to just like chug it?
That's been bothering me. How much is left? From here.
How many do we have left?
We're at yesterday during the PMs. We got a few more.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have 8. 9 more Google Docs. And one of them is.
Should maybe step it up and start,
Alright, we gotta lock in.
blasting through a bit.
Yeah, let me pull it up.
We're gonna take it, go ahead.
We're locked in. Yep, there are tabs. Yeah, okay. Funeral. The 28th day of the 9-month, the 6th era since the Evanescence. 8:26 of the clock morning. Of the clock. The funeral of Balios was yesterday. It went quite well, all things considered. I spoke first, even if I was a nervous wreck through it all. Then others spoke. Okul was there. The glare I must have given her was one I reserved for murderers. In a cruel way, she is a murderer. I should still warn her about Okena asking around for her. As much as I hate Okul, it feels like this man would be even worse than she is. Maybe this could help foster peace, even. Anyways, the ceremony continued. I led people to the 2 memorials that had been set up for Balios. Then Miss Kathy spoke. It was then I realized that it was her who helped me home after. I'll have to thank her for her help sometime. I hope she likes alliums. Faction meeting 928. The 29th day of the 9th month, the 6th era since the Evanescence, 1:45 of the clock afternoon. I missed most of the meeting. I know Mira and Feather in the hospital. I've seen them during my trips to drop off healing potions there. I still have to speak to Mangos. I still have to speak to Magos about what duties I would have at the hospital since I've joined. Most I've done was to add to the healing potion stock. I did manage to speak about Okena. I'm glad I am not the only one who has seen him. He saved Zinnia. Was it out of goodness, or was it a play to be seen as a good person? As much as I hate it, I need to speak to Okul about this man. He's looking for... hunting her. Excuse me. Okul may be the only person on this planet that might know what this man is here for. Okena. My thoughts on Okena so far. I do not trust him. He makes my instincts scream danger, that it is not safe to be around him. Well, there's that, and there are the spirits I saw, clawing at his boots. Hundreds, all screaming curses at this man. That scene alone gave me such a horrible feeling of dread. I know that I do not have any proof that this man means harm to anyone but Okul. He even helped Zinnia get to the hospital after getting hurt. All of his actions should point to him being a good person, but I cannot see him as a good person. I have no proof. There's nothing to base my feeling off of. I need to speak to Okul. Waters. I'd gone to Waters' facility the other day to work on his garden as I had offered to do. On the way down, something spoke. Spirit? No, it didn't feel like a spirit. It didn't feel like something Croy was either. It felt weird. I didn't say anything to Waters. He seemed tired. When was the last time he slept? I didn't want to add to his plate. So I focused on my task, adding all kinds of flowers to the garden. Alliums, pitcher flowers, tulips of all colors. I thought it looked nice. It seemed that Waters thought it looked nice. I didn't hear that voice again, not in the time while I was there. I don't like that Waters is there alone most of the time. He seems lonely. Maybe I should pay him another visit sometime. Maybe this time get him to eat or something, or even take a nap. Not that I'll get my hopes up. I can tell that he might be very stubborn about it. On another note, I've noticed that one of the spirit kittens that had been following me is missing. Gods above, I hope that she isn't back there with Waters. I doubt he'll appreciate the company of a ghost cat wandering the space unattended. I'll really have to go back just to get her and potentially apologize to Waters for any trouble she might get up to. Meow. Meow.
Meow.
Dude, we have so many
Cool.
we have so many workaholics on Solace, man.
Imagine
Nobody just likes
having
to
a
chill.
workaholic.
Nobody just likes to chill.
Alcoholics and
Bro,
workaholics.
Dante's I think the only one who has been chilling, and that's because he just has been hanging around Mira.
Ah,
Okay,
Ghost
I'll do
cat
the
be like,
Migos one.
I can do this one.
I'm crying. Lock in, guys. Lock in.
Look in.
I can do this one.
Okay.
And this one?
Oh, violence reading?
Violence the
You got it, Violet.
reeds!
You got it.
Violence the reader.
Leave me alone. Mission: investigation of spiritual energy. Location: Kindlegrim. Unit sent 6 scarabs, 3 captured. Searching. Found location. First location spotted. First location. Red tree. Searching. Complete. Nothing of value found. Searching. Second location spotted. Second location. Smithery. Right?
Yeah, Smithery.
Searching. Complete. Spiritual energy detected. Hidden room found. Searching. Writing detected. For he who touches the blade, for he who touches its blade, a blight will rot thy soul. Scanning room. Nothing else inside. Searching. Third location spotted. Location? Grave. Major spiritual energy detected. Prepare to dig. Error. Units destroyed. 2 captured, 1 scarab. Spirit detected. Danger level 4 out of 5. Spirit detection. It has a ram skull with 6 eye sockets. A small green flame lingers its eye sockets.
No, you didn't.
The teeth have been sharpened.
Sorry.
Hmm?
I'm sorry. No.
The teeth have been sharpened to a fine point. It has long arms, which end in black claws. A dark gray cloak draped over a malnourished skeletal body that seems to be producing black fog. Aggression level 8 out of 10. Retreating. Semi-successful. Lost units. 3 scarabs. 1 captured. Mission successful.
Bagel, when I get my hands on you, Bagel, when I get my hands on you, I realize, oh my god, I'm not gonna say anything.
It's ominous.
Okay. Interesting.
Alright.
Interesting.
Alright, let's go. Another one down.
Absolute
Boom!
bagel. Okay, this is for Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, not watching that.
Despite everything,
Fire art.
it's still you.
It's still you.
Undertale reference! Ah!
Uh,
Ah!
Cut off the wings.
Damn. Fucked up.
Womp womp.
Okay, don't. What the fuck?
oh, wait. Now the
Oh,
juicy
ritual
one. Can
time.
I read this one? Can I read this one, please?
Okay, fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go on.
may
No,
read
you
this
can't
one.
read it.
Okay. Wow, Bailey's lower.
Hey, be
Okay.
nice.
It's Laura, I hope it's good. Here's some warnings, and the character mentioned that. No muerdas eso. Hold on, my brother's trying to buy my computer. Here are the warnings, and the character mentions that you're confused about who is who. Warnings: Okul, blood, surgery, rituals.
Warning, trigger warnings, Okul.
Trigger warning, Okul. Hold on,
Wanna
my little
punk that
brother's.
rich.
I
I'm
mean,
gonna
honestly,
turn
we
on the
need it
camera
at
so
this
they can
point.
see you trying to buy me. I'm gonna turn on the camera. I
What?
want face reveal. So you can see
Don't
that you're trying to
don't
find
do
my
that.
hand.
Mika, we need to
Oh
lock in.
no. Come on, Mika.
Mika, we don't have time. Mika,
Sorry,
Mika.
people.
it's
Bailey.
11:30.
Tell your brother to
Bailey
stop
is
Do it
my
after
harassing
body.
we're
you.
done.
Like,
We can
it's
do it
for
after
real,
we're
man.
done.
Mama!
Tell your brother to lock in.
Mira! 7, the goddess of time. Malice, the god of life. Venus, the god of war. Fanon, the god of love. Romes, the goddess of death. The Watcher, the god of knowledge. Okul, killer. God damn, there's a lot of names.
De l'Étoile.
The ritual. The funeral was a lovely event. People came to celebrate the times they had with Velius, or at least just to respect his memory. But during the night, something unpleasant happened. Okul didn't go to the funeral, but she did go to his grave, and that night to boast about like the asshole she is. But she noticed the grave was dug up, and muddy footprints led inside the church. She decided to follow, wanting to finish the job as if she hadn't already. The trail ended a few steps into the church, and Okul decided to explore. I'm sorry, guys. There's a lot of noise. You guys can continue.
What?
There's a lot of background noise. Sorry.
Do you want to continue reading, or do you want to pass the
No, you guys
baton?
gonna have to. You guys gonna have to.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Okul decided to explore. I think, yeah, the trail ended a few steps into the church, and Okul decided to explore. She reached the stage and looked to the room and looked to the room and the right, but there was nothing. Then she looked into the room on the left of the stage, and she felt her foot put pressure on something, a pressure plate. She decided to fully step on it, and the floor opened up, revealing a long stairway down with red lights to light the way. She decided to go down. When she reached the bottom, she was in a crypt. She took cover behind a pillar. There were 6 figures around the table, and on top was a body, Belios's body, limp and lifeless. The figures were speaking. Some were female, others were male. True. Malice, I told the kid not to get killed. I shouldn't say that, sorry. I told the kid not to get killed. Yeah, well, he didn't listen. I'm not surprised. Let's just get this over with. The more time we waste, the more he spends in the void. I don't need to find a corrupted soul. Look who cares about him now. Don't start. Enough, both of you. We aren't here to bicker. We're here to bring back a friend. Does everyone have their items? The others nodded before reaching into the items and pulling out an item of their own. Then, one at a time, they needed to bless the items, so they held it up, spoke the item's name, and placed it to the side of Belios's body. Started with Sethin, the goddess of time. Sethin raised a clock heart. The time heart! Venos raised a red tear gem. The flaming teardrop. Romis raised a black tree root. The root of death. The Watcher held a bismuth up. The gem of knowledge. Fanon held a red string up. The pull of love. Malice didn't hold anything up, but instead walked away from the table and towards where Okul was taking cover. He peeked around the corner and noticed her. But he didn't show that he cared. Instead, he reached over and grabbed the flower Belios had made, before walking back to the table and holding the flower up. The flower of the victim's last strength. They all set the items around the body before looking at each other. We are missing something. Venos shook his head and sighed. Would have worked if we had all his abilities. We have life and death. We need. That magic was banned. No god will have it. Oh no, it's that magic was banned. No god will have it. Whatever. Then this is useless. We can't bring him back without it. He was born with it. His mother was a blood elf, and the genes were passed down. Sethin. If we want to bring him back, we need to use blood magic, or at least a spell from a blood tome. Sethin glared at Venos. Do you not remember the last god that wielded blood magic? Half of Zindra was massacred. Venos took a step closer to Sethin. Do you really think Balios would wipe out a bunch of people? It's not him. Sethin sighed. Fine, finish it, Venos. I'm leaving. I'm messing up my voices here. I'm mixing them up. There's too many. With that, Sethin vanished, leaving the last four around the table. Venos sighed before stepping up to the table, he then grabbed the bismuth and held it to Balios' head. It phased through. He then grabbed the red gem and split it in half, and dropped one half in each eye. It seemed to merge into the eyes, changing the color from purple to a dark reddish purple. He then grabbed the black root and took off the prosthetic arm. He stabbed the root into the numb blood seep on the table. He moved to the other arm and took the flower and laid it on the arm. It merged, making a vine and flower-like tattoo sleeve on the arm down to its hand. He was focused. He even realized that the others had left. He continued working. He made a scalpel appear, began removing Balios' heart. Once he finished, he grabbed the claw card and the red string and merged the two. The string engraved itself in the outer shell of the heart, and Venos put it in, sealing the heart in the spot the old one was in. Okul had moved closer, watching Venos as he worked. Venos then made a brush appear. He dipped it in the blood that seeped from the root. He drew sigils over Balios' body, chanting some ancient Indian language. The blood began to glow as Venos drew and chanted. It's the Ballad of the Witch's Road in another language, but here's what it's chanting. Do not need to read. Real. Venos stopped chanting as the blood glowed brighter. He made the brush and scalpel vanish. He then grabbed Balios' old heart and crushed it. The crushed heart formed a gem. He had muttered into it before placing it on Balios' neck, where it phased through. May your soul find home. Venos then vanished, leaving Balios and Okul alone. The return. Okul watched as Venos vanished. Then she walked over to the body. She pulled out her sword, ready to finish this. Again. She lifted her sword and swung down, but it stopped on something hard. It was Balios' hand. It looked like it was armored, but wasn't he just missing that arm? The root had grown into the arm. It was black and scaly, and the fingers were sharp like spikes. Balios stood from the table, still holding the blade of the sword in his hand. The wounds on him healed, and he opened his eyes. They now had a red tint to them. He looked up at Okul. Who are you, and why are you in my... He looked around, noticing it wasn't his castle. He then looked at Okul again. Where am I? Okul debated internally for a moment before a smile crept across her face, accompanying a terrible idea. I'm not quite sure. I only just found you here myself. I've been so worried about you. I'm glad you're safe. Balios studied her for a moment before letting go of the blade. Worried? Why would you be worried? Do I even know you? Okul sheathed the blade and put her arm around Balios. It seems whatever they did to you here altered your memory, my friend. Do you not truly remember me? Or do you truly not remember me? Damn it. Balios reached up and rubbed his forehead. It seems not. Could you remind me, friend? And who is they? He dropped his hand back to his side. I am General Okul of the House of Ocular Enlightenment, and you're one of my closest friends. I'm truly glad I didn't lose you. She sighs and softly shakes her head. There are many, many groups and individuals here that wish to see our failure here. The ones that did this to you are called the Keepers of Solace. We're lucky I got here in time to interrupt the ritual. Well, thank you, General. I'm glad you could help, but I don't know what would have happened if they had completed, but something feels off. Balios looked around again. The raccoon ears on his head flickered before he looked at a grass patch in the crypt. Is this not Finda? The natural plants and flowers seem off. Oh, how they've messed you up. We are on Solace. We came here seeking refuge after the great anomaly. What's the last thing you remember? Okul speaks in a warm and caring tone, unnatural for her. I had just lain down to rest after a sparring match with my father. How did I get from Finda to here, and what is the great anomaly? He sounded confused and a little worried. Where are the others from Finda? Finda is before my time with you. It's just me and you and the other members of the house. They'll be happy to know you're okay when they see you. They're not in much better situations themselves, Okul sighs sadly. Keepers have them too. If the keepers have the others, then we must get them back. We can't let our comrades be taken by enemies. He got a little hot-headed hearing his comrades were being held with the keepers of Solace. Oh, he said this angrily. Punctuate. Agreed, but we have to be patient. They know I'm after them. They know I'm trying to free Solace from their grasp. It's become increasingly difficult to do so. Right now, we just need to worry about getting you home and fixed up. Understood. Lead the way, General. He kind of just waited until she started walking to follow, because he didn't know where the hell to go. Okel stood up and grabbed his hand, leading him out of the strange room. A treacherous smile carved onto her face. Treachery!
Ah, leave it alone.
Dude.
Bro came back.
Evil.
POV,
Should beat up
POV when the
Opal
hero
really hard, I think.
POV when the character comes back after for season 2,
E-V-E-I-L.
the back character.
Evil.
Alright, I'll take this one and then you take the next. The next one's mine, Cameron, so.
Even.
You to do that one.
Okay.
Okay, alright. Magos lore, let's go!
Magos,
I love Magos.
Magos. Mango's
I
lore.
love Magos.
Mango's lore.
Mango lore.
Mango's
Mango lore.
lore.
Alright. An audible sigh could be heard from Magos Solvex as the machines once again attached his helmet to his robotic neck. It had been a long day for him. These people on this planet learn a lot slower than his race and don't view logic as he does. The shape-shifting criminal will be dealt with one way or another, by the community or by his own hands. He will see to it. Unknown person detected in Zinnia's room, one of his little scarabs informed. An unknown person in this hospital? Ridiculous. He had everyone's files and what they looked like in his servers. Adjusting his robes on his mechanical form, he would then head down to the room. Once he reached her room, that's when he saw him. A man who wore a mask that covered his whole head with a monocle. His winter jacket he was wearing could easily conceal a knife. Ah, you must be the magnificent doctor who runs this hospital, the figure said. That would be correct, but who are you to be exact? Magos had his firearm ready in case of the worst. I'm just a man trying to make his way through this planet, and was just checking up on the person I brought into here, the figure said warmly. Magos had no idea this person had brought her in. His front desk officer was supposed to write down who came in. No matter, he will deal with that problem later. Magos did not trust his guy. Why? Magos did not trust this guy. What?
Magos did not
Magos
trust
did not
this guy.
trust this
Why should he?
Trust this guy. Okay, no tea. They won't be waking up anytime soon. They were pretty wounded. So I recommend writing your name down and making sure we have a way to contact you, Magos plainly stated. He knew they probably weren't going to write anything down. Ah, yes, I will be doing that now, he replied and moved down the hall. Magos could hear the outside door close, confirming what he thought. Scarab 1908-77. Trail him, but don't be seen. Scarab mention! I love the little
Yo.
scarabs. They're so silly.
Dude, my goat
Bro, I
Scarab
want one.
1908-77.
My goat, 1908.
I want one of the scares so badly. I want to just keep it as a pet.
I've been trying
Just a
to
little guy.
nail a voice for Arcana. I can't really decide which accent I want.
I
I'm
just be a
still
little fruity when I talk as Arcana.
I'm thinking they remind me more like what's their name? 041 from My Hero Academia, the Japanese
Interesting.
version.
I'm crying.
Because my
Not the English
like
version.
my initial thought was kind of like Slayer from Guilty Gear, but a little like less,
The guy from what is it? The King
little
of Diamonds
softer.
from Black Clover.
I don't know that one.
Bruh.
But like if it were like Slayer, it would be like a small like kind of Scottish, but I don't know. Maybe he's just British. Maybe he just sounds like prim, proper,
All
and
British
like he's
people are
rich.
evil, so yeah, he's probably British.
Oh hey, it's not all British people are evil. I think. At least Saint
Nah.
isn't.
All right, lock in, Cameron, lock in. You want me to do the Casimir lines?
Casimir.
True.
Oh, hold up. Oh, wait. Would I still be able to see? Because there's still a comment on this.
Oh, put it in view mode. Probably just one of Freya's comments. She made a bunch of comments.
Okay. Yeah, please read your lines.
Okay.
Cam sits at his desk, writing intensely, his face buried in the paper. Cam scribbles furiously, crossing out an equation. It's not quite right, but perhaps if he uses this formula instead. Cameron! Footsteps approach him, but he's too focused on his work. He's close. So close this time, he can almost taste it. Cam! Lux yells, their arms cross. Cam jolts in his seat, dropping his pen. With a sigh, he turns to face Lux, an apologetic expression on his face. Sorry, got a little too absorbed there. Lux gestures behind them. Lady Freya is here to see you. She mentioned something about Casimir, so I figured it was important enough to come bother you myself. Cam chuckles, setting his pen down. Thanks, Lux. Appreciate it.
Lux mission.
Go ahead and send her up, please. Nodding, Lux rides the elevator down, but with a moment to himself, Cameron gathers his notes. Or with but a moment to himself, Cameron gathers his notes, attempting to straighten them up a little bit. Technically, this room is not an appropriate place for him to be scattering papers everywhere, but he's been struggling to focus on his work anywhere else. The white noise he once adored has begun to nag at his brain. And besides, nobody used the conference room anyway. He wouldn't be bothered here, at least, not normally. He hears Freya enter, and as he turns to greet her, something stops him. Despite not having a proper physical body, Freya somehow appears disheveled. Her eyes carry the weight of a great sadness behind them. Her hair looks healthy and clean, but it hasn't been brushed properly. The robes she typically wears seem haphazardly thrown on, rather than carefully placed to look natural, as per usual. She looks just like him, exhausted, emotionally drained, tired. Hi, Cam, Freya begins, extending her hand. I'm sorry to come in and unannounced. I'm sure you're working on some important stuff in here. Cameron takes her hand. It's good to see you, and don't worry, I was just working on some personal stuff. Nothing of such importance that I would give up a meeting with you. He gestures for her to sit at the wide conference table, and when he sits opposite her, it suddenly feels as if they are worlds apart. You're too kind. Freya folds her hands, resting them on the polished surface of the table. A moment of silence passes. So, Cam begins, crossing his arms against his chest. You wanted to talk about Casimir? Ah, right. Freya reaches into her satchel, pulling out a slightly crumpled sheet of paper. She starts to slide it across the table before realizing her arm is too short. How about I... Rising, she reseats herself closer to Cam, so the two are sitting on either side of the table's corner. Is this okay? Cam snorts. Yes, actually, this works a lot better. The table we have in here is, well, not too big for lilac meetings, but not good for one-on-ones, you know? Freya smiles as he rambles on. Here. Oh, she slides the letter over to Cam, who inspects it closely. I received this not long after Balios... after the ball. Technically, Marcelo received it from Sunny, who said it was from a friend of yours. Scanning the letter, Cam notices a few stray drops of ink here and there, as well as a poorly fixed Lilac LLC seal left on the edge of the parchment. Freya takes a deep breath in, then out. I wanted to know if you knew anything about this, if it was a prank, or maybe something Sunny wrote, or I don't know. Her expression softens. It was nice, really, if not a little confusing. Any idea who wrote this? Something just reset here.
What the fuck?
Uh-oh.
Sorry. What the hell?
Freaky.
What the hell?
What the hell?
What are you?
Screen 1. Everything back?
It's just freaking
Yeah.
Discord, probably.
Everything back, chat?
He died, guys.
Yeah, we good.
I
We
think
good.
it's good now. I'm
Yeah.
crying.
Lol.
Great anomaly too.
great
anomaly.
great
No
anomaly
funeral,
on
guys.
Lore Tuesday. Who knew?
Hey, Moss.
Okay.
I realized.
Good for me, but-
Okay. It was nice, really, if not a little confusing. Any idea who wrote this? Cameron looks up at Freya, his expression neutral. Probably Casimir.
Is he still reading?
What?
Yeah.
What?
Continue, Cam.
Huh? Is the stream not working?
It is working.
Violence said something and then promptly unspeakered. Wait, hold on. Violence, you're not on the speaker display for me. Huh?
I'm crying.
Just
Violence got great
disappeared.
anomaly.
honestly. Probably Casimir. Freya's brows furrow. That's not funny, Cam. I know it has his signature, but yeah, that's his all right. Cam confirms, tracing the cursive letters, shocked he even knew how to sign anything in English. But if it were in his native tongue, you'd be even more confused. I don't know if that's possible, Freya retorts, her features crinkling. You're saying that Casimir wrote this, even though he's dead. I mean, he's capable of picking up a pen, so... Wait. Interrupting himself, Cam looks up at Freya, his eyes widen. Wait. You don't know. Freya mirrors his expression. No what? She asks, her voice lowering to a whisper. Rubbing his temples, Cam lets out a long sigh of frustration. Of course, he didn't tell anyone. Absolute lunatic. I feel like I'm missing something. Yes, Cam meets her gaze. Casimir is currently appearing as an apparition of sorts. Freya's jaw drops, but Cam continues. His soul is stuck on the planet, since normally his body would be burned on Hinoki, and energy from his spirit would be recycled. Where exactly he's getting the energy to appear physically in our realm of living, I do not know. But he's certainly found the capacity to annoy the hell out of me from somewhere. If he were here instead of sleeping around somewhere, lazing around somewhere, phrasing. Clam clears his throat. Oi, dumbass! Wake up and get out of here. Okay, so wait. Freya interrupts, waving her hands. You're saying he's a ghost, like Croy and Ledaisk. Ghost. Cameron tilts his head in the air. Kind of. He possesses some of the ghost-like abilities you'd expect, like floating and phasing through walls and such, but his presence is much less paranormal. It can be scientifically explained-ish, but it's like I said before. I'm not entirely sure where he gets his energy from. I've theorized that it may be from whatever in-between realm he spends his time in, like right now.
I'm up, jeez.
Casimir slurs as he materializes beside Cam, rubbing his eyes as if he just woke up from a long nap. There you are, Cam rolls his eyes, gesturing to Casimir. This guy, I swear, he never appears when you need him.
Excuse me, dick. I've been watching your daughter all day. Oh, she's here.
Eyes wide, jaw open, shoulders slack. Freya's shocked expression is pure gold to Casimir. He would kill to have a camera on him right now.
Is this seriously what you woke me up for?
He asks, folding his arms with a scowl. With a scowl, Cam tosses his pen at him, and it passes straight through Casimir's forehead. What, all of a sudden you can't hold a pen? Cameron challenges, raising an eyebrow. Casimir responds by sticking his tongue out. Bleh.
Bleh.
Freya looks back and forth between the two. She can tell Casimir is speaking, but as his mouth opens, no audible words come out. There is some noise, and she can almost hear what he's saying, but it's incredibly distant. Almost as if he's being filtered out by something, as if there were worlds apart from them. Are you having a conversation with him? She asks, pointing to Casimir's ghostly form. Yes?
Yeah?
Cam and Casimir both answer in unison, turn towards each other, and then promptly burst into laughter. Chuckling, Cam addresses Freya. I forgot that no one else can hear him. To be honest, I'm still not sure why exactly that is, but I do have a few theories. Of which can be discussed at a later time. He faces Casimir, gesturing to the letter sitting on the table before them. You wrote this, right? Floating down, Casimir inspects the letter.
Yeah, I did. But I didn't actually give it to Freya. Who gave it to her?
Marcelo did. Cam answers before shaking his head and backtracking. No, actually, Sunny gave it to Marcelo, who gave it to Freya. Something like that. Freya nods her head, confirming. She's following along, but she still seems a bit lost.
I wasn't sure if it was a good idea to send it.
Casimir
explains. But Sunny must have found it and maybe assumed it was something important, or possibly something that would upset Freya since she was mad at everyone after the ball. I don't know.
Cam relays the information, and Freya smiles, not quite meeting Casimir's eyes. The letter was very nice. I really needed to hear something like that. She pauses. Okay, wait. So, have you just been floating around this whole time? Was it really you that people were seeing at the faction meetings? Casimir smiles nervously.
Well,
And, Freya continues, can you tell us more about Eclipse? Anything at all would be helpful. I know it's probably a traumatic experience for you. Her voice begins to falter, and Casimir gets the sense that if she could cry, tears would be welling in her eyes. If I could go back and heed your warning, I would. If I had checked in with you or worked with you to try and find Eclipse. If I had just done something differently, maybe you'd still be here. And I don't have the words to express how sorry I am for that.
Freya.
Casimir begins, before remembering that she can't hear him. He can feel his energy depleting anyways. Oh wait, are these Freya's lines?
That's more
Okay.
Freya.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got confused with these ones. I have so many questions for you, and I understand that it's a lot to ask, so for now, I just want you to know that... Casimir places his hand over Freya's gently, as if to comfort her. It's the strangest thing. She can't feel him, but if she closes her eyes, and she does, for just a moment, she can imagine him sitting next to her, alive and well, scowling at her like he always did. Cam watches quietly as Freya collects herself, not wanting to ruin the moment. When Casimir settles next to her, Cam resumes the conversation, returning the letter to Freya. All's well that ends well, I suppose. Honestly, I'm just shocked that Casimir would write something so sweet about you. Didn't think he had it in him.
Hey.
I mean, come on. He made a whole creepy conspiracy board about her and everything. And now you're suddenly sucking up to her. Talk about acting out of character. Freya stops, freezing as she reaches for the letter. She looks up at Cam, then to Casimir, her eyes widening as a fearful expression creeps onto her face. What exactly is that supposed to mean? Time skip. The bunker reeked. It smelled of blood, mold, and rotting flesh. Bioluminescent vines growing from whatever corruption had invaded the cave dimly lit the area, carved out from what may have been a small opening in the stone. When Cam had suggested the location, he assumed Casimir would settle into a glacier or make an igloo or something, not that he would dive underwater straight into his biggest weakness. Surrounded by water, the indirect cause of Casimir's death was his life's greatest accomplishment. His research, water-stained and smudged with blood. Journals decorated with delusions and brimming with pride. It was chilling to imagine him hunched over and writing furiously, burning candles down to the wick. Down here he was isolated, terrified and paranoid and completely devoid of logical thinking. Nothing inside the bunker was Casimir. It was all a result of his brain being reduced to mush, brainwashed into believing everyone was out to get him. And in the end, you could almost say he was right. Is my voice being picked up at all?
Yes.
Okay. Because it doesn't
No,
show it on
was just
Discord,
funny
so
'cause
I'm
you,
really...
You locked in. You you got your voice dropped. It was crazy.
Well, I was the bunker rigged, and I was like, oh man.
Well, anyways, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I glanced to the side where the event window is, and I see that my thing isn't doing green, so I'm genuinely curious as to whether or not I'm actually speaking and
No,
it's going through.
we can
Okay.
hear you. If you start cutting out, I'll let you know.
Back to reality. He was killed by the boogeyman, a cryptid only he believed was out there. No one believed him. No one came to save him. Freya scans the bunker, her expression difficult to read. He really lived down here before he died? Nodding, Cam traces Casimir's bookshelf with his fingers. As he pulls away, they're left coated in dust. Beside him, Freya stops, reaching for Casimir's journal. She opens it, and her lips tighten. I knew that Comet had records of his research, but I've never... She closes her eyes, snapping the book shut and placing it on Casimir's desk. I've never read them. I felt like it wasn't my place. Casimir researched Eclipse and Echo pretty thoroughly. Leaning against the cave wall, Cam watches as Freya sifts through the reports and various unorganized notes. He pushes the journal towards her. I'd give it a read. Maybe not now, but at some point, to understand what really happened. It's the best thing you can do to honor him. Reluctantly, she reopens the journal, scanning each line meticulously. As the entries go on, the handwriting becomes sloppier and more frantic. Droplets of blood adorn the latter pages. Drawings are scribbled in the margins. Some of Casimir's friends, some of people Freya doesn't recognize. Taking a sip. Sip taken. Passed in between the pages are old children's drawings of what must be Casimir and his family. They're scribbled in crayon, old and crumpled, soot lining the edges of the paper. Drawings tug at Freya's metaphorical heartstrings. She never felt more as if her and a Silesian were worlds apart from each other. The two spend a period of time sifting through Casimir's notes. As the minutes pass, guilt begins to build up on Freya's conscience. As she realizes more and more what Casimir had been trying to tell her. Eclipse was on Solace, and he knew. He knew, and nobody had listened to him. His mental state had become so deteriorated that she, along with Comet and even Cam, had just assumed he was being paranoid. He knew, and the price of that knowledge was his life. After what felt like hours, Freya stood and made her way to the back wall. Rock had been split into two by whatever fleshy mass was growing in the cave. Some kind of ritual, or maybe a parasite, perhaps. Whatever it was, it kept Freya on edge. She reaches up to touch the bulletin board, but hesitates. Red threads connect haphazardly, stuck on pictures, from eras of past and present alike. Pictures of Freya's friends, of the monastery, of Cypher and his notes. The centerpiece, where everything converged, a photo of Freya, speaking before the people of Solace. Scribbled over her face in red ink were the words, "Don't trust her," followed by her name. Freya, Lady Freya, Goddess, the leader of Solace, all titles given to her by the people of the world she had created, never realizing the responsibilities she would bring upon herself. Could she be trusted if she kept letting people die? Her thoughts begin to spiral as she stares into the board, eyes burning through the pictures. She wants so badly to believe in herself, to believe her people will get through this, to believe everything will be okay, to believe that tomorrow is another day. She doesn't know how much longer that belief will last. But, as if a sudden draft had come in, the pictures begin to flutter. Freya's headshot peels off the board, floating slowly down onto the floor of the bunker. Lands in a small puddle, the paper dissolving in an instant. Red bleeds from the photo, washing the text away, ink swirling in the small pool of water. Freya's printed face starts to disintegrate. Forgiveness or a coincidence? Freya turns around, searching for Casimir. She even whispers his name under her breath, like a prayer. He chooses not to show himself, even though Freya knows he can. Maybe he's embarrassed. Maybe he's exhausted all of his energy. Or just maybe, he wants Freya to do this on her own. Maybe he wants her to keep believing in herself, to keep believing in a hopeful future. I know this is kind of silly, Freya says aloud as she climbs the stairs up to the Monastery of Red Tears. Since you're a ghost, I should just visit you and say these things. Ascending the mountain, she reaches the chapel, walking slowly down the brick path. Clouds hang heavy above her, overcast. Casimir's grave stands alone, covered in flowers and gold and various other offerings. The dirt is disturbed and concave. Cam had informed her that it had been dug up and later refilled. His body was missing, and she hadn't even realized. Nobody really had. Freya had heard reports in passing of a figure that resembled Casimir, bloody and covered in filth. She wrote it off as hysteria, or coincidence, or even one of the various other ghosts residing on Solace. There couldn't possibly be a corpse walking around, right? Shaking her head, Freya pushes those thoughts aside. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. She sits on the path, facing his grave. A bouquet of flowers rests on her arms, spider lilies and pheasant's eye and yellow pansies. The skies begin to clear, ever so slightly, and Casimir's headstone is warmed by the sun. I wanted to apologize, even if I can't bring you back or fix my mistakes. I wanted to... She stops, trailing off. I don't know what I want. Closure, maybe, to ease my conscience. She sighs, laying the flowers among his grave. They join the sea of blossoms, yellows and reds dotting the soil with color. I guess I just wanted to talk to you again. Looking over to the chapel, Freya's expression sours. I know what this place did to you now, what it did to Viola and to Strawberry. I'm worried about the other followers, the people who I haven't heard about. That's what scares me more. She tears her eyes away from the building. Stained glass windows reflect wine red across the graveyard, as light begins to seep through each segment of glass. Strawberry, I've heard she hasn't been acting right. I need to speak with her, to see her for myself, to make sure that she... Birds fly over the monastery, singing into the wind. The clouds above seem to part, and for just a moment, beams of sun illuminate Casimir's grave. Dew reflects off the flowers, and for a fleeting moment, his form comes into view, sparkling in the sunlight. That no one else on Solace ends up like you. That's the end of it, by the way.
Me when I
Yo.
be in the kitchen, as the kids say.
Bro had a Jesus moment, honestly.
He did, yeah, look, yeah.
Just kind of descending into the sunlight. All sun rays and whatnot.
Alright, I got the next one. We gotta. Thank God I don't have work in the morning.
9 pages, bro.
Brother.
Oh, it was 9. It's only 3K words.
You got that.
Light
bro.
work, no
Whatever.
reaction.
Wait, how
Freya
many
Light work,
are
no
we
reaction.
missing?
Freya gave me a limit of 5K words for every week, and I'm pretty sure I followed that. So
No, that's true.
not my
That's true.
fault.
That's
Not
true.
my
That's true.
fault.
That's true. That's true.
All right. The visitor.
El visitor.
Ooh. Lux mention.
Lux Solaris.
The candle in Lux's courthouse office was almost ready to be replaced, but instead of standing up, they continued to look at the report in their hand. Truffle had given them plenty of information during their meeting, but now they had to decide what to do with it. Possible shapeshifter who somehow knows Eclipse and Freya well enough to mimic their forms? It sounded fake, to be honest, but if there really was a person going around terrifying Salatians, they couldn't just ignore it. And Truffle had been scared, even if they tried to hide it under embarrassment. No wonder, considering the event that had ended with them in a hospital bed. Eclipse was not one to be underestimated. It didn't explain why someone would want to hurt them, though. Were they mad about what Okel's group had done? Surely it couldn't be a complete stranger, but Lex couldn't think of a single person who both fit Truffle's description and would act in such a way. They looked up at their clock. It was almost midnight, topical reference, and despite the desire to figure out this puzzle, they knew they wouldn't be able to focus. Maybe they would go home for now. Lux looked down at a suspiciously boatless river. Sure, they had been busy, but they didn't expect somebody to come by while they were working and steal their only mode of transportation home. By now, the harbor was fully closed, so they wouldn't be able to buy a replacement until the morning, and they had no interest in spending another night on those hardback chairs. Instead, they started the annoyingly indirect path around the mountain. Even if it took a few hours, a good night's sleep would be more productive in the long run. Lux wasn't sure the last time that they had traveled along the coast. With all that had happened in the last few weeks, it wasn't like they had time to explore. Despite this, they appreciated the relative peace compared to the south side. Foxes and wolves rustled through the leaves just beyond their sight, limited even more by the lack of light outside that of the nuclear plant and underwater facility shining from across the ocean. They had missed this. Even so, by the time Lux saw their home, they were exhausted. At least a raft still remained on the near side of the river. They didn't even want to think about having to swim across. One of their dogs was waiting impatiently at the harbor as they rowed up. They probably needed to check that the animals still had enough food before going to bed. They thought as they patted her head. A splash rang out behind them just as they were about to head down. They turned. What was that? A figure poked its head over the walkway. Most of their identifying features were hidden behind a cloak, but as they turned to face Lux, they could see their face. Gray skin, yellow eyes. Anathi for sure, if not for the red tears falling down their face. No wonder Truffle had been terrified. The person didn't move any closer, but it felt like they were staring directly into Lux's soul. Inhuman in a way they couldn't quite describe. Lux took an unsteady breath. Why are you here? The figure didn't answer, just remaining in the odd stare down, so still they almost looked like a statue. But the moment Lux inched forward, they fled, flinging themselves back into the water and disappearing under the waves. Yeah, I guess. Before they could fully process what had happened, their legs gave out. How long had they been followed? It almost felt like they had waited until they were certain Lux had seen them. But why? What did they want? Lux had a feeling it would be another sleepless night.
Accidentally dropped my controller during that. I'm sorry if there was a noise.
Just clinking and clanking over there.
Is that what that was?
Flipping and flopping. Well, I rested on top of my tower, but I don't know. I guess I tugged the cord.
Slipped off.
A visitor. Good visitor.
We're almost there, guys. We're locked.
We got a couple more.
Don't you also gotta do like lore sheets?
Oh, true. Yeah. Well, there's only a couple.
There's only 3, I believe, right?
Well, we can do some lore
There's
sheets, I guess. We got
there are 1,
Any
2,
one?
3, 4, 5, 6 lore sheets. We can go over them
Oh, okay.
last though. We got it.
What,
It's
what
fine.
about the
We're locked.
Kahoot? What about the Kahoot?
We don't have time for the Kahoot. We can do it later.
Okay.
Next
Alright.
talk. It's cat stock. Signals.
so yeah. No, I'm just gonna mark the cutoff here.
Yeah.
This
Cutoff is-
doc
yeah.
will be the last one. This one was submitted after the stream started, or the whatever the
Love
hell
you, though,
this
Feather.
is. Yes, Feather. Yes. Sorry, you were late. Rules are rules.
Wow. The hate
All right, lock
is
in, lock in.
wild, huh?
Hate,
Signals!
hate you say. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mika, did you want to read this one, or are you able to anymore? You hit your
No.
cutoff? Can't? Okay. I'll read it then. Gotta lock in. No. Control plus. There you go. Control. I cracked it. After a whole week of research and sleepless nights, the pod's secrets had spilled from their digitized prison. The decoder steadily clicked away at the message. Each letter took longer than the last. Finally, it beamed in triumph, finished with the translation process. The words that appeared were still jumbled, but the implication was enough to send a shiver down my spine. I needed to find Marcelo. Now. The walk to his house felt like hours, and additional decades passed as I awaited a response to my frantic knocking on the door. Footsteps could be heard from within, and the door swung open. Marcelo stood in the doorway, and his eyes locked onto where I stood. Eleanor. Is everything all right? He shifted mid-sentence. A concerned expression crossed his face. No, we need to talk, privately, I replied, bringing my breathing down to a normal level. Oh, then please come in. He blinked and stepped out of the doorway, allowing me entry into his cabin. As soon as the door clicked shut and the deadbolt was thrown, I pulled the datapad from its carrying bag. Preliminary report for the pod radiated from its screen. I need you to look at this, because it makes 0 sense to me. I extended the device over to him, and he took it tenderly from my hands. Keener, you've always been a skeptic, but this is... He trailed off as he reached the encoded message. This is the message pulled from the pod just outside the boneyard, I explained. Marcelo's eyes never left the screen as they prowled across the massive data. The message was purely gibberish on initial reading, and matched none of the Soul Pack's encoders. Where did it come from? He questioned, narrowing his eyes at me. We had to dig through old Earth records. I'd have been stuck for ages if it weren't for one word. Beltram High. I continued, not bothering to directly address his question. I was getting there. It's German. Space shark. Took me down a rabbit hole for a while. I admitted seeing Marcelo's exasperated look. He was Italian, not German. Get to the point, Keener. He snipped, leaning against the kitchen counter. It's a rebadged German encoder from over 550 years ago. Enigma M4, used on board their submarine fleet during the Second World War, codenamed Shark. I gushed. It had been the key to cracking the thing open, and not easy to find in Soulpact records. That's too old for any current Navy use, he pondered, drumming his fingers on the granite countertop. Yes, but the message itself is what worries me. Come home, Casimir. Isn't that fucker dead and gone? I began pacing uncontrollably around his kitchen. I'm sure Casimir was dead. There had been a funeral and everything. He is, and we don't know much about his species beyond one record, Marcelo's conceded, his eyes finally breaking from the tile floor. We don't know another of his kind, but thanks to Freya, I do know someone who can find him, he added, and the confusion within my brain tightened into a Gordian knot. Cam, Lilac CEO, claims to talk with his ghost. We're not sure why or how, continued, taking a chunk out of the knotted mess of confusion. It wasn't a complete answer, but enough to get started. Oh, this is what she was talking to me about.
Yeah.
Okay. Wouldn't be the weirdest thing on this planet, I jested. People wouldn't stay dead here. I couldn't lie. Every day since my arrival, I considered returning to the stars, free from this madness. This is another brick placed in favor of that plan. You're not wrong, but with Casimir dead, this could become a major thorn in our side, he countered, pushing himself from the countertop and striding towards the door. Well, we still got daylight to burn. Best if we use it. He tossed on his navy jacket and gestured towards the now open door. Let's go consult a fucking ghost, I sighed, stepping back into the chaos, keeping pace with Marcelo as we made our way across Solace towards Cam's home, and hopefully some answers. Okay. To be continued in the next episode
I
of
was
Dragon Ball
to be
Z.
continued, whatever Ross is able to lock in enough to write the next doc. Or Cameron if he wants to, but you know.
You should
Who
write
knows?
one that's exactly 5,000 words.
It would be
Every
really
time.
funny, but yeah, it would be really funny. I should do that. True. True.
Don't do that to Freya. Don't do that to poor Freya. Don't do that to Freya.
Freya's gonna like tweak out. Did she read all like 70
she's gonna
pages?
pull
of
you
the
up.
5,001 words.
She's gonna pull you up and make
Mm-mm.
you read them personally.
5,001 words. You'd be like, I'm not reading this, Ross. Too much.
Oh, 1 word over. Sorry, bud.
Too bad. So
I'm gonna
sad.
save
Not
all the
streaming
videos
out,
for Fun Friday. Or for Freya Friday. Freya Friday!
Yeah. let's
Hey,
save all the videos.
Friday.
Okay, I got the next one. We're almost there, guys.
Serafin Verara.
All right. Oh shit. Okay.
Hold
I
on.
think this is the Species book. All right.
There are...
Yes. It's fine. I got it. Trust. I'm locked. Okay.
Relax, I'll handle it. I am the Angry Pumpkin.
Yep. Okay, hi, my name is Sarah Velara, otherwise known as Sarah. I'd like to discuss my species and our cultures. I assume this is in character.
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
from what I can tell.
Firstly, what am I? I am part of a species known as
I'm assuming Velithari?
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 Velithari. We are interdimensional beings made from collapsing stars. That's cool. On my planet, only royalty and nobles were of the species, and I was a royal.
Why can't I see the chat?
Velithari. Have you not seen the chat before, bruh?
No,
They've been
people are
chatting.
typing in chat and I actually just cannot see the messages they're sending at all.
Lock in.
No, it's like, it cuts off after
Actually,
Feather's
L, yeah,
last
L.
message at 11:41.
L.
I'm missing the last 30
Um,
minutes of messages. I can see that people are typing, but I can't actually see what they type.
Just lock in. Velithari have an angelic or ethereal form that they usually only reveal in special events or cultural rituals. Since we are made of collapsing stars, we constantly need energy to not end up exploding. We usually get that energy from feeding on emotions, especially trust and hope. Fire. Though there are other ways to gain said energy without feeding on emotions, like stardust or what I found helps is baked goods. It is believed that baked goods hold their own energy and emotions from the baker that makes them, without draining the said emotions from them. To elaborate further, the Velithari are revered not just for our origins, but for the profound connection we share with the cosmos. Our existence is intricately tied to the balance of energy in the universe. The collapse of stars, which gave birth to us, is both a blessing and a burden, granting us immense power, but also demanding constant replenishment. Our angelic forms shimmer with the light of distant galaxies, and when we reveal ourselves in our true state, it is said that the air hums with cosmic music and the ground glitters like stardust. As a royal among the Velithari, I was raised with great responsibility. The rituals in which we display our true forms are not just for show. These are sacred moments when we connect with the very fabric of reality. These rituals are attended by all, from the humblest citizen to the highest noble, and are believed to maintain harmony between our dimension and the physical universe. Seraphine, you should watch a show called Puella Magi Madoka Magica. You should read that. Watch that. Feeding on emotions is a delicate art. We do not simply take, instead we form bonds of mutual understanding and exchange. Trust and hope are the most nourishing emotions, resonating with the energy of creation itself. However, many Velithari have sought alternatives, as relying solely on emotions can be taxing for those around us. Stardust, a rare and potent source of power, is sometimes harvested from meteor showers. Yet there is something uniquely comforting about the energy found in baked goods. Consuming such treats provides a gentle, sustainable form of energy, allowing us to thrive without causing harm. This discovery has led to a cultural appreciation for baking, and with many Velethari nobles sponsoring renowned bakers and hosting grand feasts filled with cosmic pastries. Yes, it's on Crunchyroll.
I'm gonna give
watch
one
that.
moment. I'm gonna gotta go here, and then put the window back in. So I poked out the event window to
Bro
properly
wants to see
manage.
chat.
Oh, okay. Well, now I can see it. Okay, I guess I just had to do that. Go back to.
All right.
Go back to Lore's Day.
Who in normal
Doing
VC?
great.
Get back here.
What?
Someone's a normal VC.
Hey,
Look
don't
here. Now.
harass him. Don't harass him.
I am going to. No.
The
Your butt in
freedom-
here.
The freedom of choice.
Rando.
Alright, royal life, royal life, royal life. Growing up as Velethari royalty was nothing like the peaceful, gilded existence outsiders often imagined. From a very young age, before most children learn to shape their first energy or gaze at the stars with wonder, I was entrusted with the responsibility of weapon craft. The art of making weapons was not merely a skill, but a duty pressed upon me by my lineage. Each blade, each staff, each device forged from celestial fragments was both a symbol of our power and a promise to defend our world, no matter the cost. My tutors drilled into me the sacred geometry of star iron, the delicate balance between creation and destruction, and the burden of channeling energy that could unmake as easily as it could protect. Yet the most haunting lesson of my youth was not taught in the forges, but in the cold chambers of the palace laboratory. My parents, rulers with eyes always on the horizon of war, allowed me to be experimented on for the creation of a new living weapon. Jesus Christ, that took a turn. I was a willing heir, but not always an informed one. Their ambitions saw me subjected to rituals and procedures meant to unlock greater power, to bind stardust directly to my essence, to see how much energy a single Velethari could withstand or wield. Some days I awoke with memories missing, or with new abilities I hadn't possessed the day before. Sometimes I wondered if they sought to turn me into something greater, or simply something more useful. These experiences shaped me into a different kind of person, one who understood both the cost of sacrifice and the weight of impossible expectations. I learned early that power was not a privilege, but a test, and that the scars we bear, seen or unseen, are often the truest marks of royalty.
Blank
Damn,
page
everyone
2.
experimented on here in Solace.
Culture.
Culture. When I speak of my people, Egg, can you not?
Chud
Sorry, that's
son.
my Chud son. That's my Chud son yelling. When I speak of my people, the Velethari, I do so with both pride and a sense of complexity. Our culture is a tapestry woven from ancient star myths, cosmic rituals, and the ever-present balance between creation and destruction. From our earliest days, we are taught that we are not merely individuals, but threads in a much larger cosmic pattern. Every action, every tradition is meant to honor the forces that birthed us and to maintain harmony with the universe around us. Art and craftsmanship hold events important in Velethari society. Whether forging weapons from stardust or baking energy-rich pastries, we pour a fragment of our essence into everything we create. Excuse me. Music and storytelling are also vital. Each tale sung between the twin moons or etched into obsidian tablets is a way of preserving our history and passing wisdom to future generations. Even in our darkest traditions, there is a sense of reverence for what came before, and a solemn recognition of the power we wield. Perhaps most unique is how we approach emotion and energy. Unlike many species, we do not shy away from feelings, but embrace them as sources of strength. Trust and hope are the foundation of our rituals, relationships, and even our sustenance. Our society values openness, but also discipline, for we understand the risk of letting negative emotions run wild. This constant dance between vulnerability and restraint shapes not just our ceremonies, but the very core of who we are. That is interesting. Based society, the Kid Nation. To be Velethari is to stand in awe of the cosmos and to accept both the burdens and blessings of our existence. We are taught to seek connection, honor sacrifice, and remember that every star, like every soul, burns brightest when it is part of a constellation. Yet for all its beauty and wonder, Velethari culture is not without its shadows. Our reverence for tradition can sometimes become a cage, stifling those who wish to forge a different path. Expectations weigh heavily, especially upon those of noble birth. Every action scrutinized, every deviation seen as a potential threat to the fragile harmony we hold so dear. The constant need to maintain balance, to act both as guardians and conduits of cosmic energy, can be exhausting. Mistakes are rarely forgiven, and failures often become stories told in caution, rather than in compassion. Lock in. Our rituals too can carry a hidden cost. The pressure to participate in dangerous ceremonies or to bear the emotional burdens of others leaves scars both visible and unseen. There are those among us, who never truly recover from what is asked of them, quietly fading away or burning out long before their time. Even our dependence on emotions, trust, hope, and the like, can become a vulnerability, open to manipulation or exploitation by those who would twist our traditions to their own ends. Sometimes I wonder what it would mean to be Velathari without all these burdens, if we could simply exist, to shine for ourselves and not always for the sake of the cosmos or the expectations of others. But perhaps it is in the tension between light and shadow that we find our true selves, and in acknowledging our flaws, we keep our culture alive and honest.
My family.
Okay, my family. Family for me has always been a constellation marked by cracks and cold distances. My mother, once revered for her wisdom, was always a mystery to me, her love distant, her loyalties divided. The truth that shattered our household was her affair with a common man from among our enemies. Girl, lock in! I am the result of that union, a living reminder of her betrayal. Damn! The secret kept for years was the silent wedge that drove our family apart. That'll do it. My father, proud and severe, never truly saw me as his own. Well, to him, I was not a daughter, but a scar on his honor, a living symbol of the humiliation he endured. He decided to subject me to the palace experiments, hoping to turn me into a weapon as compensation for his wounded pride. He masked his resentment behind the guise of responsibility and duty, but I felt the truth in every cold word, every moment of calculated distance. My childhood was shaped not by affection, but by expectations, and the constant reminder that I would never truly belong. Damn, what the hell? I promise I'm not bored. This is interesting. In the midst of these shadows, my baby brother became a rare source of light. Born after the turmoil, he was untouched by the bitterness that defined the rest of us. I cherished him fiercely. His laughter and innocence were proof that love could still exist in our fractured family. Protecting him gave me purpose, even as I struggled with the knowledge of my origins and the role I was forced to play. Through it all, I learned that family is not always about blood or loyalty, but about the choices we can make to care for one another, even when the stars seem set against us. I have one question, Seraphine. Because I don't know what your guy who plays Seraphine, Minx, probably.
Yeah, Seraphine, thanks, yeah.
Are are these guys born like 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 when a mommy and daddy love each other very much born, or are they only like born of stars exploding or whatever, or is it like both? They can be. Okay.
Didn't this literally like affair with a common man from among our
Okay,
enemies
yeah,
or being the
well,
product of it? Didn't that
but
literally
It,
just
it's
confirm
both.
that?
It's both.
okay, well,
Yeah, it's both.
I was just wondering because it started with like stars and then it was like, oh, now she's okay. I was curious. I figured it was
Lock in,
both.
lock
I'm
in,
locked
lock
in.
in, lock
I'm
in,
locked.
lock
Locked in.
in.
Conversation between ruler and weapon. Father stood with his back to me, arms crossed, eyes fixed on the swirling starlight beyond the window. The silence stretched, heavy as iron. You summoned me? I tried to keep my voice even. He didn't bother to look at me. You're late. The council grows impatient with your lack of progress. Perhaps you'd prefer to explain your failures to them yourself. A flush of anger rose in my chest. I'm doing everything that's been asked. More than any, he cut me off sharply. Don't flatter yourself. Everything you are is the result of your mother's disgraceful choices. You're lucky I let you live at all. I flinched but pressed on. You never once treated me as your daughter, not even after everything I've endured. He finally turned, face twisted with disdain. Daughter, don't delude yourself. You are a liability, a living reminder of betrayal. The only reason you're here is because I found a way to make you useful. Fail me, and I'll see you discarded like the mistake you are. I clenched my fists. I'm more than your weapon. He sneered. You're nothing without the power I forced into you. If not for me, you'd be nothing but a stain on this family's legacy. The words stung, but I stood my ground. Maybe that's true. But I'll never follow you out of fear or hate. I'll do what I must for my brother, for those who see me more than a tool, see me as more than a tool. He turned away, voice cold as the void. Do as you wish. Just remember, Your worth ends the moment you stop being useful. Don't ever forget that. Fire, gas. Hi, Kath, by the way.
Don't
I
Oh
saw
my
forget,
you.
lord,
you
are you
suck.
all still going?
What do you mean, are we
we're
still
we're
going?
on
We're
the last
almost
one. We gotta do
done.
the last
We
one.
got like one more, and then we got lower sheets.
We had like
Yeah,
Lower
there
We're
was a lot
almost
this
there.
week, man.
Character sheets.
It's a lot of it was a lot of Google Docs. It was a lot of long Google Docs. So
Yeah.
Yeah, Kath.
Freya probably would have
Y'all are
finished
gonna
it
hate
earlier,
me in
but
November.
I know.
yep. I don't know who y'all is. Freya's gonna hate you in November. I'm not doing this again unless Freya's dead.
Cameron, you'll have some good fun with this document. I'm actually
Alright,
going
Cam
to
lock
consult
in.
you on a
Cam
couple
lock in.
things.
One more doc. Lock
Yeah.
in. Lock in.
Okay.
Lock
Okay.
in.
Bye.
Goodness. Ugh. Mamma mia.
we're so close.
We got a fire emoji. Everything that we've read so far. It's only it's tradition.
You're wasting
True,
time.
it's tradition, true.
Wait, hold on. Changed some stuffs. OC lore private. What? Wait, is this an edit to the lore sheet? Places. Name Valkos. Nickname Val. Sex male. Race species shadow touched R2. Age 10,030 years old. Wow. Unk. Physical description: dark purplish skin and wears black and purple clothes. Hobbies and interests: music, fighting, and socializing. Place of origin: Draedris. Interesting. Backstory: Valkos was going back home after training when it happened. After he realized he had no one and nothing to go back to, he came to Solace to seek refuge and peace from his home planet Draedris, a mountainous planet on the edge of the universe. Great Anomaly changed his life forever, not knowing if he'll ever go back to normal. Beliefs: Nixari, the Veil. Worldview: Black Evil. Enemies: none yet. Motivation: his motivation is to learn magic to bring his family back. He has problems letting go of losing family. His internal conflict. Oh yeah, okay. This is a short-term goals to find somewhere to live and to set up a shop. Long-term goal: bring his family back. External conflict: not right now. Family: Delzok. The rest died during the Great Anomaly. Friends: Delzok, his sister, Lux. Romantic interests: none. Oh, there's Delshock. Oh, Delshock. Named Del, female, shadow touched R3, 1,350 years old. Light bluish skin, wears black and cyan clothes, and has a cyan streak in her hair. Music, cooking, baking, growing plants, being alone in nature. Okay. Same place. Backstory: I'll do it later. Gotcha. Nixari, the Veil again. Worldview: Black Evil. Enemies: Ashak. Motivation: none. Internal conflict: has problems with making the void solution to make the black hole and can't find enough materials to help Lux with the parasitic infestation. Short-term goal: become a faction leader and make a black hole lab. Long-term goal: become the leader of the void giants. External conflict: can't think of any. Felt closer brother Lux. Makes sense. The family and friends would be same. Zogatus. Male, Deepwater, Platinum Eastern Region, R1. 19,565 years old. Jeez. You're just olding them. You're just olding them
Actual
now.
unk, bro.
Pure white scales with a blue shimmer. Hoarding gold. Oh, Platinum Eastern Dragon. I read dragon as region for some reason. What? Okay, this is a dragon. That makes sense. Hobbies and interests. Hoarding gold. Protecting the queen. Sapphire Shorels. Backstory: I'll do it later. Beliefs: Razesh, the Tide. Doesn't have a worldview. Lessons: Delshock. Really? Just enemies with Valkos and Delshock, okay. The motivation: to get all the hybrids locked up. Family: all died. Friends: Queen Morwenna Hotar. Romantic interest: none. He's the last Eastern Dragon. We got a platinum dragon. Interesting.
Yeah. By the way, there is I don't know if yeah, I don't think the guy who's this belongs to is in here right now, but for let the record state new rule, you can only have 2 characters actively at once. So
That you're writing or
let
actively
me
using.
yeah,
This is
that's so the new rules that Freya made, she made an announcement about it, but I'll just say it now. The new rules are let me pull them up. You can only have what you call it? Yeah, please limit your playable writable characters to 2 at a time. If you'd like to make more, please remove one from the story by killing them off or doing whatever before making a new one. Please try to be reasonable with your Lore Tuesday entries. So no more than 3 entries and fewer than 5k words in total, like collectively. And then please try to limit swearing in Lore Tuesday posts because Freya streams
See,
on Twitch.
I wonder
I think
why.
well. That's also because there are kids here.
yeah, it is a 13+ server. It is, I think everyone in the stream knows that, but I'm just saying that like for the VOD.
Well, yeah, that.
I'm gonna forward this to mod team and
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. Just talk.
I
to 'em.
wonder why there's only like a 5,000
here.
word.
Also
Maximum.
for the
Math.
doc, I will say also for the doc,
Yeah.
if you make a lore sheet, you don't need to post it in Lore Tuesday because Freya will go over it in the stream as well. This is again, I think you all know this, but everyone currently here knows this, but this is for the just for the VOD.
Mhm.
But yeah, I'm gonna forward that sheet into the staff chat so we can deal with that.
Yeah.
And now we gotta go.
Be in
Nah,
background
not lore sheets.
characters, lore sheets, sheets of lore sheets that are
Lores
sheets
of
of lore.
sheets.
Last Tuesday was oh right, it's now it's Lore Wednesday now. Last Tuesday was the 23rd.
For you maybe.
It's 22nd.
It's still 11 for me.
Feather's new
It
fit.
is 12:35.
Oh my
on
gosh,
the
she's
West Coast.
hitting the Frieza pose.
Fire!
Oh
Oh no,
God.
she's hitting the lesbian pose.
No,
The lesbian.
no, this
it's
is the
lesbian
Frieza pose.
Okay, well maybe Frieza's a lesbian. I don't know.
No,
Look up
There's
Google
a meme.
lesbian
There
pose
no.
right now.
There's a
Google the
meme
lesbian pose.
where
I'm not gonna Google the
someone
lesbian
said
pose
that.
when I'm
Okay, well,
actively
you better.
recording.
Google it right now.
You know what?
Alright,
I'll
right
I'll
now.
Google
Right
I'll Google
now.
the Frieza pose.
No, lock in.
See, that's
Okay,
the
okay.
Frieza pose.
Observe the Frieza pose. Now
It's
look
the
up lesbian
Frieza
pose.
pose.
Now look up.
Now
lesbian
look it
pose.
up. Look it up. Look it up.
I'm not
It's-
looking
it's-
that up.
Frieza's a lesbian. Yes, look it up.
No, I'm not. I cannot
white
risk
boy,
whatever
do
the
it.
hell might show up.
It's okay. Fucking send
Okay,
me the
okay,
image,
Mika.
Jesus.
Okay,
Are
I'm
you
sorry.
actually telling me to look up something that you haven't vetted beforehand?
Hold
Fool.
on. Hold on.
Hella reactions, by the way.
Yeah.
Super low quality, but whatever. There.
But like,
Anyways, yeah, fire. Let's move on.
okay,
Frieza's
Frieza's in.
included. Yes, Frieza is a lesbian.
No,
We've
he's
been over
not.
this. But he might be. You don't know that.
100%
Move on.
is.
Rotwood.
100%
I like your
is.
character design.
Rotwood.
X zombie, like your wait,
Actually, really
bro's
like
no
that.
Yeah,
longer a
X zombie. Let's go.
It's actually really cool.
Assassin,
I like the
cannibal,
art
and
style.
an outlaw. Pick a
That's
struggle,
the-
man.
More cannibalism within the server.
Mhm.
Oh,
like
God.
in lore cannibalism. Can't believe it.
Oh,
Canon,
God, more
cannibalism.
Cannibalism. Yep. Because isn't there like that butcher shop?
I don't know.
I don't know, man.
Oh, lucky after the fight. Oh no. Broken arm.
No, my goat! Literally. Oh no!
Oh,
Let's
no.
do nothing.
Lucky's been very stressed lately after
Free
the
my-
incident in her
free my
broken arm.
they?
She's
I
been
don't-
a
Lucky
bit more
just
social,
free my
trying to
she.
figure out what sort of thing attacked her. Who knows how long she'll go out of her way to talk.
I
But
just
her goal
realized
for
when you
now
sent
is to
the
find out who
poses and-
exactly ruined her favorite jacket. I'd be pissed if
You sent
someone
the
ruined my
poses.
favorite jacket.
And why is King Kong on there? with the lesbian poses.
You know, sometimes it's not worth questioning things.
Frieza
Maybe he
makes
is a
sense.
lesbian, you know? Maybe
Frieza
he
makes
is.
sense. Frieza makes sense.
Oh, right.
Miss Kathy.
For the stream, that's what it is. That's
I'm just
what
saying,
it
I didn't
is.
make it up. Yeah, okay.
That's not even like
Frieza,
Sorry, I'm
consistent, bro.
sorry.
Lorshi,
It's just a
Lorshi.
Frieza pose. Come on,
We're
Okay,
at the
well maybe
end of
Frieza's
it
a
already.
lesbian. Lock in.
Mika. Come on. Look, it's Miss Kathy. Look,
Mika, just go to bed.
old lady,
Miss King. Oh God.
Miss Kathy.
auntie, grandma.
Hey.
What is she like? She's the kind and loving grandmother of the kingdom. She always wanted to live freely and just live in a happy community. She's a 5'3" or 53-year-old woman. What? She's a 53-year-old woman standing at about
Woman.
5'5". She has silver and brown hair. She has a tattoo on her left arm of a seashell. It's a way to show that she controls water and is part siren. She wears an apron and a red shirt and black jeans and cowboy boots, and sometimes she likes to dabble in cowboy hats.
Hell yeah.
Her backstory.
Fire.
She was born
W
in the
grandma.
kingdom of the Bloodhounds. The king at the time ruled like Belios' father, just more strict, but that never stopped her from being kind. She was a siren hybrid, but she never used her voice for evil. She grew up in the kingdom, or at least the citizens knew her as the kind lady in the cottage. She made pies and stew and all types of goodies for the people. But then the vanishing happened. Everyone was simply gone. She grabbed her cats and boarded a shuttle. She was roommates with the silent man, Belios. She never asked about him, but she always welcomed him, especially when he talked about his past. The two got along well, but Kathy was near her ending. Belios sat beside her at bed as her light went out. Romis, the goddess of death, brought her soul back to Finda, in which her and the other souls lost before the vanishing lived freely. But Kathy wanted to see how Belios was doing, so she asked Romis to take her to Solace and let her soul live there. But after Romis made her appear at Solace, she heard disturbing news. Belios had died. And of course, she was devastated. She decided to just walk around to clear her head. She heard of his faction. She wanted to help. Belios was a good kid. The faction area looked just like she'd imagined. She also saw the grave, and she sat by it for a while, talking into the sky as if Belios could hear her. Granny.
This fucking guy. Nobody can
This
stay dead
dude.
on Solace, bro. Nobody
Bro.
stays dead here.
Save your opinions.
Isn't like aren't you dead?
Did
not
we
anymore.
not just read a lore doc where he came back?
Yeah, he came. He
Oh,
got
right.
ritual or whatever.
Right. My
After
bad.
death,
My
the gods
bad.
performed
My
a ritual to bring
bad.
him back. Was all of him restored? And why was there a figure here? And why is he on Finda? So many questions to ask.
This was so ominous,
So,
by the
like-
way, because the writer posted this Lore Shiva Balios before the ritual doc, and I was like, what is going on, bruh?
Lemons. That is a hiccup. What?
Oh, she's saying he looks like
do you
Hiccup
mean?
from How to Train Your Dragon.
Crying. What? It looks traced, so it could be. I don't know.
Oh,
Okay, well,
it might be.
Which is like fine. I
could
don't
have
care.
traced a figure, but Balios does art, so
Perchance. Mayhaps.
I meant like the figure. Yeah. I don't know. Hiccup T pose.
I've used like figure references before. It's not.
Yeah, that's how you.
crazy.
Yeah.
Okay,
No shade, guys.
this is the cutoff. Unfortunately, Feather.
Tracing
I'll
is
have
how
to
you
get to
learn
you
how to
on
draw.
Friday, or perhaps next Tuesday. We're done,
It's gonna be
chat.
Friday.
It's gonna be whenever. Bedtime now.
Yeah, for all of you.
Bedtime now?
Cameron,
What's
you should go to
bedtime?
bed.
No.
Nah, Cameron's gonna
Yeah,
stay up and
yeah,
play
that's
Rivals with me.
Yeah, I know. Who the hell said that?
Nobody. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well,
Uh,
this. I think this was
That's
good.
pretty good.
I think this was
We
good.
have 7 survivors in total.
Yeah.
Shout out.
Yeah,
It's
well, I
going
mean,
great. It's
this
been
this
great,
thing's
guys.
been
Good job.
recorded, so
Did it, guys? Did it?
oh, Lemon's
Anyways, we
begging
should
to
all
play
get
Rivals as
promoted
well.
immediately because we're just this good.
Okay,
You know, just saying.
there's a process.
There goes Mika.
Oh, good. There goes Mika.
Alright,
Good
good
night,
night,
Mika.
y'all.
Good night, everyone.
Bedtime.
No, imagine going to sleep, you losers.
Boy, if you don't go to
Dude.
sleep,
You know.
I'm chilling, bro. I'm awake.
Oh, okay. Good for you.
It's good for me.
Pop this all back. The infinite. Okay, we're gonna stop this now.